The world of zombies, beginning with a golden spell at maximum level. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 You Are Not Human? Lin Kaiyun saw that the yellow-eyed zombie was twisting its mouth and biting towards Lin Kaiyun's hand. Lin Kaiyun raised his palm to avoid it, and slapped it with his backhand, laughing and cursing. "Ah, you spoiled me, and you dared to bite me." After being slapped by Lin Kaiyun, the yellow-eyed zombie became even more angry. "This is intolerable. Roar. I will kill you." The yellow-eyed zombie roared angrily, with a ferocious face and fangs at the corners of his mouth, as if he could pierce his eyes at any time. Along with the roar of the yellow-eyed zombie, the corpse gas and earth yellow energy on his body burst out crazily again, and the arm holding the fang weapon, the muscles and flesh came out, and oozing blood. For a moment, the yellow-eyed zombie actually burst out with powerful strength, and lifted the 7-star dragon abyss sword that was firmly suppressing it up a few inches. HMPH, no more playing, let's just end it like this. Lin Kaiyun snorted coldly, and was not going to waste time with the yellow-eyed zombie. After all, he now had a great immortal Wang Fen, and he could free up one hand, which gave him a great advantage. It can be said that if he didn't have any trump cards, it would be difficult for the yellow-eyed zombie to turn the tables. And now, in order to avoid more trouble, Lin Kaiyun was ready to take advantage of the situation and give the yellow-eyed zombie a fatal blow. 64 palms of the 8 diagrams, Lin Kaiyun stretched out his palm, and in his palm, the light green 8 diagrams formation flashed, and he slapped the yellow-eyed zombie down. Of course, this was not over yet. Lin Kaiyun immediately took out a stick of incense from his storage belt. Lin Kaiyun blew a breath on the incense and threw it on the ground. The incense spontaneously ignited without fire, and the white smoke floated straight up like a dream. Lin Kaiyun closed his eyes, and a cold breath emanated from his body. Woo, is this the breath of Master Shen? Wang Fen, the great immortal holding the 7-star dragon abyss sword, instantly discovered something was wrong. He felt a familiar smell and subconsciously opened his mouth. As a result, the yellow-eyed zombie instantly seized the opportunity and used the 2 fangs to stab him. Suddenly, an extremely powerful corpse gas rushed straight to Lin Kaiyun's abdomen, and the power kept rotating, as if it could strangle Lin Kaiyun at any time. "Damn it, Wang Fen, why did you open your mouth? What are you thinking about?" Lin Kaiyun was startled and didn't care about communicating with Master Shen in his consciousness. He directly held the tail of the 7-star dragon abyss sword with both hands to stabilize the situation. "Damn it, bug, I'm going to kill you." The yellow-eyed zombie used his power angrily to put pressure on Lin Kaiyun, but after Lin Kaiyun reacted, the situation was deadlocked again. Lin Kaiyun also breathed a sigh of relief and almost reversed the situation. "Wang Fen, are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you to hold on to the sword? Why did you let go?" Lin Kaiyun squinted his eyes and glanced at the yellow-skinned Wang Fen under his feet and shouted angrily. If Lin Kaiyun hadn't been unable to spare his hands, he would have wanted to strangle Wang Feng's neck and teach him a lesson. This time Lin Kaiyun was very angry. You know, Wang Feng suddenly let go. And his mouth hadn't informed him that this yellow-eyed zombie didn't have any powerful trump cards, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss this time. Wang Feng also knew that the mistake he made this time was indeed dangerous, so he stood up very apologetically and bowed to Lin Kaiyun to apologize. "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't mean it. I just felt the power of Uncle Shen and spoke subconsciously." "Okay, you hold on for another 30 seconds. After I communicate with Uncle Shen and borrow his power, I will kill this ugly zombie easily." Lin Kaiyun nodded, and had no choice but to continue scolding Wang Fen. He gave Wang Feng another instruction and then let go of his hand. After letting go of his hand, Lin Kaiyun took out a gong from his storage belt, and then Lin Kaiyun shook the gong with one hand, making a sound. And Lin Kaiyun hummed a difficult-to-understand divine tune. On the horseback mountain at night, this divine tune seemed to be an endless air, constantly transmitting outward. After seeing Lin Kaiyun's strange appearance, the yellow-eyed zombie looked puzzled. "You human bug, you can't hold on, right? Ha ha ha, I warned you long ago that if you become my enemy, you will die miserably in the end." Although Lin Kaiyun was able to free up one hand, Neither the previous attack of the talisman nor the palm with green light caused any serious damage to the yellow-eyed zombie, but only made the yellow-eyed zombie more angry. Now the yellow-eyed zombie saw that Lin Kaiyun was actually humming a little song, thinking that Lin Kaiyun had no backup plan, so he had to pin his hopes on this illusory summoning of gods. Before the yellow-eyed zombie closed his eyes and fell asleep, he had met many Taoist priests. He heard them say that Taoism has a technique of summoning gods. In the eyes of the yellow-eyed zombie, the strange aura on Lin Kaiyun's body and the facial makeup on his face were the technique of summoning gods, and now he looked more like a shaman. The yellow-eyed zombie was very disdainful of this kind of thing from the bottom of his heart, so he suddenly felt more at ease and firmly believed that Lin Kaiyun had no other choice but to do this. If that were the case, he would be at an advantage as a zombie when the stalemate continued. Just when the yellow-eyed zombie was complacent and thought he was going to win, the changes in Lin Kaiyun suddenly surprised him. Lin Kaiyun's body exuded an increasingly cold aura, which even made the yellow-eyed zombie feel like a beast. Then Lin Kaiyun's eyes also changed. His pupils turned dark green, and they were very slender and narrow. Some small scales grew on his ears and neck, flashing a cyan light under the moonlight. "Are you not a human?" The yellow-eyed zombie looked at these very strange changes in Lin Kaiyun and couldn't help but roared. "I'm not a human?" "Yes, at least I'm not a human now." Lin Kaiyun calmed down, his evil eyes turned, he stared at the yellow-eyed zombie in front of him, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I used this method last time when I dealt with the zombie king Zhuangke and the unknown black dragon, so you can die with pride now," Lin Kaiyun said lightly, and this voice seemed to be the judgment of the underworld, directly depriving the life of the yellow-eyed zombie in front of him. In an instant, the cold breath of Lin Kaiyun spread rapidly, and the air around him seemed to solidify. The yellow-eyed zombie felt something was wrong and wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. He felt that he could no longer control his body, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious predator. Tisk, tisk, tisk. A series of small and fragmented sounds came from Lin Kaiyun's body, as if it was some kind of powerful crawling beast. And then the yellow-eyed zombie finally knew what this fragmented sound was. "It's a snake." The yellow-eyed zombie stared at Lin Kaiyun's back in amazement. A huge shadow appeared, towering into the sky. The scales on its body were as big as boulders, like an airtight armor. It would take at least 50 people to hold up the thick body. As for what the head of this huge snake looked like, the yellow-eyed zombie didn't see it because it was too high. He only saw a dark shadow above. Then the yellow-eyed zombie felt that the moonlight in the sky was blocked by the shadow of the huge snake. Without the blessing of the moonlight, his endless energy began to decline rapidly. "No, I have to think of a way. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. This Taoist priest is not a human being at all. Even if I am a god, it is not shameful to lose to him." The yellow-eyed zombie had already retreated in his heart. He was already thinking about how to escape. However, before the yellow-eyed zombie could think of a specific way, he finally saw the snake's head. It was a triangular head with a dark red tongue and a bloody mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything. This was the last thought of the yellow-eyed zombie. The moment he saw the snake head, the bloody mouth that swallowed everything directly swallowed the yellow-eyed zombie. There was no sound or movement, and it could even be said to be dead silent. But the yellow-eyed zombie, who was still aggressive just now and had not suffered much damage after being attacked by Lin Kaiyun with other means, was swallowed up by Mr. Shin's phantom without any hesitation. Chapter 327 Lost. Ding sound. Congratulations to the host for destroying the yellow-eyed zombie and gaining 32,000 merit points. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Kaiyun smiled with satisfaction. He was now very sure that the yellow-eyed zombie had been killed. Although Lin Kaiyun naturally had no doubts about the strength of Uncle Shin, the way Uncle Shin attacked this time was too dreamy. Even without making any movement or sound, the yellow-eyed zombie was annihilated. This made Lin Kaiyun have a little doubt in his heart, but now after hearing the voice of the system, Lin Kaiyun finally confirmed that the yellow-eyed zombie had been completely destroyed. "Okay, Wang Ziafen, you don't have to hold the hilt of the sword anymore." Lin Kaiyun directly dispersed the energy of Uncle Shin on his body, the scales on his neck disappeared, and his pupils returned to normal. He directly reached out and grabbed Wang Ziafen. Then Lin Kaiyun held a 7-star dragon abyss sword with both hands. He raised his head and looked around, shouted, and smashed towards an empty place. Suddenly, the red-hot 7-star dragon abyss sword slammed down on the ground fiercely. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the ground, as if all the water had evaporated. The soil also became unusually crisp, like foam, which would disperse as soon as the wind blew. There was also rolling heat from the ground, which echoed with the 7-star dragon abyss sword. With a loud bang, it was smashed to the ground, and exploded. Countless magma rolled in. At the same time, the 7-star dragon abyss sword in Lin Kaiyun's hand slowly returned to normal. Lin Kaiyun reacted quickly and jumped back suddenly to avoid the magma area. There was no way. Since the collapse mountain and earth-splitting slash had been used, there was no way to take it back. So now even if the yellow-eyed zombie had been eliminated, Lin Kaiyun had no choice but to release the remaining energy of the collapse mountain and earth-splitting slash. Wang Xiafeng, who was standing nearby, watched the magma rolling out in the area being burned to ashes. Thinking of how his mouth was almost burned, he couldn't help but cover his eyes, not wanting to look at anything related to fire. I say, you are a big immortal, but you can't even withstand the heat of this little fire. Lin Kaiyun simply put away the 7-star dragon abyss sword, patted the dust off his hands, and asked jokingly when he saw Wang Xiafeng's dead look. When Wang Xiafeng heard Lin Kaiyun's teasing words, he stood up like a human, lowered his 2 little paws from his eyes, and put them on his waist. He said indignantly, "Boss, I'm not afraid of fire, but the heat on your sword is much higher than fire. It's just that I'm good, otherwise I would have been cooked by now." Lin Kaiyun smiled and didn't compete with this little yellow skin. He directly grabbed Wang Xiafeng and said with a smile, Okay, I know, you've worked hard this time, you've done a great deed, I've already remembered your merit, and when these things are done later, I'll reward you." This time when Wang Xiafeng was summoned, he didn't maintain that kind of fighting state. He was just a slightly longer yellow skin, so it was naturally effortless for Lin Kaiyun to catch him like a pet. Sure enough, when Wang Xiafeng heard Lin Kaiyun's words, he immediately smiled, and the 2 corners of his mouth wanted to grin to the back of his head. As for what Lin Kaiyun's reward was, Wang Xiafeng had no idea in his mind. Anyway, even if he was rewarded with some incense, he would feel very satisfied. "Okay, boss, next time you have this task, you still call me. Then I will go back first." Wang Xiafeng stood on Lin Kaiyun's shoulder and said to Lin Kaiyun, and then turned into a puff of yellow smoke and disappeared. Lin Kaiyun stood up and looked around. It was a mess. On the horseback mountain, this area was originally a wasteland. Now even the soil has disappeared. Those coffins have long turned into ashes. I don't know where they were blown away by the wind. The silver coffin where the yellow-eyed zombie lived was also destroyed by the energy splash. But even if it was not destroyed, Lin Kaiyun had no interest in the silver coffin. After all, this thing has no value, and it is not made of pure silver, and it is not worth much. As for why this yellow-eyed zombie chose the silver coffin as the master, in Lin Kaiyun's opinion, it probably looks better. The system opens the attribute panel. Lin Kaiyun gave the system a command in his mind. Host, Lin Kaiyun. Current realm, 4th level, refining the body into ki. Merit value, 152,000 points. Skills, Yang Wulei, full level. Golden Light Curse, full level. 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, Killing Order, Tongshan Lu, full level. Ghost Shadow Trace, minor success. Godhead Mask, 1/100. Demon Bow, Blood Hades, 7-star Sword Curse, 6/100. 8 Diagram Soft Fist, Treasures, 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, Growth Form. 24 Bright Moon Knight Belt, Storage. Current Identity, Maotian Sect's True Disciple, Lin Fengzhao's eldest disciple, a disciple who goes out to perform rituals, the master of the immortal ranking of the going out to perform immortals, Sikhan of the soul-catching division of the underworld. Merit value required for the lottery, 60,000. Merit value required for upgrading, 100,000. Looking at the 150,000 merit points on the panel, Lin Kaiyun suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. In fact, for a long time recently, Lin Kaiyun had not spent the merit points obtained from beheading demons and exorcising monsters, and he had been saving them all the time. And now Lin Kaiyun is not as obsessed with the lottery as before. After all, Lin Kaiyun has drawn many times since the system awakened, and knows that the prize pool contains either exercises or some magical equipment, and now these are not urgent for Lin Kaiyun. Because he has mastered a lot of exercises now, which is enough for Lin Kaiyun, And he also has the means of going out to the horse ferry. At least he can summon the plug-in Uncle Shen at the critical moment. Although Uncle Shen said at the time that he did not come out every time, there were two reasons. One was that he felt it was unnecessary, and the other was that he might be sleeping. But even so, Lin Kaiyun did not think it was a big problem. Anyway, with Lin Kaiyun's cautious character, he would not put himself in this danger. If he really encountered someone he couldn't beat, he would just run away. However, it must be said that Mr. Shen has been quite considerate of Lin Kaiyun in recent times. At least he has lent him energy when Lin Kaiyun needs help. And now what Lin Kaiyun has to do is to upgrade his realm. Anyway, these skills are enough for him. Even if the system has upgraded some of his skills to the maximum level for the first time, he still needs to use and practice frequently to master them more proficiently. For example, after continuous practice, Lin Kaiyun has been able to attach lightning to any part of his body with the Yang Wu Lei move. And whether Fenghou Qimen and Baguazhang can work together is also what Lin Kaiyun has been exploring. So it is said that more skills are better than less, but this merit value is not so easy to come by. Good steel should be used on the blade. For Lin Kaiyun, the most important thing now is to raise his realm. Especially this time, when dealing with this yellow-eyed zombie, Lin Kaiyun felt more and more that although some of his skills were at the maximum level, he could not use them all because his realm could not keep up with the power. At least when attacking the yellow-eyed zombie, there was no way to cause fatal damage. Although this yellow-eyed zombie has a natural body protection ability, the result made Lin Kaiyun very dissatisfied. I want to choose to upgrade the system. Ding. This upgrade requires 100,000 points of merit. May I ask if the host will continue? Continue. Lin Kaiyun had already made plans in his mind, so naturally there was no hesitation, and he directly spoke an affirmation. However, as soon as he said a word, he heard the system's reminder in his mind very quickly. Ding. The alarm detected that the system was invaded by the zombie virus. May I ask if the host should spend merit to erase the virus now? Ding. The alarm detected that the system was invaded by the zombie virus. May I ask if the host should spend merit to erase the virus now? Ding. The alarm detected that the system was invaded by the zombie virus. May I ask if the host should spend merit to erase the virus now? The continuous sound rang in Lin Kaiyun's mind, and the feeling was like the space movie that Lin Kaiyun watched in his previous life, when the spaceship was about to be destroyed, the urgent alarm. For a moment, Lin Kaiyun had hurt from the shock, but he still endured the pain and asked in confusion, what zombie virus? Could it be that I was infected by that yellow-eyed zombie? How come I didn't know it? Ding. The alarm detected that the system was invaded by the zombie virus. Does the host want to spend merit points to erase the virus now? The system did not answer Lin Kaiyun's question, but sounded the alarm again. This time, the sound of the alarm also made Lin Kaiyun react. This system would never lie to him, and this urgent alarm was obviously very dangerous, so Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate and said directly, hurry, hurry, hurry. Spend merit points. Any amount of merit points will be enough to erase the virus. Lin Kaiyun quickly gave orders to the system. Anyway, he now has 150 million merit points, so he can spend it casually. The host will spend 50,000 merit points to erase the zombie virus. Do you want to continue? Although these 50,000 merit points are indeed not a small amount, Lin Kaiyun calculated in his mind that the remaining merit points after spending these 50,000 are still enough to upgrade, so Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate at all and agreed directly. Ding. The host has spent 50,000 merit points to erase the zombie virus. Since this virus is not included in the system, it will take a certain amount of time. Please wait patiently, the system has not included it. After listening to the system's broadcast, Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Isn't it just the superpower zombie in Zhenyu? What's so strange about it? Even I know it, but this system didn't even include it. It's a bit too low. However, since he had to wait for a while, Lin Kaiyun was not in a hurry. He had already spent his merit points anyway, so he would not be hurt. So Lin Kaiyun directly exited the system and prepared to check where on his body he was injured by the dazzling zombie. Lin Kaiyun stretched out his hands and checked from his neck to his ankles, but did not find any bites from the yellow-eyed zombie. Just when Lin Kaiyun was wondering if the system had made a mistake, he suddenly saw a small cut on his right palm. No way, is that it? Lin Kaiyun looked at the small cut on his palm and felt confused. He had indeed not noticed this wound before, and now the blood on the wound had scabbed over, and it was all bright red, very normal, and there was no residual corpse gas. It didn't look like he had been infected with a zombie virus at all, and he didn't remember when his palm was attacked by the yellow-eyed zombie. Oh, right, I know. Lin Kaiyun suddenly remembered that when fighting with the yellow-eyed zombie, Lin Kaiyun was very cautious and careful, for fear of being bitten by the yellow-eyed zombie and being infected with corpse poison. It can be said that during the battle, Lin Kaiyun had always been in a very good position, and no matter how the yellow-eyed zombie attacked, it could not let the fangs touch Lin Kaiyun's body. But there was a link when Lin Kaiyun took the initiative to put his palm in front of the fangs of the yellow-eyed zombie. That's right, it was when Lin Kaiyun slapped the yellow-eyed zombie in the mouth. If Lin Kaiyun remembered correctly, he seemed to have slapped the yellow-eyed zombie with his palms, at least 7 or 8 times. And the wound on the palm is probably because when he was slapping the yellow-faced zombie, he accidentally scraped his fangs. Because Lin Kaiyun was in an absolute upper hand at the time, he did not notice it or sense it. Damn it, just because of a few slaps, he lost more than 50,000 merit points. This deal is really a loss. You know, this yellow-eyed zombie only rewarded him with more than 30,000 merit points. Isn't this a loss? Lin Kaiyun was so unhappy now. When he thought about how he lost more than 50,000 merit points with a slap, Lin Kaiyun's heart ached. Oh, why can't I control my hand? It's all my fault, all my fault. Of course, Lin Kaiyun would not slap himself in frustration, but slap his hands. Although he lost 50,000 merit points, Lin Kaiyun had money in his pocket after all, so he was not panicked. After all, he had 150,000 merit points, and even if 50,000 were deducted, it would be enough for him to upgrade. Thinking of this, Lin Kaiyun felt a little better. Is the system ready? Why did it take so long? You know, I have paid all my merit points. Apostrophe. Chapter 328 Fenghou Zombie Blood Essence. System, Lin Kaiyun called out softly in his mind, but there was no response. This made Lin Kaiyun feel very strange, because normally, the system would respond immediately at any time as long as he called it, but this time there was no response, which made Lin Kaiyun suddenly have a bad premonition. Lin Kaiyun continued to try to call the system in his mind. System, are you still there? What happened? Why is there no response? However, just like before, the system still did not respond. This situation made Lin Kaiyun feel uneasy in an instant. Although Lin Kaiyun did not know what happened, the system did not respond. It would not be for no reason. Something must have happened. However, what would happen to a system that was illusory and invisible and intangible? Could it be that it crashed? Lin Kaiyun thought unconsciously in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Kaiyun had another idea in his mind. The system had detected that he was infected with a virus of the yellow-eyed zombie, so he spent 50,000 merit points to clear the infected zombie virus. However, because his system had not included this kind of virus before, it specifically told Lin Kaiyun to wait patiently and that it would take some time. So far, Lin Kaiyun has been waiting for nearly 30 minutes, and the system not only did not remind him that the virus had been cleared, but also did not respond to calls. This made Lin Kaiyun automatically associate these two things together. Did the system have an accident when dealing with the virus of the yellow-eyed zombie? Could it be that the virus was not only not cleared, but also crashed the system and broke it? Of course, Lin Kaiyun just thought about it, and he quickly denied this idea. The yellow-eyed zombie actually appeared here, which surprised Lin Kaiyun very much, but it was just a species in the zombie agreement. It was just a zombie with superpowers. If that awesome zombie king came and destroyed the system, Lin Kaiyun might not doubt it, but such an ordinary yellow-eyed zombie, in Lin Kaiyun's opinion, could not affect the system at all. As for why the system did not respond, Lin Kaiyun really couldn't think of the reason, so he could only continue to wait. However, Lin Kaiyun was not going to stand on the horseback mountain foolishly anymore. Even though there were some ups and downs and some accidents, Lin Kaiyun was still very confident that the system could remove the zombie virus that infected him. After all, he had spent 50,000 merit points, which was a considerable expense. As the saying goes, cheap goods are not good, and good goods are not cheap. Lin Kaiyun was a complete consumer at this time. Therefore, Lin Kaiyun was not too worried. He picked up his scattered talisman paper and turned to walk down the mountain. In the process of going down the mountain, Lin Kaiyun also saw the bodies of several ordinary zombies and some traces of fighting. These must be the zombies chasing Lin Jiu. When he walked to the place where the wasteland and horsehoof grass clearly intersected, the voice of the system suddenly came from Lin Kaiyun's mind, but this voice did not make Lin Kaiyun happy at all. Ding, host, because this zombie virus does not conform to the zombie rules of this world, it is likely to be a newly born rule, so this virus removal failed. Lin Kaiyun stopped and listened to the system voice in his mind, feeling a headache. Are you kidding me? What do you mean by failure to clear? Shouldn't the system be omnipotent? It's just a superpowered zombie in a zombie contract, but it can't be cleared. In response to Lin Kaiyun's angry question, the system explained coldly, Ding, this system understands the host's situation very well, but due to the entry of new rules, this system will be in the learning stage at the beginning, so it is inevitable that bugs will appear. This kind of thing is normal. Lin Kaiyun's excuses for the system were somewhat evasive, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to curse at the system directly. Where's the manual? I want to transfer to the manual. I want to complain to you. Of course, this was just what Lin Kaiyun thought in his mind. He knew that this system was like a robot program. Generally, although it has extremely powerful intelligent learning capabilities, it is just a program. So if he quarreled or competed with this system, it would be very irritating to death. So, Lin Kaiyun closed his eyes, pressed his hands down, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and asked in his mind, that means you have failed to remove the virus now, right? Then I have two questions. First, what about the 50,000 merit points I paid? Will it be refunded? Second, what about the zombie virus I am infected with now? Is it serious? Can it be removed with sticky rice? Since the thing has already happened, there is no way to change it. The most important thing now is how to solve it. Ding. The system is learning the rules for this newly received virus. It cannot be removed for the time being. If you want to completely remove it, it may take 7 days. 7 days? If you are infected with a zombie virus, if you wait for another 7 days, it will be a waste of time. The whole village will have a feast, and the graves will probably be covered with grass. Lin Kaiyun continued to suppress the anger in his heart and asked, System, answer my questions directly. What should I do with the 50,000 merit points I paid? And is there any other way to deal with this virus? Is glutinous rice useful? Ding, host, this system is very sorry. Because such an incident has never happened before, there is no option to return merit points in the system program. After hearing the system's reply, Lin Kaiyun couldn't help it and cursed angrily, damn, are you kidding me? Not only did your crappy system fail to remove the virus, but it also swallowed up my 50,000 merit points. Can you be more outrageous, host? I'm very sorry. This system has indeed never encountered such a situation, but, considering the host's situation, this system will optimize in advance and compensate the host. Okay, let's talk about compensation later. What about the zombie virus that is infected in my body now? It definitely won't work after 7 days. Is there any other way? Although the system proposed to compensate Lin Kaiyun, he didn't care now. Judging from the response given by the system, it was estimated that glutinous rice would be ineffective, and Lin Kaiyun didn't want to become a zombie, so the most important thing now was to get rid of the infected zombie virus. Ding, the host's request has been received, and it is being optimized and analyzed. Please wait. Lin Kaiyun wanted to slap the system twice with his wounded palm. Fortunately, this time Lin Kaiyun didn't have to wait too long, and the system's voice rang in Lin Kaiyun's mind. Ding, host. Considering that the system cannot completely remove the virus for the time being, and considering that the host has paid 50,000 merit points before and has not yet given compensation, the system simulated a plan after optimization and analysis. Soon Lin Kaiyun heard the plan given by the system. Ding, the system has been detected to be infected by the zombie virus. Since it cannot be completely removed for the time being, may I ask, host, do you choose to transform the infected virus? Transform? What does it mean? Lin Kaiyun didn't understand what the system meant, and asked in his mind. The system detects that this virus is different from ordinary zombie viruses. It is highly infectious and carries great power. Although the system cannot eliminate it, after learning and analyzing it, it can convert this virus into genetic medicine that is beneficial to the host, allowing the host to gain power while trying to eliminate side effects. Lin Kaiyun was obviously stunned after hearing the cold voice of the system, and then asked uncertainly, gene medicine? Gain power and eliminate side effects? What do you mean? Do you mean that I can gain the power of the so-called Fenghou zombie, but I will not become a real zombie with fangs and must suck blood? Is that right? Yes, after learning and analyzing, this system has preliminarily mastered the atomic structure of this zombie virus, so it can eliminate some side effects that do not meet the host's requirements, and at the same time, increase the power of this bloodline to the purest and most extreme. Sure enough, after hearing the system's reply, Lin Kaiyun secretly thought that he was right, and even felt a little excited, but when he thought of the bug that appeared in the system before, Lin Kaiyun was still frightened, so he repeated and emphasized the question, "Are you sure? System, you can be sure that I can obtain the power of Fenghou zombies, but there are no side effects, right?" Affirmed. According to the host's mind, this system calls this new rule of zombie virus Fenghou zombie blood essence. This time it can be converted into the zombie virus Fenghou zombie blood essence. May I ask the host whether to continue? After hearing the system's affirmative response, Lin Kaiyun felt more at ease, and at the same time, an idea began to sprout in Lin Kaiyun's mind. Lin Kaiyun has seen the TV series Zombie Promise, and the zombies in it are much more powerful than these ordinary zombies. Basically, everyone has supernatural powers, and the most important thing is that they are not so ugly, and they maintain the state of humans. Except that their eyes may change color when fighting, they are no different from ordinary humans at other times. Although they look ordinary, their strength is very strong. Those so-called second-generation zombies can already fly and hide, and the zombie kings and generals in it are even more powerful. Now a choice is placed in front of Lin Kaiyun. He can obtain the power of this zombie bloodline, and at the same time, he can also have no side effects such as blood-sucking fangs. But although there are no negative effects, Lin Kaiyun still has to overcome this hurdle in his heart. After all, the system said it well, there are no side effects, but if the system goes wrong again, wouldn't he become a half-human, half-corpse thing? But Lin Kaiyun is more yearning for this kind of power. Although he now has a lot of skills, it is enough. But his body is still a human body. Even after fierce forging, it is still much worse than these zombies, just like this time when dealing with this yellow-eyed zombie. Because of its abnormal body toughness and supernatural powers, it is more difficult for him to deal with it. And this time, the improved Fenghou zombie essence blood mentioned by the system will definitely be able to improve his body, and at the same time, he can also obtain some supernatural powers. Of course, the consequences, will he become a zombie without the appearance of a zombie? This made Lin Kaiyun very hesitant. If it were normal, he might refuse, or think about it for a while. But now Lin Kaiyun suddenly became firm. After all, he has been infected by this zombie virus. Moreover, the infection level of this yellow-eyed zombie is very exaggerated, and it cannot be eliminated by ordinary means such as glutinous rice. The most annoying thing is that even the system has a bug and failed to eliminate it. So if he continues to wait, Lin Kaiyun is not sure that he can get rid of the zombie virus in his body. In that case, he may become a yellow-eyed zombie. Since he would rather face this risk, Lin Kaiyun might as well choose to let the system purify this virus. So Lin Kaiyun said to the system affirmatively in his mind, "System, I choose to purify the zombie virus in my body." Ding. After repeated analysis and deliberation by the system, it takes 80,000 merit points to purify the virus, and you can get the most perfect Fenghou zombie essence blood gene. May I ask if the host will continue? The cold voice of the system sounded in Lin Kaiyun's mind again. However, this voice now makes Lin Kaiyun half dead, and he roared angrily, "Are you kidding me? Didn't you say compensation? Before, because of the bug, you swallowed more than 50,000 merit points of mine, and you haven't helped me to eliminate the virus. As a result, you still need more than 80,000 merit points? Are you a black shop?" The voice of the system sounded. Ding. Host, please be patient. The energy of this virus after purification and evolution is very powerful. It originally cost hundreds of thousands of merit points, so now the host needs to provide 80,000 merit points, which has been compensated. Do you want to continue, 80,000 or compensated? It seems that I only need 100,000 to upgrade now. Are you sure you are not killing me? Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but complain in his heart, but then he thought about it. This system actually requires so many merit points this time, and if there is no compensation in the I system, it may cost hundreds of thousands. You should know that this system has never had such a situation before. Whether it is the required merit points for lottery or promotion, it is relatively reasonable. Lin Kaiyun said that he was a black shop before, but it was just a complaint. In fact, this system has not made things difficult for him in terms of merit points. Therefore, the system now requires so many merit points, so there's only one possibility, that is, the genes of this evolved Fenghou zombie essence blood are indeed very powerful. Chapter 329 Worth it. Since the system is like this, and has taken a fancy to this Fenghou zombie essence in blood gene, then his strength can be imagined, and Lin Kaiyun has no doubt about this. Ding. May I ask if the host needs to spend 80,000 merit points to evolve the zombie virus? The voice of the system sounded in Lin Kaiyun's mind again. And this time Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate at all, and directly said to the system in his mind, continue, I want to evolve, take a chance, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle, this, a chance of hitting 2 shots at once, is in front of Lin Kaiyun, and he is naturally unwilling to give up the skill solution. The body has been infected with a zombie virus, and it can also improve his strength. Ding. Deduct 80,000 merit points, evolve the zombie virus into the Fenghou zombie essence in blood gene, please wait. This time Lin Kaiyun waited patiently and was no longer impatient, and at the same time opened his hands, wanting to feel the changes in his body. However, after a long time, Lin Kaiyun did not find any changes in his body, not even hot and cold. What's going on? Did this system start to evolve? Lin Kaiyun thought. However, at this time, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Kaiyun's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Fenghou blood essence gene into the zombie virus. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary stage of the Fenghou zombie god body. Fenghou god body, the ultimate version can obtain the state of immortality. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary ability, critical strike. Critical strike. The double fists have the power of critical strike, and each time they attack the enemy, they may cause multiple damage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Bloodthirsty Corpse Heart. Bloodthirsty Corpse Heart. In an instant, all the blood and mana in the body are gathered at the heart, and then ejected through the heart to the whole body, so as to achieve a burst of super strong power in an instant. The sound of the system is like an alarm clock, which usually keeps ringing in Lin Kaiyun's mind. However, this time Lin Kaiyun did not feel annoyed at all, but felt very excited, and there was a burst of joy in his heart. Although he had been looking forward to feeling the changes in his body, it can be said that there was no change. Just when Lin Kaiyun was about to question the system, the continuous broadcast sounded, and Lin Kaiyun also gained several more abilities. Especially when he saw the ultimate state of Fenghou zombie god body, Lin Kaiyun felt that his choice was right. The immortality that countless cultivators dreamed of for generations made Lin Kaiyun feel that it was within reach. As long as he cultivated this Fenghou zombie body to the ultimate state, he could achieve this goal. Of course, it is definitely not easy to reach the ultimate state of Fenghou zombie god body. Lin Kaiyun knew this very well, but since there is a goal, it is better than not knowing how to live forever and being illusory. In addition to this Fenghou zombie god body, he also obtained 2 superpowers. The critical strike and bloodthirsty corpse heart can greatly make up for Lin Kaiyun's current melee ability, especially the burst of his skill description, which makes Lin Kaiyun feel very satisfied. According to the skill description, when he activates the bloodthirsty corpse heart, he can obtain extremely powerful explosive power within a certain period of time. When he attacks the opponent, if he can also trigger the critical strike state, then his attack power is strong, which can be imagined. Lin Kaiyun can't wait to use this ability to feel it. Because this is a supernatural power, Lin Kaiyun does not need any spells to activate it. It is very simple to operate and use, but it is not like in movies and TV dramas, where you can use it with a thought. To be precise, when Lin Kaiyun uses the ability of the bloodthirsty corpse heart, he needs to hurt himself. It's just a mule or a horse, and Lin Kaiyun, who has to be taken out for a walk, hesitated, clenched his fist, and used all his strength to hit his chest and heart. In an instant, Lin Kaiyun felt a tightness in his chest, and his heart seemed to stop beating, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. This uncomfortable feeling did not stay for too long, and then he felt his heart beating rapidly. Boom 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 boom, Lin Kaiyun felt that his heart was beating as fast as if it was equipped with a motor, and the amplitude was very large. This feeling also made his adrenaline soar, and his whole body was abnormally hot, and even gave Lin Kaiyun an illusion that his body was about to take off. Why do I feel so excited and happy? Because of the violent beating of his heart, Lin Kaiyun felt abnormally excited. The blood in his body jumped in and out with his heart. He opened his hands and felt this wonderful feeling. Even now, Lin Kaiyun had an illusion that human desires could not be satisfied more than this. At the same time, Lin Kaiyun felt that his mind was very clear, as if he could capture everything around him. At the same time, he felt that his body was extremely agile, and the frequency increased several times. As for strength, it was even more of a problem. Now Lin Kaiyun felt that if he punched hard, the yellow-eyed zombie might not be able to withstand it. Of course, at the moment when the potential of the whole body was burst out, Lin Kaiyun felt that this was a kind of overdrawn power. Although there would be no harm, there would definitely be fatigue and weakness afterwards. So Lin Kaiyun stopped it immediately after feeling the energy of this supernatural power. After all, there were no enemies now, and Lin Kaiyun didn't want to be weak for no reason to the point of needing help. However, even so, when Lin Kaiyun stopped bloodthirsty loss of mind, he felt a moment of daze, as if something had drained the power from his body, and even Lin Kaiyun couldn't stand for a moment. After a while, Lin Kaiyun got used to this difference, and then he asked the system in his mind. System, is the zombie virus that was previously infected in my body completely gone? Yes. The system once again returned to its taciturn state, but this also made Lin Kaiyun feel relieved. At least this showed that the zombie virus in his body was completely purified. And although his body did not react at all during the purification, he had just performed bloodthirsty loss of mind, which meant that at least there was no bug in the system this time. Host, Lin Kaiyun. Current realm, 4th level, refining the body into ki. Merit value, 22,000 points. Fenghou zombie body, initial level, mastering superpowers, critical strike, bloodthirsty corpse heart. Possess skills, Yang Wulei, full level. Golden light curse, full level. 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, killing order, Tongshan scroll, full level. Ghost shadow, minor success. Godhead mask, 14/100. Demon bow, blood Hades, 7-star sword curse, 20/100. 8 diagram soft fist. Possessing treasures, 7-star dragon abyss sword, growing form. 24 bright moon knight belt, storage. Current identity, Maotian sex true disciple, Lin Fengjiao's eldest disciple, a disciple who goes out to perform rituals, the master of the immortal list of going out to perform immortals, Sikhan of the soul-catching department of the underworld. The merit points required for the lottery are 60,000. The merit points required for upgrading are 100,000. Looking at the merit value displayed on the attribute panel, which was only more than 20,000, Lin Kaiyun felt a pang of pain. You know, just half an hour ago, his merit value was more than 150,000. But now it has become more than 20,000. Merit value is really spent like water. But it doesn't matter. At least now, he has obtained the genes of Fenghou zombie god body. His body has been transformed to be stronger, and he has also obtained 2 superpowers. Even if he draws a lottery, he may not be able to draw such a good thing, so to Lin Kaiyun, it seems that the merit value is at least worth it. Chapter 330 Returning the Coffin Fungus. When Lin Kaiyun felt the power of the Fenghou zombie's divine body gene, Lin Jiu and his companions at the foot of the mountain were in a mess and were very uneasy. After all, in the eyes of the 3 of them, the sound of the battle on the horseback mountain had disappeared for a long time, and Lin Kaiyun had not come down yet. Wen Kai looked up at the mountain and saw that any energy, sound and light had disappeared, leaving only the bright moon hanging in the sky. So Wen Kai looked at Lin Jiu anxiously and asked, Master, why don't I go up to find the eldest brother? The sound of the battle has stopped a long time ago, but the eldest brother has not come down yet. Will nothing happen? Woo woo woo. Di Kexing, who was holding the coffin fungus in his mouth, had the same meaning. He was also very worried about Lin Kaiyun's safety. In fact, Lin Jiu was also very worried about his eldest disciple at this time. After all, with Lin Jiu's strength, he could easily feel that the battle on the mountain had indeed disappeared, but Lin Jiu believed in Lin Kaiyun in his heart. However, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai had no idea what their master Lin Jiu was thinking. After seeing that Lin Jiu said nothing, Wen Kai asked anxiously, Master, is it possible? I will go up as soon as you say a word. Don't worry, I am smart and will definitely save the eldest brother. Wen Kai patted his chest to make a promise, but it was obvious that his promise had no effect. If Chu Sheng said that he was smart, it would be somewhat credible, But with a look of Wenkei, even if he was asked to go up the mountain to find Lin Kaiyun, it would be good if he did not make things worse. Seeing the two disciples insisting again and again, Lin Jiu, who was standing aside, was overwhelmed by worry in his heart. Lin Jiu frowned and glanced at Chu Xing and Wenkei, then looked towards the top of Mabi Mountain and sighed, slowly saying, listening to the disappearance of the sound above, the battle should indeed be over. Although Kaiyun did not come down, he should not be in any danger, otherwise he would definitely find a way to escape or ask for help, so you two don't worry too much. After saying this, Lin Jiu paused for a few seconds, then shook his head and slowly said, forget it, the situation above is indeed a bit strange now, but there is no point for you two to go up, so I'll go there myself. You two just keep the coffin fungus here, and don't let anything unexpected happen. In fact, Lin Jiu's words were said to Chu Xing and Wenkei, as well as to himself, but obviously Lin Jiu couldn't convince himself. After all, although all signs showed that Lin Kaiyun didn't seem to have any accidents, Lin Jiu didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't even imagine what to do if Kaiyun really had any problems. Wenkei interrupted and said, Master, I will go with you. Chu Xing can just watch here. Chu Xing, who was standing by, also nodded in agreement. Then he realized something was wrong, pushed Wenkei, and pointed desperately at his mouth. Lin Jiu waved his hand, signaling Chu Xing and Wenkei to stop fooling around. Then he said calmly, okay, Wenkei, just stay here honestly. This level is too tight. One person can't guard it at all. Do you want to freeze Chu Xing to death? Wenkei looked at Lin Jiu sincerely and said, but, Master, the yellow-eyed zombie up there seems to be very powerful. I wonder if I can help a little. Although Wenkei is usually very naughty and a bit stupid, he basically makes things worse when he helps. But after this experience, he overcame his own psychology, and his whole thinking and way of thinking about things changed. In Wenkei's opinion, this is also a critical moment. If Lin Kaiyun is really in danger and has not come down yet, it means that the yellow-eyed zombie above is really powerful. So Wenkei especially wants to help his master Lin Jiu at this time. Lin Jiu is very satisfied with Wenkei's sensible appearance now, but he still shook his head and said in a deep voice, Wenkei, I am really very happy that you can think so, especially when I see you two are worried about Kaiyun. I am very happy in my heart. The four of us are a family. Kaiyun is not only your eldest brother, but also my eldest disciple, so at this moment, I, as a master, must stand up. Besides, the strength of the two of you is still a little too weak, so you two must remember that if you want to help me, you must make yourself stronger. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he smiled and patted Chu Xing and Wenkei on the shoulders. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Wenkei and Chu Xing nodded with a sad face. Wenkei clenched his fist and shouted seriously, Master, don't worry. I will practice hard after I go back this time. I will never hold you back again. But you must be careful this time. Chu Xing and I will not go anywhere but wait for you here, okay? You two wait for me here. I will go up the mountain to bring your senior brother back. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he smiled and walked towards the mountain. At this time, a figure walked out of the darkness on the mountain. It was Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun's body was full of dust and blood, and there was a big hole in his clothes on his abdomen. He looked very tired and listless. And, Lin Kaiyun, who was walking down the mountain, saw that the atmosphere between Lin Jiu, Chu Xing and Wenkei seemed a little strange, so he forced himself to smile and asked, despite his tiredness, Master, what happened to you? Why does the atmosphere seem a little strange? Lin Jiu, who was about to go up the mountain, was relieved after seeing Lin Kaiyun. Although he wanted to go forward to check if Lin Kaiyun was injured, he finally held back. So he naturally put his hands behind his back and nodded to Lin Kaiyun. Kaiyun, why did you come down just now? Listening to the noise on the mountain, the battle should have ended long ago. Do you know how worried Chu Xing and Wenkei were about you? They wanted to rush up the mountain directly. Lin Kaiyun smiled after hearing what his master said. He knew that his master Lin Jiu was a man with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Although he didn't say any words of concern, from the way he walked up the mountain just now, Lin Kaiyun had guessed it almost exactly. Lin Jiu's concern made Lin Kaiyun feel warm in his heart, but he was not going to expose Lin Jiu's cold appearance. He followed Lin Jiu's words and replied, the battle is over. I was delayed by something, so I came down a little later. After that, Lin Kaiyun smiled at Lin Jiu, bypassed him, looked at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, and said, "You two are good. You have grown up and know how to care about me. Don't worry, in view of your performance, I will guide you to practice in the future, and even teach you thunder magic." "Really? That's great." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were worried before, but they were excited after hearing Lin Kaiyun's words. Of course, because Chu Sheng still had the coffin fungus in his mouth, he couldn't speak, and could only nod his head. Lin Kaiyun smiled. "Of course it's true, how can I lie to you too?" At this time, Chu Sheng found the right opportunity and put his mouth directly on Wen Kai's face, passing the coffin fungus over. Although Chu Sheng had held the coffin fungus in his mouth for only a few minutes, the coldness of his body and the inability to speak made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as the coffin fungus left his mouth, Chu Sheng hurriedly said, "Big brother, you don't know how worried I was about you just now. If Master hadn't stopped me, I would have rushed up the mountain long ago. So, can you teach me the thunder method first in the future?" Lin Kaiyun laughed. "Ha, I can promise to teach you too, but who I will teach first depends on your performance in the future." Chu Sheng hurriedly patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, big brother, my performance will definitely be better than Wen Kai." Wen Kai, who was standing aside, couldn't speak because he was holding the coffin fungus in his mouth, so he could only pat his chest like Chu Sheng in this link. Seeing Chu Sheng and Wen Kai vying to show off in front of Lin Kaiyun, Lin Jiu quickly scolded them. "Okay, you two stop disturbing Kaiyun. He just had a big fight and is very tired." Although Lin Jiu did not check Lin Kaiyun's condition very carefully, a quick glance would reveal that Lin Kaiyun was not seriously injured, but he looked very tired. However, in Lin Jiu's opinion, this was normal. After all, Lin Kaiyun had just fought a big fight with a yellow-eyed zombie. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai stopped making trouble and immediately behaved themselves. "Got it, master." It was quieter. Seeing that Lin Jiu scolded Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, Lin Kaiyun didn't have to do it himself. Lin Kaiyun said, "Master, I didn't catch the yellow-eyed zombie, so there's no need to stay here. Now I'll just send the coffin fungus to Master Shijian." Lin Kaiyun didn't tell Lin Jiu that Uncle Shen's phantom swallowed a yellow-eyed zombie. It wasn't that Lin Kaiyun was hiding it on purpose, but that he was really afraid of trouble. After all, although his master Lin Jiu knew that he was a horse fairy, he didn't seem to know about Uncle Shen's existence. Moreover, the way Uncle Shen's phantom eliminated the yellow-eyed zombie was too magical. If Lin Kaiyun really told the truth, he would have to spend a lot of time to explain it, and the most important thing was that Lin Kaiyun didn't know what was going on. After listening to Lin Kaiyun's words, Lin Jiu nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back to Renjia town now." Lin Jiu didn't doubt Lin Kaiyun's words at all. He just thought that the yellow-eyed zombie might have run away. After that, the four masters and apprentices began to return, but the speed of returning was much slower than when they came. After all, there was an extra coffin bureau when they went back, and the coffin fungus had to be passed around by Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, which greatly affected the speed of the journey. So it was not until dawn that several people arrived at the inn where Shijian was. After saying hello to the waiters in the store, they went up the stairs to the second floor and walked to the door of Shijian's room. Chu Sheng stretched out his hand and knocked on the door, shouting, "Master, are you there? It's time to get up. We found the coffin fungus for you." Shijian in the room opened his eyes directly, not because he was awakened by Chu Sheng's voice. To be precise, Shijian did not rest that night. However, with Shijian's arrogant attitude, he would definitely not open the door for them personally, so he shook his wrist directly, and the door of the room creaked and opened by itself. Several people entered the room directly and saw Shijian sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Brother Shijian, I have brought back the coffin fungus as agreed." Although Lin Jiu and Shijian had already torn their relationship apart, Shijian was his brother after all, so he still politely bowed his hands. After saying that, Lin Jiu glanced at Wen Kai and nodded at him. Wen Kai, who was holding the coffin fungus in his mouth, immediately understood what his master meant, so Wen Kai looked at Shijian sitting on the bed with a bitter face. The situation was already very obvious. His master Lin Jiu wanted to give the coffin fungus to Shijian himself. As for how to give it, there was no need to think about it. It must be mouth to mouth. However, when Wen Kai thought about himself and this Shijian, his master, mouth to mouth, he retched. If he had known this would happen, he should have passed the coffin fungus to Chu Sheng's mouth in advance. Qiu Sheng was very happy now. He pushed Wen Kai and said, "Wen Kai, what are you waiting for? Why don't you give the coffin fungus to Uncle Shijian?" Wen Kai glared at Qiu Sheng pitifully, then made up his mind, and leaped to the bedside in 2 big steps, and put it on Shijian's mouth. The coffin fungus flew into Shijian's mouth in an instant, without even giving Shijian a chance to react. This coffin fungus is extremely cold and yin. Even Shijian, who has a very strong cultivation, feels very uncomfortable when holding it in his mouth. He can only feel the waves of coolness drilling into his bones, making Shijian want to shiver uncontrollably. But thinking that Lin Jiu is still here, Shijian endured the cold and did not lose face. However, Shijian was actually very confused at this time. He could not imagine that Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, the master and apprentice, could actually come back from Mabi Mountain safely. Even if they were not killed by the zombie, they did not seem to be injured at all. This means that Shijian's plan to kill someone with a boro knife has completely failed. However, at least Lin Jiu and the others did take the coffin fungus back, which can be used to treat Shi Shaojin's injuries. "Big brother, the coffin fungus has been given to you, and our agreement has been fulfilled. This matter is written off." After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he saw that Shijian did not respond and was still sitting on the bed with a cold face. Then he arched his hands and continued, "Big brother, if there is nothing else, we will go back. I hope you will take care of yourself." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. The old guy is very good at pretending. Now Lin Jiu has no good feelings towards his senior brother. Even if Lin Jiu is not good at socializing, even if Lin Jiu values the friendship of his fellow disciples, he can see that Shijian wants to kill someone with a boro knife. Lin Jiu really has no way to deal with such an evil-minded senior brother. Shijian, who has coffin fungus, has a very ugly expression on his face after seeing Lin Jiu's appearance, but now is not the time to completely fall out with Lin Jiu, so after Lin Jiu finished speaking, Shijian also nodded symbolically. "Kaiyun, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, let's go." Lin Jiu saw Shijian, nodded in response, and said coldly, then walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. Lin Kaiyun also followed Lin Jiu's steps and walked out, but before going out, Lin Kaiyun nodded meaningfully to Shijian. However, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were not so fast, and even lingered in the room for several minutes before slowly walking out. Lin Jiu glared at Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai in confusion without saying anything. Only after they went downstairs and walked out of the inn's door did Lin Jiu sneer at Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. "Why are you two so slow? What do you want to do after staying in the room for so long?" Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai looked at each other and said with a smile, "Master, what can we want to do? We definitely don't want to help him." "That's right, our master uncle shivered obviously when he put the coffin fungus in his mouth. He must have felt extremely cold, but he kept pretending for the sake of face. So Wen Kai and I deliberately delayed for a while, wanting to see him make a fool of himself." Lin Kaiyun asked with interest, "How was it? Did you two see him make a fool of himself?" Wen Kai shook his head in disappointment. "No, that old guy is very good at pretending, and he has been insisting. Okay, you two stop fooling around, let's not stand here, let's go back to the charity cemetery." After saying that, Lin Jiu walked towards the charity cemetery in Renjia town with his hands behind his back, and this time it was not just Lin Kaiyun, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai who followed him very happily. At the same time, in the inn on the other side of Renjia town, after several people left, Shijian took out all the things needed to set up the altar and save the coffin fungus. After doing this series of things, he would start to heal Shi Shaojin. He moved Shi Shaojin's body and slowly dragged him forward until he was in front of the altar. His incomplete body was placed flat on the stone bench. The only thing that looked very awkward was that the head tilted to one side and the clothes on his body were also stained with blood, which looked black and red. This made Shijian, as a father, very distressed, and at the same time, he was even more for Uncle Jiu. The group of people hated him even more. Shijian stared at the boy lying on the stone bench, his eyes couldn't help but become heavy, and he stood up and said silently, "Xiaojian, I will return double the pain and suffering you are suffering now. From now on, you must cheer up and recover as before, and we will take back all the lost things together." When there was no one else around, Shi Jian was still willing to call Shi Shaojian his son. Although the man lying on the stone bench couldn't move his body, he was still quite touched when he heard what his father said. Shi Shaojian's 2 eyeballs were shaking in his eye sockets. Shi Jian saw his son's reaction, and he couldn't help but feel happy, and his heavy face just now couldn't help but feel a little comforted. In Shi Jian's heart, even if his son lost all his organs in the end, all the pain now can be recovered, and the final action will also be affected. This is the final price to be paid, that is, the consequence of the soul and body being disconnected from Shi Shaojian. Even the most profound person in Taoism cannot completely repair it. Although he understood this truth, he still wanted to reduce the troubles he suffered. Shi Jian lowered his head, and looked at Shi Shaojian, who was still moving his eyeballs, with heavy eyes. "Father knows that you have suffered, and I know that you can hear what I say. Don't do anything now. Don't think that you can run the new method for a week by doing what I say, and guide the remaining consciousness in your body as much as possible. I will inject the coffin fungus into your body, and you just need to follow the coffin fungus. You have to believe in your own thoughts. Under the influence of the vitality of heaven and earth, I will try my best to make the power of vitality as pure as possible, so that it can achieve the ultimate effect in the repair of your body. You just need to do what I say, and I will make your body not only able to move freely, but even lighter than a bird, and more vigorous." After hearing his father's words, Shi Shaojian, who had been dead in his heart, now came alive again. Whether it is the power of the heaven and earth's vitality or the power brought by the coffin fungus, they are all very powerful. At this moment, Shi Jian, with his arms spread out, waved the coffin fungus on the altar upwards, instantly breaking through the seal and soaring into the air. The universe is boundless, the heaven and earth borrow the law, the soul comes and goes, the soul goes to the yin, and the spirit goes to the yang. 3 souls and 7 spirits, listen to my command, go back, and unite. As Shi Jian blurted out the spell, a large group of cold air rose into the air with the coffin fungus. The thick green light instantly exploded in the air, and then instantly condensed towards Shi Shaojian on the stone bench. Rush! In an instant, the lights on the candlestick. Suddenly, they jumped violently, and the dim yellow light enveloped the entire room. There was even a bit of a gloomy atmosphere. Shi Jian slapped the table fiercely, and the 2 runes placed neatly on the altar, as well as the bronze sword lying next to it, jumped up instantly, with 2 runes inserted straight into the sword head. Shi Jian held the hilt of the sword and waved it non-stop. Swish, swish, swish. The faint green light bounced back and forth in Shi Jian's hand, and the 2 pieces of talisman paper suddenly burned up, and instantly burned to ashes, turning into a wisp of green smoke floating in the air. And this light smoke was like a coiled snake, floating in the air for a long time, as if it was guided by something. Following Shi Jian's gesture, the wisp of green smoke gathered together and flew towards the coffin fungus. Not long after, the coffin fungus was tightly surrounded by the wisp of green smoke and moved quickly. Go! At Shi Jian's command, the coffin fungus surrounded by green smoke instantly flew towards Shi Shaojian. It's time, quickly use the mental method. Shi Jian's eyes were as big as copper bells at this time. He stared at the coffin fungus tightly, as if he was really afraid that it would run away. He threw the bronze sword in his hand to the side, and instantly put his hands together in front of his chest, with his 10 fingers tightly together. A very complicated rune-like mark instantly appeared in front of him. Draw the power of heaven and earth's vitality to nourish the body. After Shi Jian finished speaking, he clasped his hands together instantly, and the dust on the ground flew up. At this time, he poured all his strength into his fingertips and pointed forward. The coffin fungus wrapped in green smoke went straight to Shi Shaojian's crown. Go! Chapter 332. If you want revenge, go find Lin Jiu. However, Shi Jian had everything ready, except for the east wind. He kept urging all his magic power and guiding it into Shi Shaojian's body, but his own magic power was far from enough, and he had to rely on the spiritual energy from the outside world. As a result, at the last moment, Shi Jian found that no spiritual energy was gathered, including the spiritual gathering array he arranged, which did not play any role. What's going on? It's impossible. Shi Jian was a little confused and quickly interrupted the spell and stood up. He quickly opened the door and looked at the vase in the corridor of the inn. In fact, It was very easy for Shi Jian to arrange a formation to gather spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual energy was not sufficient now, it could still play a role. The reason why Shi Jian did not arrange this formation to gather spiritual energy in the house was that he was worried that it would be discovered by Lin Jiu and others, so he arranged it in the vases on the left and right sides of the room. When Shi Jian walked into the vase on the left, he found that the small yellow flag inside had a hole in it, and there was a copper coin that had been passed through thousands of hands at the bottom. Shi Jian picked up the small flag with a gloomy face and squeezed it, then muttered angrily, "Damn it, it must be Lin Jiu." In Shi Jian's opinion, except for him, there were only ordinary people in this inn, and no one could discover and crack his spirit-gathering formation. In addition, Lin Jiu and other 4 masters and apprentices came to deliver coffin fungi before, so in Shi Jian's opinion, this matter was 100% done by Lin Jiu. However, Shi Jian was not wrong, destroying the formation. Although it was not done by Lin Jiu, it was done by Lin Kaiyun, which basically made no difference. And before Lin Kaiyun left, he nodded to Shi Jian in a teasing manner, just to tease Shi Jian. Shi Jian became more and more angry, but he had no evidence. Now he couldn't go to the charity cemetery to question Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu would not admit it. Thinking of Shi Xiaojin, who was half dead in the room, Shi Jian directly broke the small flag in his hand and put it in his pocket. His eyes turned coldly and he said to himself, "Okay, since you destroyed my spirit-gathering formation, you hope that I can use other methods to revive Shi Xiaojin. In this case, I will do as you wish." After muttering, Shi Xiaojin flicked his sleeves and flashed out of the window in the corridor. Now it was dawn. This inn was outside Renjie town, next to an official road, so some people who went out to collect herbs had already started on the road. It was convenient for Shi Jian to take action at this time. He needed to find a few people who met the requirements. Soon, less than an hour passed, Shi Jian once again quietly flipped in from the window of the corridor, and at the same time, Shi Jian was holding 2 cloth bags in his hands. The things in the cloth bags seemed to be heavy, but it was still easy for Shi Jian to carry them with his skills. Shi Jian looked vigilantly and found that no guest on the second floor had woken up, so he went back to his room directly. Shi Jian returned to the room and gently placed the 4 cloth bags on the ground to avoid making any noise, then opened the top tie. There were 4 people in each of the 4 cloth bags, or to be more precise, 4 women, whose hands and feet were tied with hemp ropes and their mouths were stuffed with towels. Although these people were knocked unconscious by Shi Jian when they were caught, they have all woken up at this moment. The 4 women looked at Shi Jian and struggled desperately, trying to call for help, but there was no effect, and they could not make a sound. They could only stare at Shi Jian with horror. Shi Jian looked at the 4 women as if he was looking at prey, and said without any emotion, "This Taoist priest, I don't want to kill innocent people, but for my Xiao Jian, I can only let you sacrifice." After hearing Shi Jian's murderous words, the 4 women struggled even more fearfully. Seeing the 4 women struggling, Shi Jian smiled pervertedly and said, "Okay, you can't break free. The more intense the resistance, the more painful it will be. And you 4 must be residents of Renjie town, right? Remember, if you turn into a ghost after you die and want to seek revenge on Lin Jiu of Renjie town Yizhuang, it is because of him that you will die." Then Shi Jian ignored the women struggling in fear and walked directly in front of Shi Xiaojin. Seeing Shi Xiaojin's unconscious appearance, he said with a straight face, "Xiaojin, don't worry, I have found 4 people born in the yin year, yin time, and yin month. You can be resurrected by sucking their blood." After that, Shi Jian picked up the brush on the table, dipped it in the bowl of cinnabar, turned around, and drew talismans on the faces of the 4 women with a hideous face. The 4 women shook their heads desperately, but because their hands and feet were imprisoned by Shi Jian, they could not dodge at all. In the end, their faces were covered with talismans by Shi Jian. The universe is boundless, heaven and earth borrow the magic. Shi Jian held a magic formula in his hand for a moment, and the 4 women stopped struggling immediately. They became stiff, expressionless, and the pupils between their eyes were also disintegrated, as if they had lost their souls. At this point, Shi Jian did not intend to go it alone, so he quickly helped up the lying Shi Xiaojin, and also drew a spell with a brush behind Shi Xiaojin. But with Shi Jian's formula and magic power, Shi Xiaojin actually moved on his own, raised his feet and walked forward little by little, but Shi Xiaojin did not look like he was resurrected, especially the way he walked shakily and laboriously, like a zombie. Xiao Jian, listen to my instructions, suck the blood of these 4 people with a yin fate, and then cooperate with a coffin fungus of the most yin thing, and you can reincarnate and revive. When Shi Jian saw Shi Shaojin walk in front of these women, he took out a piece of talisman paper from his arms and put it on his finger. Suddenly a flame came out, and then Shi Jian threw the talisman paper burning with flames on Shi Shaojin's back. The flame quickly went out, but the talisman on Shi Shaojin's back flickered, and Shi Shaojin seemed to have temporarily regained his mind, as if he understood Shi Jian's words, so he raised his arm, grabbed the sluggish woman in front of him, and bit down on her neck fiercely. Gulp. Shi Shaojin desperately sucked blood, just like a water pump, and the body of the woman in front of him soon dried up and lost her vitality. But even so, the woman did not resist at all, and even had a blank expression and no pain. At this time, Shi Shaojin's body had recovered a little because of the blood of the yin life man, and his complexion was no longer as pale as before. After this change, Shi Shaojin turned his head sharply, staring at the other yin life people with sharp eyes, and even licked his lips greedily. Shi Jian, who was standing behind, saw Shi Shaojin's tiny movement, and the stone in his heart fell half. This time it will not fail like before, at least from now on, it has been half successful. After all, Shi Shaojin's movements do not need Shi Jian to control. Shi Shaojin pushed the yin life woman who had been sucked dry aside, and then greedily walked towards the second yin life person. Although the way he walked was still shaky, it was much better than before. This time it was the same. Shi Shaojin directly bit the man's throat. Chapter 333, Zombies are coming again. Shi Shaojin bit the throat of the second person with a yin years and yin life, and sucked it greedily. At the same time, his throat was moving up and down very frequently, and he even burped in the process of sucking blood. After the blood of the second person with a yin years and yin life was sucked, Shi Shaojin's face became more rosy. In this way, Shi Shaojin sucked blood continuously and soon sucked all the blood of the 4 people with yin years, yin times and yin lives dry. After sucking all the blood, Shi Shaojin's body also underwent great changes. The dry skin on his body gradually became moist, and at the same time, there was a huge amount of blood and qi surging in his body. This blood and qi power kept nourishing Shi Shaojin's body. At the same time, Shi Shaojin's consciousness also recovered. He turned around stiffly and looked at Shi Jian, opening his lips and stumbling, "Master, what's wrong with me?" When Shi Jian saw Shi Shaojin and spoke, his face was happy and he said quickly, "Child, don't talk first. You now have the power of the coffin fungus and the vigorous power of the yin life blood and qi in your body. Now is the time to absorb it. Sit down quickly and I will help you again." Although Shi Shaojin still spoke incoherently and his movements were very stiff, like a zombie, Shi Jian knew that this was the last step. As long as this step was completed, Shi Shaojin would become exactly the same as a human, which was equivalent to resurrection. However, this last step was very critical. Shi Shaojin must absorb almost all the power of the coffin fungus and the power of the yin life blood and qi in his body. Afterwards, without waiting for Shi Shaojin's reaction, Shi Jian grabbed Shi Shaojin's shoulders, twisted him with his wrist, turned him back to himself, and continued to push him down to sit. Then Shi Jian's hand pressed on Shi Shaojin's crown, and the expanding mana in his body was continuously input into Shi Shaojin's body. At the moment when Shi Jian's mana entered Shi Shaojin's body, Shi Shaojin's empty, lifeless eyes quickly turned scarlet, and the ferocity in his brain caused by blood sucking was suppressed a lot. Shi Shaojin could even feel that his body seemed to have temperature. After half an hour of hard work, Shi Jian had almost absorbed the strength of Jiang's bone that protected Shi Shaojin, and Shi Shaojin himself also regained consciousness and remembered everything. Although he still couldn't speak clearly and his body was still a little out of control, as long as the 49 days of yin year passed, the body would become the same as usual after being nourished by the blood of yin people. However, Shi Shaojin still has a very serious side effect, that is, there is still a desire to suck blood in his body, but he has not turned into a zombie, and this desire to suck blood can still be controlled. Shi Jian waited for the changes in Shi Shaojin's body, but he was not idle. He looked at the 4 people on the ground who had been sucked dry, raised his hand, and grabbed the 4 cloth bags with his magic power, and quickly put the mummies into the cloth bags. Then Shi Jian jumped out of the window and quietly dealt with the 4 people. Shi Xiaojian was still sitting on the floor of the room, slowly absorbing the magic power that Shi Jian passed to him, and the broken parts of his body slowly grew again. After more than half an hour, Shi Xiaojian's body had become the same as before, without any wounds left, but his body did not have the yang energy of humans, but was full of evil power. To be precise, Shi Xiaojian has now been refined into corpse demon by Shi Jian, which is a classification different from zombies and monsters. The next day, after dawn, Renjia town was noisy and no longer as quiet as before. After a few hours of rest, Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and others recovered most of their energy. As a result, when they woke up, they heard the security team outside shouting desperately, "Someone died and it seems like there are zombies. Try not to go out if you don't have anything to do. Our Captain Oya has already ordered that everyone should not go out if they don't have anything to do, and those curious people in the town, don't go to watch the excitement." This incident is similar to the previous incident of Master Ren. If you go to watch the excitement rashly, we will not be responsible for any accidents. After the notification of these security team members, most of the residents of Renjia town knew about it. Originally, the captain of the security team, Oi, wanted to use this warning to remind the residents of Renjia town not to walk around casually or run around to watch the excitement. But obviously Oi's idea did not come true, because some people have such a characteristic. The more you don't let them do something, the more itchy and curious they are. So after hearing these security team members say that it was a zombie attack, they were not afraid, but were very curious and wanted to watch the excitement. In addition, more people stood on the street, and did not return home obediently. Instead, they started to discuss. Is it true? Are there zombies again? It must be true, otherwise how dare Ai let his men shout everywhere, but it may not be zombies. Didn't you hear what the security team said before? It's just a murder, that's right, but we'll know what's going on when we go and see. You still dare to go and see? Didn't you hear what they said? Don't go over there, otherwise it will be dangerous. What's the danger? We have Uncle Jiu in Renjia town, have you forgotten? And I heard from others that Boss Jin recently invited a Taoist priest, who is said to be living in an inn outside the town. Besides, how dare the zombies come out in broad daylight? We just need to behave at night. That's right, let's go and see, otherwise there will be no seats left. So those who heard the reminder from the security team were either discussing on the street or going to the place where the murder happened to watch the excitement. The place where the bodies were first found was already full of security team members. The security captain, Oi, was standing aside proudly, directing his men to pull the cordon. A security guard carrying a rifle ran directly to Oi and reported, "Captain, I have looked around. There are no other bodies around, just these 4, yes, that's right. Take me to check these 4 bodies." Oi nodded, holding his belt with both hands and walked towards the grass inside. This is a piece of grass in the southwest of Renjia town, with very tall wormwood growing on it. The most important thing is that there is a deep depression in this piece of grass, and there is a pit in it, which is also full of grass. The bodies of the 4 women were found in this deep pit full of grass. Normally, this place is very secretive. If it weren't for a shepherd who happened to be cutting grass to store feed, he wouldn't have found it. Arwei looked at the 4 bodies that had been carried up, walked around twice and looked carefully. These bodies were all female, and they seemed to be people who were collecting herbs in Renjia town. However, these 4 bodies were like being steamed dry, and their bodies had shrunk by 1/3. At the same time, they all had a fatal wound on their necks. Based on Arwei's experience in the previous few times, he could conclude that these 4 people were bitten to death by zombies, but Arwei was also a little strange. After all, he had seen the servants of Master Ren's family before. When they were bitten to death by zombies, there would be 2 or 4 very deep blood holes on their necks. However, these people did not have blood holes, but there was a very obvious tooth mark. Of course, this suspicious point only stayed in Arwei's mind for a moment and then turned away immediately, and he did not care. However, there are also some curious people in the security team. For example, the 2 people who followed away to check the corpses asked curiously, "Captain, is this a zombie bite? Why are there no tooth marks? But if it is really a zombie, will Renjia town be in danger again?" "Yes, Captain, I remember that the last time Master Ren turned into a zombie, it was Uncle Jiu who burned him to death. Do we need to prepare some fire to burn these 4 corpses first?" Otherwise, it will be more troublesome if they turn into zombies. After hearing what his two followers said, Wei's face was very ugly, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He was very annoyed now. You know, when Master Ren turned into a zombie before, Wei had already made a lot of embarrassment, and was even taught a lesson by Uncle Jiu's apprentice Lin Kaiyun. He has just recovered from his injuries and has not been injured for long. How long will he be free and easy? As a result, something happened again, and it looks like it is most likely a zombie. However, after all, I had experienced a lot of things before and had grown through the hardships. Although he was upset when he saw these zombies, he was not too scared. So he cleared his throat and gave orders to his two followers. Go and prepare some torches and firewood and the like, and then put them here. When Uncle Jiu comes, we will see what to do. Okay, Captain, I'll go prepare the fire and then go find Uncle Jiu. The security team member was about to run, but was immediately stopped by Wei. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, haven't you notified Uncle Jiu yet? The security team member was stunned for a moment, then explained with a smile, Captain, you only told us to notify the residents in the town not to run around and not to watch the excitement, and you didn't tell us to notify Uncle Jiu. All of a sudden, Wei got angry, clenched his fist and hit the security team member on the head twice, cursing, do I need to tell you this? Shouldn't Uncle Jiu be notified the first time something like this happens? What are you thinking? You're just a glutton. Yes, I'll go now. Although Wei was beaten badly by Lin Kaiyun before, Wei was a security guard after all, and the captain had been very prestigious in the security team for many years. At the same time, Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and others in Yizhuang had already heard the shouting on the street. Although Yizhuang was in the corner of Renjia town, they could not resist the kind-hearted people who ran over to inform them. Lin Kaiyun, Lin Jiu and others who were walking to the murder scene happened to meet the security team members who came to find them. When the security team members saw Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, they seemed to have found a life-saving straw, so they hurried over and shouted, Uncle Jiu, Master Xiaolin is so glad to see you. The captain asked us to come and invite you. 4 bodies were found on the grass over there. It seems that they were done by zombies, Lin Kaiyun said first. What kind of throats were sucked blood? But there were no tooth marks. Yes, Master Xiaolin, you are right. Those bodies bitten by zombies have no tooth marks on their throats. The security team member nodded quickly. After hearing the conversation between Lin Kaiyun and the security team member, Lin Jiu and Chu Shenwang looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion. Lin Kaiyun glanced at them and naturally knew what they wanted to ask, so he said directly, Master is like this. When we delivered coffin fungi to Uncle Shijian last night, I noticed that there seemed to be some strange things in his room, so I guess it might be related to this. Lin Kaiyun did not say it clearly, but Lin Jiu understood what Lin Kaiyun said and did not ask more. He continued, led the way. Then, under the leadership of the security team member, several people came to the grassland in the southwest direction. Sure enough, after such a period of time, there were already many people watching on this grassland. These people seemed to be not afraid of the zombies at all, and they all tried their best to get up. Upon seeing this, the security team member shouted hurriedly, Come on, don't crowd here, make way for Uncle Jiu and Master Xiaolin. After hearing this, Oi who was inside ran out and respectfully greeted Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun. Uncle Jiu, Master Xiaolin, you're finally here. Come in and take a look. So, under the leadership of team leader Oi, Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai went directly into the safety rope and saw the 4 bodies. After Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were brought into Lin Jiu's school, they often followed their master and senior brother to slay demons and exorcise monsters, so they had seen a lot of corpses like this. In fact, they had seen even worse corpses than this. However, these were fresh lives after all. Even if these 2 guys were heartless, they were still worried at this time. So they asked hurriedly, it's so strange. It looks like blood was sucked out, but why are there no tooth marks? Yes, look at the dried blood on the neck, but there is not even a tooth hole. However, Lin Jiu did not respond to his 2 disciples, but squatted down and checked these corpses. Lin Kaiyun also squatted down in the same action as Lin Jiu. Master, look at these people. There are still some brush marks that have not been completely cleaned up behind them. It seems that someone should have drawn a spell. Lin Kaiyun checked and found that in addition to the smell of blood, these people had a very obvious smell of cinnabar, and there were also some cinnabar marks on their clothes. Lin Jiu also nodded, frowned tightly, and said in a low voice, "Yes, these people are very special. To be precise, they were all born in yin years, yin hours and yin months, and have yin destinies. In addition, their blood has been sucked dry. So it is obviously man-made." Lin Kaiyun nodded. What Lin Jiu said was easy to understand. If zombies want to suck blood, they will choose some strong people or some people with cultivation, but they will never choose people with yin destinies or yang destinies to suck blood. Therefore, from the similarities of these four people, it can be seen that this is definitely not the work of zombies. Wen Kai and Chu Sheng on the side also squatted down after hearing the conversation between Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun. Wen Kai asked curiously, if it's not a zombie, how could its blood be sucked and its throat be bitten? Could it be a monster? But there doesn't seem to be any monsters in Renjia town. The only one that we caught in the yard before has been released. Chu Sheng glanced at Wen Kai and said speechlessly, "Stupid, since there is a giant chimpanzee, there may be others. Besides, even if there are, they can't come out in broad daylight." Wen Kai scratched his head and said lightly, "Yeah, since it's not a zombie, it must be a monster." Lin Jiu had no way to deal with these two playful disciples, and these two people did what they said. When they got up in the morning, they took the initiative to participate in the morning practice. However, their nature is to put entertainment first, so Lin Jiu is not going to restrain their behavior. So Lin Jiu ignored Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were discussing happily, turned his head and looked at Lin Kaiyun and asked, "How is it, Kaiyun? Did you see anything?" In fact, Lin Jiu now had some ideas in his mind. He could infer the distance from the time of death of these corpses. Now it was only 2 or 3 hours, that is, it was just dawn. Moreover, Lin Jiu would not be so perfunctory as Chu Sheng and Wen Kai knew, thinking that it was the work of monsters. In Lin Jiu's mind, he basically concluded that this was done by an evil cultivator. However, although Lin Jiu only returned to Renjia town last night, on the way here, Lin Jiu also asked the members of the security team whether there were any strangers coming to Renjia town recently. Those security team members told Lin Jiu that there were no merchants in Renjia town recently, only one was the Taoist priest who was hired by Boss Jin, and now he was living in an inn outside Renjia town. And the person mentioned by the security team member was Lin Jiu's senior brother, Shi Jian. In addition, the time inferred from these corpses coincided, so Lin Jiu naturally suspected Shi Jian. The reason why Lin Kaiyun didn't tell Lin Jiu the details just now was because he didn't want to make a blind judgment before he saw the bodies. But now when he saw the 4 bodies, Lin Kaiyun was very sure that it was Shi Xiaojian, Shi Jian's apprentice, who did it. So Lin Kaiyun was stunned for a moment and slowly said, "Master, I think it was Shi." However, before Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai interrupted him in surprise. "Master, you see that among the crowd of onlookers, there is Shi Xiaojian, really? He can actually be resurrected. It seems that the coffin fungus is really useful." After hearing what Chu Sheng and Wen Kai said, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun also looked over in the direction of their gazes, and indeed found Shi Xiaojian among the crowd of onlookers. At this time, Shi Xiaojian was wearing green clothes and his hair was painted with hair oil. He looked very capable, and his complexion was very ruddy. He looked no different from a normal person. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaojian's condition could not be hidden from Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, because they found that there was a very cold aura on Shi Xiaojian's body, the kind of aura they had only seen on ghosts and monsters. Logically speaking, this kind of aura on Shi Xiaojian's body should make people around him feel very cold and uncomfortable, but judging from the crowd watching at this moment, there seemed to be no difference. Lin Kaiyun's face was solemn, his eyes were fixed on Shi Xiaojian, and he spoke slowly. "Master, Shi Xiaojian looks a little strange, and there is an unpleasant aura on him, but the people around him don't seem to notice it." Lin Jiu nodded and said, "Indeed, there is an evil aura on him, but it seems that he is wearing some magic weapon to cover it." Unlike Wen Kai, who was silly, Chu Sheng also found something wrong at this time. He scratched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Master, is the coffin fungus really so magical? I think Shi Xiaojian looks exactly like a normal person, and there is no wound. Even if he is bitten by a dog, it will leave a scar." After all, in Chu Sheng's mind, If you are hurt, even with the best panacea, natural materials and treasures, you will not heal so quickly, and there may be some scars left. But now Shi Shaojin looks as if he has never been injured, which makes Chu Sheng suspicious. Lin Kaiyun was a little surprised after hearing Chu Sheng's words. He didn't expect that even Chu Sheng would find this out. Lin Jiu was also confused. After all, although Lin Jiu had no way to fully understand the effect of the coffin fungus, he knew that it would never have the effect of resurrecting the dead. The result was obvious, that is, Shi Shaojin was resurrected by Shi Jian through other methods, and this method was most likely a crooked method in Lin Jiu's opinion. In addition, Lin Jiu had previously inferred that the 4 corpses might have been done by a certain evil cultivator, so now Lin Jiu's suspicion of Shi Jian has increased. Of course, Lin Jiu is just suspicious now, and there is no sufficient evidence. Even if Shi Jian had done countless evil things before, it does not mean that this time it must be Shi Jian's doing. Lin Kaiyun, looking at his master Lin Jiu's heavy face, said lightly, "Master, you have also thought about it? Shi Jian and Shi Shaojin are very suspicious of this matter." Lin Jiu nodded and did not speak. Lin Kaiyun could actually guess Lin Jiu's reaction and thoughts. Although his master Lin Jiu had completely torn his face with his uncle Shi Jian, they were far from being enemies of life and death. Even though Shi Jian had repeatedly targeted and plotted against Lin Jiu had never thought of killing Shi Jian. However, in Lin Kaiyun's heart, he didn't want to evaluate his master Lin Jiu. Was it right? Was it a bit too soft-hearted? After all, Lin Kaiyun had not been raised and cultivated by Maoshan, and he didn't know how Lin Jiu and his fellow apprentices grew up in Maoshan. He didn't have this experience, so he naturally couldn't look at it from Lin Jiu's perspective. So what Lin Kaiyun could do was to protect the interests of his master. As for what the master was going to do, he, as an apprentice, could just support him. At this time, the security captain Ai came over like a fart and asked Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, "Uncle Jiu, how is Master Xiaolin? Are these corpses bitten by zombies? What do we need to do now? How to defend?" Lin Jiu didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun, who was standing by, understood what was going on. He stood up, patted the dust off his calves, and said to Oi, "Oi, these 4 bodies were not bitten by zombies, so the firewood you prepared around is useless. You should carry them back to the security team first." Oi nodded and responded after listening to Lin Kaiyun's words. Oi was very clear about Lin Kaiyun's current power, and he didn't want to be beaten by Lin Kaiyun again, so he said obediently, "Master Xiaolin, Master Lin, don't worry, just leave it to me. I will definitely protect these 4 bodies, safe and sound, and lifelike." Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while, so he patted Oi on the shoulder and said, "Safe and sound, lifelike, I just asked you to carry them back to prevent them from rotting in the wild or being watched by people. In fact, these 4 bodies are useless. If you can find their families, just bury them as soon as possible." Chapter 334, Pack up and follow me. Okay, I'll do it right away," Captain Oi nodded repeatedly. Then, after thinking for a long time in his mind, Oi still hesitated and asked, "Master Lin, I declare in advance that it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just a little curious. Won't these 4 zombies turn into corpses? Do I need to lock them up with chains in advance?" Lin Kaiyun found Oi's cautious look funny, so he waved his hand casually and said, "No need to lock them up, don't worry, they are not bitten by zombies, they will definitely not die, you just need to make sure they don't stink." This time, Oi felt more at ease after hearing Lin Kaiyun's words. As long as these people don't turn into corpses, everything will be fine. However, according to what Lin Kaiyun meant, these people were not bitten to death by zombies, so they must have been killed by someone. There was such a fierce killing in the place under his jurisdiction, which was simply a challenge to his dignity. So, Oi pulled out his pistol and angrily ordered his men, "Did you hear me, brothers? You heard what Uncle Jiu and Master Xiaolin said. This was not done by zombies, so you don't have to worry, but, since it wasn't done by zombies, it must have been man-made. These people dared to commit crimes in our Renjia town under the noses of our security team and were so brutal. They simply don't take our security team seriously, and they don't take me, Oi, seriously. Now, search for any suspicious people in Renjia town. We must catch this murderer and bring him to justice." so as to bring peace to the people of Renjia town, all he said to the onlookers and the brothers of the security team with great momentum. The momentum was so strong that it seemed like he was taking an oath. The security guards under Away were also very respectful. They clapped their hands and cheered enthusiastically. Captain Away is great. We feel relieved with your words, Captain. Under your leadership, our Renjia town will be very safe. Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu looked at each other and smiled speechlessly. Although Away had been taught a lesson by Lin Kaiyun before and had restrained himself a lot, he still hadn't forgotten his usual trick. However, this was Away's own business. Anyway, it didn't affect Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun's pursuit of the evil cultivators, so Lin Kaiyun didn't bother to care about him. Let's go. There's nothing valuable here. Let's go back, Lin Jiu smiled and said to several disciples. At this time Chu Sheng hurriedly said, Master, are we going back now? There is obviously something wrong with Shi Shaojin. Wen Ke nodded in agreement. Yes. Master, even I have noticed it now. Shi Shaojin doesn't even have a scar on his body. It's obviously very strange. At this time, Lin Kaiyun glared at Chu Sheng and Wen Ke, both of them, and then lowered his voice and said, It is very good that you two have this idea, and it is also very good to be able to stick to this point, but you two have to exercise your subjective initiative. What do you mean? Chu Sheng and Wen Ke were confused by Lin Kaiyun's words. They really didn't understand what he meant. Lin Kaiyun explained, Stupid, did you just hear me and the master discussing that Shi Shaojin is abnormal? That's right. Chu Sheng and Wen Ke nodded to each other, looked at each other, still confused, and continued to ask, What does the eldest brother mean? Don't test us, just tell me quickly. Lin Kaiyun pointed at Shi Shaojin in the crowd and said, It's simple. If you two have nothing to do now, just follow Shi Shaojin. The task is very simple, and it's the same as last time. Wen Ke asked doubtfully, Follow him? Could it be that Shi Shaojin is the murderer who killed these 4 people? Chu Sheng hurriedly grabbed Wen Ke and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Shi Shaojin is very strange now, and no matter whether it is Shi Shaojin or Shi Jian, they both did bad things before, so it is very likely that they did it this time. Okay, then we'll go over now. Wen Ke nodded, and after that he wanted to get into the crowd and quietly follow Shi Shaojin. However, at this moment, Lin Jiu suddenly stopped him and said slowly, Wait a minute, Shi Shaojin's current state is a bit strange. I suspect that he may have been refined into corpse demon. After hearing Lin Jiu's words, Lin Kaiyun nodded. If he remembered correctly, the movie seemed to say the same thing, but now he couldn't remember how to expose or verify Shi Shaojin's identity. So Lin Kaiyun asked directly, Master, since you suspect that Shi Shaojin may have been refined into corpse demon, if Chu Sheng and Wen Ke follow him, is there any way to verify it? Method. After hearing Lin Kaiyun's words, Lin Jiu frowned and thought of a way in his mind. Lin Kaiyun, Chu Sheng and Wen Ke did not speak. They just looked at Lin Jiu quietly. After a few minutes, Lin Jiu slowly spoke, If Shi Shaojin's current body is really in the state of a corpse demon, then he only looks like a human on the outside, but in fact his internal organs have lost their functions. To be precise, his internal organs are dead. Similarly, his skin and nerves are dead, so he can't feel anything. Then Lin Jiu looked at Chu Sheng and Wen Ke and said, In this case, while you are secretly following him, find a needle or some sharp object to quietly probe Shi Shaojin. If he doesn't have any reaction, it means he is definitely not a human now. Okay, then I'll try it with this knife. Wen Ke nodded excitedly after listening, and took out a small dagger from his pocket eagerly. Seeing this, Chu Sheng snatched the dagger from Wen Ke and said, Wen Ke, put the dagger away quickly. What if Shi Shaojin is a human being and you stab him to death with this dagger? Then you're doomed. Then what else can we use if not this? Seeing that Chu Sheng and Wen Ke were about to argue again, Lin Kaiyun stopped them quickly, picked up a silver needle and handed it to them, saying, Okay, stop doing these useless things. You two, use this needle. As long as Shi Shaojin doesn't react after you pierce him, he is definitely not a normal human being. This silver needle was the gift that Taoist Kaiyun gave to Lin Kaiyun last time. Just from the appearance, one can feel that it is extraordinary. Sure enough, Chu Sheng and Wen Ke's eyes lit up. Chu Sheng even took the silver needle first, played with it in his hand, and muttered, It looks like this silver needle is not an ordinary thing. You really spent a lot of money just to test senior brother Shi Shaojin. When Wen Kai heard that the silver needle seemed to be very valuable, he reached out and snatched it from Chu Sheng. Really? Is this thing so precious? Show me. Seeing that his two apprentices started to make trouble again, Lin Jiu quickly scolded them. Okay, stop making trouble, it's just a silver needle. You don't look like you have never seen the world. Take this silver needle given by your senior brother and go quickly. Just prick Shi Shaojian's body randomly, any part of it will do. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai saw that their master Lin Jiu seemed a little angry, and they shrank their necks in fear, said something to Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, turned around and left. Master, senior brother, let's go. After saying that, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai went straight into the crowd of people who were talking. At the same time, the captain away also received a reminder from Lin Kaiyun, so he quickly dispersed the crowd of onlookers. Taking this opportunity, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai quietly followed behind Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian seemed not to notice that after leaving the grassland, he walked towards the town, looking ahead on the street, and strolled leisurely. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai saw that Shi Shaojian had no vigilance, so they became bolder and followed Shi Shaojian without hiding. Shi Shaojian did not disappoint Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's hopes. He followed him blatantly, but he did not find anything. Although Shi Shaojian was resurrected and could move freely, his five senses were not fully restored. When Shi Shaojian turned into an alley, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai chose to attack directly. Wen Kai covered Chu Sheng and stabbed Shi Shaojian's back with a silver needle. The silver needle seemed to be particularly sharp. It almost did not encounter any resistance and penetrated Shi Shaojian's clothes and skin into his flesh and blood. But Shi Shaojian seemed to have never noticed it and continued to walk on his own. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai quickly pulled out the silver needle, and at the same time, they did not know whether to be happy or disappointed. The happy thing is that Shi Shaojian is indeed strange. Now it is likely that he is not a human. At the same time, the disappointment is that the silver needle did not cause any harm to Shi Shaojian. At least he did not make a miserable cry. This made Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, who wanted to play a prank, a little unhappy. But anyway, it was like this. After pulling out the silver needle, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai quickly ran back to report to Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun. Master, senior brother, you see there is indeed a problem. Wen Kai could not help but shout at the door of the charity cemetery. After running to the yard, Chu Sheng directly handed the silver needle to Lin Jiu, panting and said, Master, Shi Shaojian not only did not notice it, but you can see that the silver needle has changed color. After Lin Jiu took the silver needle, he saw that the tip of the silver needle had turned black and there was a layer of grease. Lin Kaiyun said, Master, this is almost certain. Shi Shaojian is definitely not a human being now, so those four people are most likely done by my dear uncle Shi Jian. Lin Jiu nodded and said with a deep expression, the conditions for refining this corpse monster are extremely harsh, and it happens to require coffin fungi and the human blood of this Yin Ming. And this is only temporary. If you want to refine it completely, you need to absorb human blood for at least 49 days. Chu Sheng on the side exclaimed instantly, 49 days, that means our uncle will continue to kill people. Wen Kai was also shocked after hearing this, and hurriedly shouted, what do you mean he will keep killing people? Master, this is in our Renjia town, we can't just ignore it. Lin Jiu did not respond immediately. After pausing for more than 30 seconds, he slowly said, if this was really done by Shi Jian, then I will no longer care about the friendship between fellow disciples. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, Master, it is easy to change a country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. If the previous extermination of ghosts and the calculation of us were all personal grudges, this time our uncle is harming people for no reason. Master, if we don't stop Shi Jian this time, dozens of lives will die in his hands. The meaning of Lin Kaiyun's words was also very obvious. In fact, everyone at the scene knew very well that there was no need for any evidence. These four people must have been killed by Shi Jian. Lin Jiu naturally understood what Lin Kaiyun said, so he kept pacing in the yard with his hands behind his back. Finally, he made a decision in his heart and said very firmly, Kaiyun, Chu Sheng, Wen Kai, go into the house to pack up your things, take all the magic tools, and we will go find Shi Jian. Okay, great, Master. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were excited and ran to the house to get the magic tools. Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and his group were ready. Without hesitation, they headed straight for the inn outside Renjia town. They didn't talk along the way, and they were very fast. They arrived at the inn in less than half an hour. However, when they entered the inn, the scene inside stunned Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and the others. They were shocked. There was no one in the inn, and it was no longer lively. Instead, the table and the ground were covered with blood. The waiter who had been entertaining Lin Jiu was lying on the counter miserably. It looked as if someone had slaughtered all the customers in the inn, and all the corpses had traces of blood sucking on their necks without exception. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai also had grief and indignation on their faces at this time, and shouted angrily, "These damn people have teeth marks on their necks and their blood has been sucked. It must be that old immortal Shi Jian who did it. Master, senior brother, how could Shi Jian be so cruel? These people have no grudges against him." At this moment, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun had even more frosty faces. They did not curse like Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, but the anger in their hearts was no less than them. Chapter 335 Critical Hit Trigger. Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun were very angry about this hellish scene. The scars on the necks of these corpses were exactly the same as the 4 corpses that Captain Ai had found before. This meant that Shi Jian had done all of this. Lin Jiu angrily pounded the wooden door frame next to him and shouted in disbelief, "How could this happen? Shi Jian is at least the eldest disciple of our Maoshan lineage. How could he do such an outrageous thing?" Lin Kaiyun said in a low voice with a cold face, "Master, we can't be soft-hearted this time. Shi Jian has been possessed by a demon and has killed dozens of lives in a short period of time. I don't think we need to notify Maoshan. We can just do it directly, no matter what." Master Lin Jiu thought this time. Lin Kaiyun was determined to persuade his master not to let Shi Jian go and not to show any mercy, such as catching him first and sending him back to Maoshan for disposal. In Lin Kaiyun's opinion, Shi Jian should be beaten to death now. Lin Jiu frowned and said seriously, "Kaiyun, although I care about the friendship between my fellow apprentices and the friendship of Maoshan, I am not a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. This time Shi Jian did something that is outrageous to both humans and gods, so naturally everyone should kill him, and I will definitely not let him go." Qiu Sheng also said with a sad and angry face, "That's great, Master Shi Jian. This old immortal is simply not a human being. He is more cruel than a zombie. We must find him and kill him, otherwise more people will die." Wen Kai also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master, I thought that this old guy Shi Jian was just a hypocritical Taoist priest. I didn't expect him to be so cruel and inhuman." Because of Lin Jiu's instructions before, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, although they hated their uncle Shi Jian very much, they still used the respectful title all the time. But this time, the two of them didn't care about anything and started to scold him directly. Of course, now Lin Jiu would not blame or stop Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. In fact, facing such a hellish scene, if Lin Jiu had not taken his self-restraint into consideration, he would have wanted to curse Shi Jian. "Master, we have to be careful. So many people have been sucked of blood. I guess Shi Jian is desperate to revive Shi Shaojin." Lin Kaiyun glanced around the situation in the inn and reminded Lin Jiu. As a result, as soon as Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, he heard a series of bangs on the side of the inn. This sound was not the muffled sound of zombies jumping, but it seemed like something was hitting the wall. Just as Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun left the inn and walked to the side, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. This person's current height, huge and abnormally swollen body, like an inflated monster, and this person's face was covered with copper coins, and his appearance could not be seen at all, only 2 scarlet eyes were exposed. "Is this Shi Shaojin?" Lin Kaiyun said uncertainly after repeated confirmation. Although the black shadow was huge and his face was covered with copper coins, Lin Kaiyun could still vaguely recognize that this person seemed to be Shi Shaojin. "Shi Shaojin? Impossible. You know, we saw him an hour ago." "Yes, he was quite normal an hour ago. We even used silver needles to verify him. How could he become like this in such a short time?" "Did you see it wrong, senior brother?" Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that the monster in front of them was Shi Shaojin. Lin Jiu was the same. To be honest, he couldn't tell who the black shadow was. Since Lin Jiu couldn't tell it, Lin Kaiyun was the same. But the reason why he dared to think that the black shadow was Shi Shaojin so sure was that, first, he had a very strong premonition in his heart, and second, Lin Kaiyun felt that Shi Jian suddenly killed everyone in the inn without caring about anything, so that Shi Shaojin could suck blood, which would definitely be very exaggerated. So Lin Kaiyun had already determined in his heart that this ugly black shadow should be Shi Shaojin. At this moment, a voice confirmed Lin Kaiyun's guess. It was you who did it, so cruel. Lin Jiu, why do you have to kill them all? A figure walked out from the side of the inn. It was none other than Shi Jian. At this time, when Shi Jian saw Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and others, his face was full of hatred and he wanted to rush up immediately and cut them into pieces. Lin Jiu saw Shi Jian, as if he didn't feel any surprise, and directly questioned, Shi Jian, you slaughtered everyone in the inn, and turned your own apprentice into corpse demon. Do you know what crime you have committed? Are you worthy of the elders of Maotian? Are you worthy of Maotian's cultivation of you? Shi Jian shook his sleeves angrily, pointed his finger at Lin Jiu and cursed, don't talk nonsense to me, Lin Jiu, you have been against me since you entered Maotian. I helped you capture ghosts with good intentions before, but you turned the tables on me. The most hateful thing is that you actually indulged 3 apprentices and ruined Shi Shaojin, making him neither human nor ghost. I finally resurrected him, but you used magic weapons to attack Shi Shaojin, causing his internal organs to completely fester. Lin Jiu, I want to ask you now, what deep hatred do you have against me that you are so cruel? Used magic weapons to attack Shi Shaojin, causing his internal organs to completely fester? Not only Lin Jiu, but also Lin Kaiyun was confused. Their previous plan was just to verify Shi Shaojin. Before there was solid evidence, they did not want to kill him first. Lin Kaiyun turned his head and glanced at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai behind him, and asked in confusion, Chu Sheng, Wen Kai, what did you two do? Chu Sheng and Wen Kai looked at each other and cried out, Big brother, don't look at me like that. We are innocent. We really didn't do anything. We just inserted the silver needle into Shi Shaojin's body, as you said, to see if he would react. Apart from that, we didn't do anything. After hearing the explanations of Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, Lin Kaiyun nodded. He believed that Chu Sheng and Wen Kai did not have the courage to deceive him, but what went wrong? That shouldn't be the case. Just by testing with a silver needle, Shi Shaojin's internal organs became rotten. Lin Kaiyun was muttering to himself in confusion, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he clapped his hands violently and said to himself, Oh, I forgot. That silver needle was a gift given to me by Uncle Kaiyun. It is said that it seems to be used by some executioner, and it has a very restraining effect on all evil things. Lin Kaiyun said to Lin Jiu embarrassedly, Master, I'm very sorry, I neglected it before. Lin Jiu shook his head and said lightly, It's okay. Kaiyun, in fact, judging from the result, you may have done the right thing. If you didn't do that, you would not be able to see through Shi Jian's true face. In Lin Jiu's view, there is no cause and effect relationship between these two matters. It is not because Shi Shaojin died that Shi Jian became bad and embarked on the path of evil, but because Shi Jian had always been doing evil things and killing people before. HMPH, you masters and apprentices continue to act, you cowards who dare to do but not take responsibility. Today I will avenge Xiao Jian. Shi Jian snorted coldly, and waved his arms to command the black shadow to rush towards Lin Kaiyun and others, and at the same time he roared angrily, Go to hell, Lin Jiu, take your useless apprentices to hell to repent. Although this corpse demon was made with Shi Shaojin's body, it has nothing to do with Shi Shaojin now, and has no consciousness. It can be said that Shi Shaojin is completely dissipated. It is precisely because of this that Shi Jian is extremely angry and slaughtered the people in the entire inn, wanting to use the blood and ki of these dozens of lives to forcibly create a powerful corpse demon. Shi Jian was going to use the stone demon made of Shi Shaojin's body to kill Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and others personally. This demon rushed over with full murderous intent after receiving Shi Jian's order, and at the same time exuded death all over his body, accompanied by some evil spirits like monsters. However, in Lin Kaiyun's view, this guy is just a defective product with only appearance. To be honest, this kind of thing without its own consciousness and controlled by others, no matter how powerful its body is, in Lin Kaiyun's eyes, it is at most a super soldier, and it does not pose any threat to Lin Kaiyun. Master, Chu Sheng Wen Kai, you step back and let me deal with this small character, Lin Kaiyun said to his master Lin Jiu and his 2 junior brothers, and then took out the 7-star dragon abyss sword from his storage belt and slashed directly at the stupid big guy who rushed over. Suddenly, the blade of the 7-star dragon abyss sword flashed with brilliant light, and even faintly revealed a dragon spirit. When it was swung out, it turned into an extremely sharp sword light and slashed at the corpse monster. And this corpse monster did not have its own wisdom. Facing the attack, it did not defend or dodge, and still waved its claws and rushed straight towards Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun was naturally unceremonious about this kind of target that was like a target that he didn't dodge or avoid. The sword light instantly slashed on the shoulder of the corpse demon. Puff! The sharp sword light was not hindered by anything and directly split the corpse demon in half. The unintelligent corpse demon let out an angry and extremely painful roar before dying, split into 2 parts, and fell on the ground like garbage. Suddenly, the blood that had not been consumed in the body flowed along the ground. Xiao Jian, Shi Jian saw the scene and roared heartbreakingly. Normally, with the defense of this corpse demon, it would be impossible for Shi Jian to be killed by a sword. He never thought that Lin Kaiyun's casual sword light would split the corpse demon in 2 and completely kill it. Not only Shi Jian, but Lin Jiu was also shocked at this time. He could see that this corpse demon was not a big threat, but if he wanted to deal with it, it would probably take some effort. As a result, his eldest disciple actually destroyed this corpse demon easily. Lin Jiu looked at Lin Kaiyun thoughtfully. Kaiyun is really a rare genius. At this level, his strength is increasing every day. He has reached such a high level without noticing. However, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai didn't realize that much. Anyway, Lin Kaiyun won very freely and unrestrainedly. The 2 of them were only responsible for cheering hard. Big brother is so awesome, you are really my idol. This stupid corpse demon is very stupid at first glance. Big brother, it's great that you killed him. Lin Kaiyun was also a little surprised by the shocked reaction of everyone, because only he knew what was going on. In fact, Lin Kaiyun's attack could shatter the corpse demon, but it was definitely not enough to completely kill the corpse demon. But by chance, his attack just triggered the critical skill. He clearly saw in his mind that his attack had exploded more than 8 times the damage, so he easily killed the corpse demon. After this, Lin Kaiyun had a clear idea in his mind. It seems that the critical strike ability does not need to be triggered actively, but is a passive effect. That is to say, every attack he makes from now on may trigger a critical strike. Once he came to this conclusion, Lin Kaiyun felt that this skill was simply a magical skill. Even if it was not triggered, he would not lose anything. Once it was triggered, even if it was only a double critical strike, it would be a sure win. If the critical strike was a little higher, it would be a huge profit, just like now. Lin Kaiyun killed the corpse demon with 1 sword. The posture of the corpse demon really shocked everyone, including Shi Jian. He actually had the idea of retreating in an instant, but soon he threw this idea of retreating out of his mind. After all, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, the master and apprentice, killed his only illegitimate son Shi Shaojian. Even if he had to fight to the death, he must avenge this hatred. Shi Jian stood up and looked at Lin Jiu very calmly, saying word by word, Lin Jiu, you are really lucky to have such a talented disciple who has such strength at such a young age, but you will all die today. After saying this, Shi Jian's face became ferocious, and a huge amount of magic power emerged from his body, and this magic power was also accompanied by an extremely clear evil spirit. At this moment, Shi Jian no longer hid and used the evil magic he had been practicing. Anyway, as long as Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun and others were killed today, no one would know that he practiced evil magic. At that time, he could find any reason to cover up this matter. Boom! The power that Shi Jian burst out with all his strength was indeed very terrifying. The tiles and walls of the inn next to him were all destroyed, and the surroundings were in a mess. Chapter 336 Do It Yourself. Shi Jian seemed to be crazy, and in an instant he released a huge amount of energy, not only blowing up everything around him, but also almost knocking Chu Sheng and Wen Kai to the ground. This is the standard momentum before a fight. If a person can't even withstand this momentum, then it is estimated that there is no need to fight the rest, and he will definitely lose, so he can't lower his head above this momentum, especially when Lin Kaiyun saw Chu Sheng and Wen Kai almost being blown down. He raised his hand directly, and the powerful mana in his body surged out, protecting Chu Sheng and Wen Kai. Just when Lin Kaiyun was about to continue, Lin Jiu raised his hand and stood in front of Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun quickly put away his energy, looked at Lin Jiu in confusion, and asked, Master, what's wrong? Lin Jiu looked at Lin Kaiyun and said seriously, Kaiyun, this matter is between the Master and Shi Jian, so this time, Kaiyun, don't do it, let the Master do it. Qiu Sheng also heard the conversation between his master Lin Jiu and his senior brother Lin Kaiyun, so he interrupted and said, "Master, do you want to do it yourself? I think we have more people now, so we should go together and kill the old guy Shi Jian directly." Wen Kai also nodded and said, "Yes, Master, with a bad guy like Shi Jian, don't talk about principles, let's just beat him up in a group, don't say anything more." Lin Jiu shook his head and stopped Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. In fact, Lin Jiu didn't want to talk about loyalty, nor did he feel that it would be embarrassing to beat a few people with more people. After all, when beheading demons and cleaning up zombies, Lin Jiu would never do it himself if he could beat them up. However, when facing Shi Jian, Lin Jiu chose to solve it himself. Lin Jiu spoke slowly. "Shi Jian has always regarded me as a thorn in his side. Although I am a junior brother, I also have a temper. For so many years, I have not been angry or spoken, just because I take into account the friendship of fellow disciples. Now, Shi Jian has actually entered the magic way. That's just right. Taking this opportunity, I want to enforce justice and put an end to Shi Jian completely." For the always cold Lin Jiu, this is the first time he has told his disciples about his thoughts. Lin Kaiyun understands this very well and supports the decision of Master Lin Jiu. Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "Master, don't worry, we all listen to you and will never interfere." Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai also nodded repeatedly. "Master, don't worry, senior brother, if you don't interfere, we won't interfere either." In fact, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai also have their own ideas in their hearts. If senior brother Lin Kaiyun doesn't go, it's useless for the two of them to go. It is estimated that they will not even be cannon fodder by then. Disciples, today you should stay behind and watch the performance of your master. Although Shi Jian is very powerful now and your master is far inferior to him, the path of cultivation is to fight against people and the sky. Even if my realm is not as good as Shi Jian, I will try my best to kill him." Lin Jiu said something to Lin Kaiyun, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. Then, he walked towards the violent Shi Jian with great confidence. Although Lin Jiu was not as good as Shi Jian in terms of realm, he was now confident that he could take down Shi Jian. Shi Jian used his most proficient thunder fist to the extreme, so that his whole body was wrapped in lightning. At this moment, it was as if the thunder god had descended. Shi Jian laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Lin Jiu, don't worry, none of you will survive today, but since you came to my door and want to die first, then I won't be polite. Shi Jian, today, you will definitely be killed." Lin Jiu didn't waste any words. Lin Jiu hadn't seen Shi Jian's lightning thunder fist used for a long time. The last time was when he destroyed Nintendo. However, judging from the current momentum, Shi Jian's lightning thunder fist is now several times stronger than before. Moreover, this lightning thunder fist can be said to be a Miaoshan technique. In addition to the techniques for subduing demons and killing ghosts, it is a technique that focuses on killing and is extremely powerful and destructive. Lin Jiu has been practicing techniques for subduing demons and monsters, so when facing Shi Jian, he will inevitably be at a disadvantage. Even if he has 100 times more confidence, he cannot make up for it in the first place. At the moment of contact, Lin Jiu fell into a disadvantage. He took the peach wood sword and blocked it with a high catch, barely parrying it. However, Shi Jian was in a crazy state. After each attack, there was lightning and thunder, as if he was punished by thunder. The sputtering lightning made many pits on the ground. "Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai, let's retreat, lest the lightning hurt you by mistake." Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun hurriedly pulled Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai and hid backwards. Qiu Sheng asked worriedly, "Big brother, master, it seems that he is being beaten all the time. Do we need help?" Lin Kaiyun shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Master is fine. Although he is at a disadvantage now, he is not in any danger. We will listen to Master and don't intervene unless it is absolutely necessary." Lin Jiu, why are you hiding and defending all the time? Didn't you say it very tough just now? You said you would enforce justice on behalf of heaven and put me to death. Why are you so cowardly now? Shi Jian attacked and mocked Lin Jiu. But Lin Jiu was unmoved, and didn't even respond a word, just continued to resist Shi Jian's attack. HMPH, Shi Jian snorted in dissatisfaction, and shouted loudly, using a range attack, "The sky and the earth are boundless." Kyankan borrows the law, rolling thunder technique. Suddenly, thunder and lightning like trees appeared above Lin Jiu, and kept hitting him. Lin Jiu also reacted quickly, using the peach wood sword to pick up the cloth bag next to him, and a whisk fell out of it. Under the fluctuation of energy, one could even see dust scattered on the whisk, which showed that it had not been used for a long time. However, it did not delay the power of the whisk. Lin Jiu took the whisk in his hand, and it had a taste of immortal style. He swung it out with a snap, and all the rolling thunder that fell was knocked away. However, Shi Jian's rolling thunder technique was not so easy to resist. Lin Jiu's figure could not help but retreat several steps back, and some small lightning bursts also climbed onto Lin Jiu's arms. Wen Kai, who was hiding in the back watching the battle, moved his nose and said heartlessly, "Wow, why do I smell a meaty aroma? Is something cooked?" Then, what greeted Wen Kai was the rolling eyes of Lin Kaiyun and Chu Xing. Chu Xing even cursed speechlessly, "You are such an idiot, didn't you see the lightning hit the master's arm?" Chapter 337 Master, it turns out you are so awesome. Wen Kai scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying somewhat embarrassedly, "It turned out to be Master's arm, which was burned by electricity. I was wondering why there was a smell of meat." Lin Kaiyun rolled his eyes speechlessly and yelled, "Shut up, do you still want to distract Master?" Wen Kai raised his hands and covered his mouth as soon as he heard Lin Kaiyun's roar. On the other side, Lin Jiu's arm was covered with tiny arcs of electricity, like lightning snakes, which continued to burn his arm. Although some parts were burned, Lin Jiu's expression was very calm, without showing any pain. He threw the whisk in his hand directly to the top of his head, freed up his other hand, and grabbed the lightning snake on his arm. The lightning snake jumped and struggled in Lin Jiu's palm, and wanted to get out of his palm and crawl up his arm. But Lin Jiu's mana was running, and he actually split the lightning snake into two, and then grabbed one of them with each hand and rubbed it in his palm. The two split currents were entangled in each other, and Lin Jiu manipulated them into an electric ball like a ball of wool. The attack originally belonged to Shi Jian, but was now divided into countless small currents by Lin Jiu, and at this moment, they seemed to attack each other. Then Lin Jiu threw the tangled electric ball directly onto the ground. With a loud bang, a small pit was blown out on the ground beside him. It only took Lin Jiu a few seconds to do these actions. After throwing the electric ball down, Lin Jiu had time to rub his hands, and then casually took the whisk that fell. Lin Jiu's miraculous appearance was very cool in the hearts of Chu Xing and Wen Kai, and the two of them couldn't help but shout to cheer him on. "Master, your move is so cool. Master, you easily resolved Shi Jian's attack, it's amazing." Lin Kaiyun glared at Chu Xing and Wen Kai, and roared in a low voice, "You two shut up, it's far from the time to decide the winner. Look at Shi Jian's aura is not messy at all. In fact, although Shi Jian's attack was resolved by Lin Jiu, the rolling thunder was knocked away, and the remaining lightning snake was also destroyed, but this did not consume too much of Shi Jian's mana. In short, Shi Jian can still launch countless such attacks." Sure enough, Shi Jian saw that the rolling thunder was useless, and the lightning snake hit Lin Jiu. He didn't care whether Lin Jiu could resolve it or not, and then he punched out 4 or 5 lightning snakes and pounced on Lin Jiu. Facing Shi Jian, Lin Jiu did not take the attack head-on this time, but dodged it very nimbly. The lightning snakes that Shi Jian shot were also very fast, basically following Lin Jiu closely, but for some reason, these lightning snakes always stuck to Lin Jiu's heels and hit the ground, and they just couldn't hit Lin Jiu. However, Lin Jiu's panic dodging still made Shi Jian very proud. He laughed and shouted, "Ha ha ha, Lin Jiu, you want to kill me, where's your confidence? Do you think you can defeat me with just this little ability? I think you are wishful thinking." After that, Shi Jian used the rolling thunder technique again, and suddenly several thunder balls appeared above Lin Jiu's head and smashed down suddenly. Facing Shi Jian's attack, Lin Jiu quickly put away the whisk. After all, the whisk can now knock the rolling thunder technique away. But it is very likely that it will be hit by the subsequent lightning snakes of the rolling thunder technique as before. After putting away the whisk, Lin Jiu took out a bagua mirror and hung it in front of his chest. Then Lin Jiu started to make a spell in his hand. Lin Jiu shouted, bent his 8 fingers inward, and pointed his 2 index fingers upward. Suddenly, a mark appeared above Lin Jiu's head, and the rolling thunder technique was instantly decomposed when it came into contact with a mark, falling to the ground and emitting bursts of sparks. "Humph," Shi Jian snorted coldly and laughed mockingly, Lin Jiu, not bad. You can resist quite well, but do you know how to play cat and mouse? The more you do this, the happier I am. Shi Jian's expression was very ferocious, and he looked at Lin Jiu with anger in his eyes. For the fact that these attacks did not work, Shi Jian was not angry at all, but rather had some expectations. He teased Lin Jiu like a cat and mouse, and completely destroyed Lin Jiu's confidence. You know, when he was in Meoshan, Shi Jian worked hard and was very responsible to his fellow apprentices, often urging them to practice. However, despite Shi Jian's wholehearted dedication, he was criticized for being unkind and bossing around because of his status as the eldest senior apprentice. If it was just this, Shi Jian would have tolerated it. However, Lin Jiu, who joined later, got along well with other apprentices. Even the elders of Meoshan praised Lin Jiu as a worthy disciple who could unite all the apprentices and had centripetal force. They also told Shi Jian to learn more from Lin Jiu. This made Shi Jian feel angry. In Shi Jian's heart, Lin Jiu was the most despicable and hypocritical guy. Perhaps, when those apprentices said he was unkind, it was Lin Jiu who instigated him. In addition, in the following days, the conflict between Shi Jian and Lin Jiu became increasingly intense, and finally broke out now. Moreover, this Lin Jiu also killed his illegitimate son, Shi Shaojian. Therefore, Shi Jian felt that if he killed Lin Jiu like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Therefore, Shi Jian wanted to play a trick on Lin Jiu and kill him after he collapsed. As for Lin Kaiyun and the other two who were watching the battle, Shi Jian didn't take them seriously. Last time, after Shi Jian suffered a loss from Lin Kaiyun, he went back and repeatedly summarized and came to a conclusion that this Lin Kaiyun should have mastered some kind of skill to absorb human energy. Therefore, in Shi Jian's view, as long as he didn't fight Lin Kaiyun in close combat, then this skill to absorb human energy would be useless. At that time, killing Lin Kaiyun would be a piece of cake. As for the remaining Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, in Shi Jian's eyes, they were just trash, complete trash, and he could crush them to death later. Lin Jiu did not take Shi Jian's ridicule to heart, and said lightly, "Shi Jian, until now, haven't you awakened a bit? Have you lost all your humanity? Don't say you don't know what Shi Shaojian did, he deserves to be put to death." Bullshit. Shi Jian became even more furious after hearing Lin Jiu's words. What he hated most was Lin Jiu's hypocritical look. He pointed at Lin Jiu and cursed, "Shaojian, you were just playing with a woman, and you didn't want to harm the life of Boss Jin's daughter. For such a small thing, you actually indulged your apprentice to destroy Shaojian's body with a wild dog. And then killed him. Shi Jian, isn't it a sin if you don't hurt people's lives?" Lin Jiu shook his head. "Lin Jiu, are you still talking to me about sin now?" Shi Jian laughed loudly, turned his head and looked at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai who were hiding, and shouted, "Your two apprentices colluded with a female ghost, stunned the ghost messenger, and let the ghost go privately. How big a sin is this? As a result, just because these two trash are your apprentices, you shielded them and bribed the ghost messenger to cover up this matter. Lin Jiu, dare you say this is not a sin?" After hearing what Shi Jian said, Lin Jiu's face changed a little, his eyes were a little evasive, and he said, "Shi Jian, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai are wrong, but it did not cause any consequences, and they also obtained the forgiveness of the ghost messenger." In fact, Lin Jiu felt a little uncomfortable with Shi Jian's words, because Shi Jian was right, he was indeed biased, but who would he help if he didn't help his own apprentice? Moreover, in Lin Jiu's view, if Shi Jian could stop Shi Shaojin in time like him, such a thing would not have happened. HMPH, Lin Jiu, you are the most hypocritical guy, Shi Jian roared angrily, and then he stopped talking nonsense with Lin Jiu, punching him with a fist, and the lightning as thick as a thigh struck him directly. Stubborn, Lin Jiu casually took out a few talisman papers and punched them out continuously. These talisman papers burned in the air, turning into fireballs, intertwined with lightning, but in the end they were defeated, and the fireballs went out. If Lin Jiu hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit by lightning. "Lin Jiu, you are now like a little mouse hiding everywhere," Shi Jian continued to taunt, saying, "But, Lin Jiu, I'm tired of playing with you, so I'll kill you now. Let you see the difference between you and me." After saying that, Shi Jian's whole body of magic power burst out, and the evil spirit revealed turned into endless lightning, wrapping his whole body, and even his eyes were flashing with lightning. "Lin Jiu, Take my move, the full-strength lightning thunder fist. Shi Jian punched out, and a thunder dragon emerged from his fist, wrapped in lightning, whistling towards him. Facing this extremely powerful attack, Lin Kaiyun, who was hiding aside, looked solemn. He didn't expect that he still underestimated Shi Jian. This full-strength lightning thunder fist would definitely hurt him if he was hit. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were also shocked. Although they couldn't see the power, Shi Jian actually punched out a thunder dragon. However, Lin Jiu didn't change his expression. He directly placed the Bagua mirror on his elbow, and at the same time, he formed seals with both hands, bent 3 fingers, and pointed his index finger as a sword at the surging thunder dragon. Suddenly, the Bagua mirror flashed, and it actually directly fixed the thunder dragon that Shi Jian hit. Then, Lin Jiu stepped forward, and the Bagua mirror pushed hard, and the thunder dragon was instantly bounced back. How could it be? Shi Jian didn't expect that the lightning and thunder fist he used with all his strength could be rebounded, so he couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the chest by lightning. Puff! Shi Jian felt as if his chest was crushed by a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds. All his internal organs were damaged, and blood gushed out of his throat uncontrollably. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai stood up excitedly and said, "Great, that old guy Shi Jian seems to be injured. He was beaten by the master. Did the master win?" Lin Kaiyun also smiled, nodded, and said, "Yes, our master should have won." In Lin Kaiyun's view, his master Lin Jiu was definitely not good at fighting, and this was also confirmed when he fought with Shi Jian just now. He was always passively beaten. However, before deciding to fight with Shi Jian, Lin Jiu had prepared himself in his heart. He would definitely not be able to beat Shi Jian in terms of pure strength, so he had to show weakness. Lin Jiu has always done this. From the beginning of the fight, Lin Jiu has been showing weakness, which made the arrogant Shi Jian relax his guard and play with Lin Jiu like a mouse. Finally, Shi Jian was ready to kill Lin Jiu with all his strength. Lin Jiu also took the opportunity to use countermeasures and caught Shi Jian off guard. Because Lin Jiu was not good at attacking, it was difficult to cause any fatal damage to Shi Jian. But now, Shi Jian's own attack hit himself and he would definitely be seriously injured. In fact, this is true. After being hit by the rebounding thunder dragon, Shi Jian was knocked to the ground and vomited blood. And Lin Jiu certainly would not miss this good opportunity. Anyway, he would not have any mercy on Shi Jian now. Lin Jiu took the Bagua mirror in his elbow in his hand, held the 2 ends of the Bagua mirror with both hands, shone it in the moonlight, and then took out a piece of talisman paper from his arms, pinched it with his fingers, and the talisman paper burned. Then Lin Jiu put the flame on the Bagua mirror, letting the smoke blacken the mirror surface, and then Lin Jiu recited the formula, "Heaven and earth are dark yellow, Bagua and 8 images, Zuan or Bagua mirror." Lin Jiu directly pushed the Bagua mirror out, and 8 golden flames spewed out from the blackened mirror continuously, like a blazing fire from the sky, surrounding Shi Jian and falling to the ground. Jin, Dui, Kun, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, He. After shouting, Lin Jiu then threw the Bagua mirror over Shi Jian's head, and suddenly, the Bagua mirror and the flames in the 8 directions on the ground were connected together, like a cage, trapping Shi Jian tightly. "Shi Jian, I hope you can repent and wake up after you go to the underworld," Lin Jiu said coldly, took out the peach wood sword, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood on the peach wood sword. "The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law. Wood sword art." Lin Jiu jumped up, flew into the air, and swung the sword. The peach wood sword ignited a golden flame, forming an unmatched fire blade in the air, slashing down at Shi Jian from top to bottom. Shi Jian covered his chest, dragged his seriously injured body, and tried desperately to dodge, but the Bagua mirror above his head suddenly rotated, and the flames in 8 directions, like vines, entangled Shi Jian's limbs tightly, making him unable to move. The flames came quickly, and Shi Jian could feel the temperature of the burning fire blade, but he could not dodge. "No!" Shi Jian screamed, and was hit by the fire blade. Under the extremely high temperature, Shi Jian's body shrank rapidly, and gradually turned into a piece of black charcoal in front of the naked eye. This scene shocked the 3 people who were hiding and watching, not only Qiu Sheng Wen Kai but also Lin Kaiyun. "Master! Is it so powerful?" The old man Shi Jian's thunder dragon was easily blocked by Master, and this last move was like a god who was in charge of evil. It was so cool. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Dreaming of Ma Xiaoling. When Chu Sheng and Wen Kai called out, Lin Kaiyun quietly walked to Lin Jiu's side, stretched out his hand to hold Lin Jiu's arm, and asked with some concern, "Master, are you okay?" The moment Lin Kaiyun held him, Lin Jiu felt relaxed instantly, and slowly said to Lin Kaiyun, "I'm fine, Kaiyun." In fact, when Lin Jiu was attacked by Shi Jian, although he resisted, he was also injured. The last few moves consumed all his mana and strength. Because of his face, Lin Jiu insisted on standing straight. Now that he was held by Lin Kaiyun, Lin Jiu felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Kaiyun also found that his master Lin Jiu's forehead was full of sweat. He knew that Lin Jiu must be very uncomfortable now, but he didn't want to show it because of his face. As the eldest disciple that Lin Jiu was proud of, he naturally couldn't bring down his master, so he pretended to know nothing, gave Lin Jiu a thumbs up and flattered him, "Master, you are so brave, you seemed like a god just now." That old guy Shi Jian must be dying with his eyes open. Lin Jiu still had no expression on his face, and said calmly with a stern face, "Okay, Shi Jian has fallen into the devil's way and killed so many lives, he deserves to die." At this time, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai also ran over, looking at Master Lin Jiu with admiration. "Master, I never realized that you are so powerful." "Yes, Master, you will be my idol in the future." "No, you will be my role model in the future. If I can learn even a little bit of your skills, I will be satisfied." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, "You two idiots, you don't realize that our master is powerful now, do you? Did you think that our master had no skills before?" After scolding Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, Lin Kaiyun looked around and found a relatively intact wooden board. He raised his hand, released his magic power, lifted the wooden board over, and placed it on the stone. Then he attached Lin Jiu to the wooden board and sat down, saying with a smile, "Master, please sit down. Leave the aftermath to us." "Yes," Lin Jiu nodded. Then Lin Kaiyun stood up, looked at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai with ill intentions, and continued to ask the previous topic, "Tell me, did you two not like the master before?" Chu Sheng denied it. "How could that be?" Wen Kai looked at Chu Sheng and grinned. "That's right, Master, in our eyes, you have always been the most powerful, don't you think so?" Chu Sheng, Wen Kai elbowed Chu Sheng and laughed. Chu Sheng understood, nodded affirmatively, and said, "Yes, yes, yes, okay, Kaiyun, stop teasing them, quickly clean up everything around, and then, call Oi to carry all the bodies in the inn back." Lin Jiu had recovered a lot at this time. He stood up, looked at the mess around, and sighed. "Okay," Lin Kaiyun nodded, then looked at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, glared at them, and continued, "Did you hear it? Go quickly." Chu Sheng also imitated Lin Kaiyun's tone and said to Wen Kai, "Did you hear it? Wen Kai, the senior brother asked you to go." "I'm going again." Wen Kai pointed at himself reluctantly. "What else? Go quickly. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Sheng smiled and pushed Wen Kai towards the town. Afterwards, Lin Kaiyun and Chu Sheng cleaned up everything around them. They put out the unextinguished flames, covered the running currents with soil, and dealt with all the dangerous things on the spot. Not long after, Captain Ai and his men came over. After seeing everything, they were shocked. "Is this the place where the fight took place? This must have been caused by an earthquake in a storm." "Uncle Jiu, this, Captain Oi looked at the collapsed inn and the bodies inside, and was confused. Lin Kaiyun spoke first, "Oi, that Heaton is the murderer. He is my great-uncle. The 4 bodies found in the grass were done by him. All the people in this inn, including this inn, were killed by him." Oh, Captain Oi was still confused after hearing these words, but because he was afraid of Lin Kaiyun, he did not dare to ask more. So he pointed at the bodies in the inn and asked for instructions. "Then Master Xiaolin, how do we deal with these people? Won't they turn into zombies?" Although it was proved that the 4 bodies did not turn into zombies after one night, Oi was still a little afraid of zombies in his heart. Lin Kaiyun said casually, "No, you should move these people to the security team. If there are no relatives to claim them, just bury them." "Okay." Captain Oi nodded and bowed to Lin Kaiyun, looking like a good and obedient boy. Then, After Lin Kaiyun turned and left, he immediately shouted to the security teammates in a domineering manner, "Brothers, go clean up the ruins of the inn, and move all the bodies to the inn. Although Ori is a bastard at doing serious work, this little thing is still no problem." In this way, Lin Kaiyun does not have to worry about these bodies being corrupted and infected. Lin Kaiyun walked up to Lin Jiu and asked, "Master, Ori and the others can handle it here, let's go back." "Okay," Lin Jiu nodded. Lin Kaiyun then helped Lin Jiu up, and shouted to Chu Sheng and Wenkei, "Chu Sheng, Wenkei, let's go, we're going back." "Got it, we're here, big brother." Lin Kaiyun supported Lin Jiu, followed by Chu Sheng and Wenkei, and walked towards the charity cemetery. After returning to the Yizhuang, Lin Kaiyun helped Lin Jiu into the room, sat on the chair, and said, "Master, you should rest well." "Rest, ahem." Lin Jiu leaned on the chair, coughed a few times, and said to Lin Kaiyun, "Kaiyun, I need to stay in the room to adjust my body. I probably won't go out for the next 2 days. Yizhuang, you help me to watch it, and don't let anything go wrong." "Don't worry, Master, there won't be any trouble with me. I will put the food at the door in the morning, noon and evening." Lin Kaiyun nodded, patted his chest to assure, and continued, "Master, you should rest. I'll go out first." After that, Lin Kaiyun walked out of the room in the hall, and saw Chu Sheng and Wenkei walking on the recliner and chatting. "I'm so tired these days, I really need to have a good rest." "Chu Sheng, I'm tired too. You've been lying on this recliner for a long time, it's my turn." "Wenkei, your little bench is very comfortable, you're still not satisfied, you'll know after you sit on it." Wenkei stood up, twisted his waist, and immediately grabbed Qi Sheng's arm, yelling, "Qi Sheng, get up quickly, let me lie down for a while." Qi Sheng immediately shook off Wenkei's hand and refused to get up no matter what. Wenkei, stop it, let me lie down for another half an hour, and then I'll give it to you." "No, you've been lying down for so long." Wenkei was of course unwilling, and immediately tore with Qi Sheng. Although Qi Sheng's martial arts were good and Wenkei was far from being his opponent, Wenkei also had a tiger spirit, and at the beginning he would not lose to Xianfeng. "I say, you two, can't you be quiet a little?" Lin Kaiyun stood at the door of the hall, hugged his shoulders, and scolded the two with a cold face. Chu Sheng and Wenkei stopped immediately when they saw Lin Kaiyun coming out, while Wenkei, as if he had found a backer, ran directly to Lin Kaiyun's side and complained with a wronged look on his face, "Big brother, Chu Sheng, I'm being bullied, you have to help me get justice." Chu Sheng also stood up from the recliner, facing Lin Kaiyun, and defended innocently, "Big brother, don't listen to Wenkei's nonsense, you saw it all, it was clearly him who wanted to pull me up." "Okay, no one cares about your shit." Lin Kaiyun waved his hand. He was in no mood to care about such trivial matters as Chu Sheng and Wenkei. He walked to the recliner, and under the gazes of Chu Sheng and Wenkei, he lay down very naturally, closed his eyes and said, "Master, I will be in seclusion in the room for the next 2 days. If you don't have anything important to do, don't disturb me." Chu Sheng asked curiously when he heard it. "Seclusion? What seclusion? Is Master going to have a breakthrough?" Wenkei also echoed, "Master, how come that old fellow Shijian beat him to death? It turns out that he was about to break through. Why are you two just wasting time like a woman?" Lin Kaiyun scolded impatiently. Go. "Senior brother, I'm going to get angry." Chu Sheng saw that things were not going well, and hurriedly pulled Wenkei away. "Wait a minute." Lin Kaiyun suddenly stopped the two of them. "Big brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? You two, go and cook now. The old rules are 4 dishes and 1 soup, and leave a separate portion for the master." Hearing that Lin Kaiyun was not going to punish them, Chu Sheng and Wenkei immediately felt at ease. Chu Sheng nodded and agreed, "No problem, big brother, leave it to us." Wenkei quickly pulled Chu Sheng aside, glanced at Lin Kaiyun lying on the chair, and asked in a low voice, "Chu Sheng, can you cook?" "You agreed so readily." Chu Sheng glared at Wenkei with contempt and said, "If you can't do it, can't you think of a way? Besides, do you think big brother has any intention of asking? Believe it or not, if we don't agree, we will be served with thunder and lightning immediately." Wenkei suddenly realized and nodded belatedly. "Yes, Chu Sheng, fortunately you are smart, that's a must, otherwise how could I get started before you?" Chu Sheng smiled complacently, and then said, "Let's go out to buy groceries. I'll ask my aunt to help me for a day." Chu Sheng and Wenkei chatted in whispers and walked out of the door at the same time. Lin Kaiyun fell asleep on the recliner, and it seemed that he had a dream. He dreamed that Ma Xiaoling in the zombie agreement was riding the Ma family dragon and chasing him. When the soldiers fight, all the formations are in front of them to kill the evil. The dragon god ordered that Lei Gongxianzi borrow the magic to kill the evil. Suddenly, lightning and thunder flashed, and Ma Xiaoling struck countless lightning and smashed towards Lin Kaiyun. Oh my god! Lin Kaiyun was startled and woke up instantly, his whole body flashing with golden light. Heaven and earth Zuanzong, the root of all qi, cultivate 10,000 calamities. Prove me. Lin Kaiyun looked at the familiar courtyard around him and almost started the golden light spell, but fortunately he reacted. Why did I dream about Ma Xiaoling? Although Ma Xiaoling in the zombie covenant had 43-inch long legs and was gifted, in his previous life, Lin Kaiyun watched the TV series Zombie Covenant partly for the sake of the 43-inch long legs. However, he would not dream about it without concentration. After all, if he really needed to dream, there would be countless teachers from the island countries waiting in line. Could it be because of the encounter with the yellow-eyed zombie? In Lin Kaiyun's opinion, the only possibility that it was related to Zombie Covenant was the yellow-eyed zombie he encountered before. However, this yellow-eyed zombie, in addition to being a superpower zombie like the one in Zombie Covenant and with colored pupils, did not have any other useful things. Since the zombies in the zombie agreement have appeared, maybe I will really meet Ma Xiaoling. What are you thinking about? Ma Xiaoling, she is probably not born yet. The era is different too, forget it, don't think about it, who cares why? Lin Kaiyun cleared his mind of random thoughts, got up, and walked to the kitchen, wanting to see how Chu Sheng and Wen Kai prepared dinner, but in the end, he came up empty-handed. Great. These two guys didn't take my words to heart at all. Lin Kaiyun gritted his teeth. He had already thought about how to teach Chu Sheng and Wen Kai a lesson. Unexpectedly, they ignored his words and didn't cook until now. At this time, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai came in with big and small basins. Seeing Lin Kaiyun, they asked, "Big brother, why are you in the kitchen? Did you ask someone to cook?" Lin Kaiyun saw the basins in Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's hands, and the smell of rice coming out. How could he not know that there was food in them? Chu Sheng put the basin in his hand on the table and said as if to take credit, "My aunt helped me make this. I also discussed it with my aunt. She helped us prepare our meals these days." "Okay, Chu Sheng, you're good." Lin Kaiyun nodded and smiled at Chu Sheng. He was worried before that Chu Sheng and Wen Kai would be lucky to cook the food, and never considered whether it would be delicious. However, now that Chu Sheng asked his aunt to cook, at least it smelled good now. Lin Kaiyun took 2 bowls, took out some for Lin Jiu, handed them to Wen Kai, and said, "Wen Kai, go and take them to the master. Just bring them to the door. You don't need to go in or knock on the door, okay?" Wen Kai took the bowl and trotted out, while Chu Sheng and Lin Kaiyun sat at the table and started eating. Lin Kaiyun picked up a piece of fish and started eating. It tasted good, so he asked, "Chu Sheng, doesn't your aunt sell rouge? I saw her hands were as white as Angelica, so I thought your aunt couldn't cook." Chu Sheng answered while eating, "My aunt used to cook every day in her early years, so of course her cooking skills were good. It's just that she hasn't cooked in recent years. Fortunately, her cooking skills haven't declined." Chapter 339, It's You? What are you going to do? Regarding this matter, Lin Kaiyun just asked casually because he thought the food was delicious. As a result, Chu Sheng became like a chatterbox and took the initiative to tell Lin Kaiyun about it. "If my uncle hadn't had an accident a few years ago, my aunt wouldn't have been so upset, causing such good cooking skills to be wasted for so many years. If I hadn't been so persistent in begging her today, she wouldn't have been able to cook." Lin Kaiyun put down the rice in his hand and asked puzzledly, "Oh? Your uncle had an accident? Why haven't I heard about it?" Chu Sheng had a big appetite and served himself another bowl of soup. After sitting down, he said, "Of course you wouldn't have heard about it. I also heard my aunt say it after she got drunk once. That was 20 years ago. At that time, the master hadn't come to Renjia town yet." "Of course you didn't know, 20 years ago?" Chu Sheng nodded, "Yes, it seems that my aunt was in the stone business. At that time, they and 2 foreigners were looking for mines in Renjia town. After that, something happened and we haven't heard from them since." "Foreigners? Mine?" Lin Kaiyun paused with his chopsticks at his lips. "Mainly because most of the things related to foreigners these days are not good." "Wow." At this time, Wen Kai ran in, looked at Lin Kaiyun and Chu Sheng who were eating, and pointed at the bowl in front of Chu Sheng exaggeratedly. You two didn't wait for me. Chu Sheng has already eaten half of the bowl. Okay. You are not an important person. Why should I wait for you? Besides, there are so many dishes, it's not enough for you to eat. Lin Kaiyun's thoughts were interrupted by Wen Kai, but he was not angry. Anyway, it was just a casual thought. Wen Kai smiled, filled himself with a big bowl of rice, and ate it in big mouthfuls. The main thing is that I eat with you. It's delicious. After Wen Kai came, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai started to play crazy as usual. Soon, Lin Kaiyun finished eating, washed his own dishes, returned to his room, called Wang Xiafen, and after ferrying his soul for him, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Kaiyun got up early, but when he left the room, he saw Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were already in the yard, fighting. Lin Kaiyun nodded and spoke slowly. Well, you two, this is already the second day. If you keep going, Master will definitely look at you with new eyes. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were so happy after hearing Lin Kaiyun's praise. Of course, senior brother, didn't we promise Master? We must work hard, senior brother, we will definitely persevere. Lin Kaiyun smiled. Okay, both of you are working so hard. As your senior brother, I can't help but support you. You keep practicing, I'll go to the street to buy you breakfast. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were even happier when they heard it. They stopped what they were doing and said what they wanted to eat. Great, senior brother, I want to eat durian pastry. Senior brother, buy me a roast chicken. Lin Kaiyun, who had already walked to the door, couldn't help but look back after hearing what Chu Sheng and Wen Kai said, and cursed speechlessly. Chu Sheng, you are a grown man, why do you want to eat durian pastry? You are so squeamish. Chu Sheng scratched his head and said awkwardly, Big brother, I'll eat whatever you buy. Okay, you two keep practicing until I come back, then stop. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand casually and walked out the door. The charity cemetery is on the outskirts of Renjia town, but the town at this time is more concentrated, so walking from the charity cemetery to the town is only equivalent to 2 stops in the previous life. Therefore, Lin Kaiyun was not in a hurry and walked slowly. Master Xiaolin, good morning, Master Xiaolin, let's go to the town. Facing the enthusiastic passers-by, Lin Kaiyun responded one by one. After all, after several incidents, Lin Jiu and him were no longer the people in the hearts of the people in Renjia town who could only tell fortunes and give names. They were really capable people, and even those who were half believing and half doubting believed them without a doubt. Lin Kaiyun walked to his favorite breakfast restaurant. Looking at the roasted chicken in the hanging oven, he immediately felt hungry. Before, Lin Kaiyun thought that breakfast should not be so greasy, but now he thought that ordering a roasted chicken would be fine. Boss, give me a roasted chicken and a few cakes, anything is fine. The shopkeeper warmly entertained Lin Kaiyun. Okay, Master Xiaolin, please sit for a while. Wait a moment, this roasted chicken will take a few minutes. Okay. Don't worry. Lin Kaiyun walked into the restaurant, found a secluded corner, sat down, picked up the cup, poured water, and drank leisurely. There were already quite a few people in the breakfast restaurant in the early morning, and there were all kinds of people, so that every time Lin Kaiyun bought breakfast and waited, Lin Kaiyun looked at the people around him with great interest. In fact, in Lin Kaiyun's opinion, this breakfast restaurant is like a small Jianghu. Some people can be seen gathering here to talk about business, and the daughters of rich families are also talking about the new foreign goods in 2s and 3s. If you observe carefully, you can even see which family had a quarrel last night, and who has done something wrong recently. If you have a keen ear, you can also hear the servants who come to buy breakfast for the master discussing the interesting things of the master's family. Lin Kaiyun drank a glass of white water, and when he was about to pour it for himself, he caught a glimpse of a woman who walked in. She was wearing a red coat, with a hat covering her face tightly. She was about 1.7 meters tall, which was not considered short for a woman at any time. What was different from her height and cool dress was that she was wearing a very cute embroidered shoe on her feet. This embroidered shoe was quite common 20 years ago, but now almost no one wears it, especially girls. This woman was an outsider at first glance. Not only Lin Kaiyun, but many people also cast curious glances. Strange, why does this person look familiar? Lin Kaiyun held the cup and turned it in his hand. This woman, he was indeed very familiar with her. Boss, a portion of glutinous rice cake, send it to the table inside. Girl, there is someone at that table inside. I know, familiar. The woman walked towards the breakfast restaurant without turning her head. The table inside? Isn't it mine? Lin Kaiyun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and looked at the woman walking over strangely. Lin Kaiyun, long time no see. The woman sat directly on the chair, greeted Lin Kaiyun, and slowly raised her head. Bang! It's you? Lin Kaiyun was very shocked. He slapped the table and stood up. His hand touched the storage belt and took out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, looking like he was going to take action. Because, this woman, with an almost perfect oval face, big eyes and long eyelashes, but a cold and beautiful expression, was none other than the demon girl Yukilo. Haha, Yukilo smiled and stretched out her hand to fan Lin Kaiyun to calm him down. Be patient. Do you want to fight me in this tea restaurant? Sure enough, everyone in the tea restaurant stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Kaiyun. Master Xiaolin, what's wrong? Some people who knew Lin Kaiyun asked with concern. Lin Kaiyun glanced at Yukilo, watching everyone staring at him curiously, put away the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, and said with a smile, it's okay. Some of you are tired of sitting. Get up and move around. Master Xiaolin, you are worthy of being Uncle Jiu's disciple. Even buying breakfast requires a few tricks. Master Xiaolin, is Uncle Jiu too strict? Haha, diligence can make up for lack of talent. It should be. You continue to eat. After Lin Kaiyun finished speaking with a smile, he sat down, lowered his body, and asked, Yukilo, what are you doing? Lin Kaiyun's voice was cold and his attitude was full of hostility. Nothing. I just happened to be passing by, so I wanted to chat with you, an old acquaintance. Isn't that okay? Yukilo didn't care about Lin Kaiyun's unfriendly attitude. She poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, nodded with satisfaction, and said to herself, well, Renjia town is good, even the water is sweet, the contrast of drinking water is quite cute. Lin Kaiyun was distracted for a while, and then reacted. What was he thinking? This Yukilo is a demon woman who kills without blinking an eye. Lin Kaiyun asked sternly, Yukilo, speak frankly, what is your purpose? Otherwise, wait a minute, I will take action after we leave the tea restaurant. Oh? Really? Yukilo moved the cup in front of her, glanced at Lin Kaiyun, then leaned over and approached Lin Kaiyun, and said playfully, aren't you afraid that I will hurt other people on the street? Since Yukilo knew his concerns, Lin Kaiyun could not let Yukilo succeed, so he acted tougher. Do you think I'm afraid? It's inevitable that someone will sacrifice their lives to kill you. I will find a good feng shui place for them to bury. Really? Yukilo looked up and stared at Lin Kaiyun. A small paper man came out of her sleeve. Yukilo teased the small paper man with her fingers and smiled, then we can give it a try. At this time, the shopkeeper personally brought a roast chicken wrapped in oil paper and cakes in a gift box to Lin Kaiyun. Master Xiaolin, your breakfast is ready. Lin Kaiyun ignored the shopkeeper, stood up and grabbed the little paper man between Yukilo's fingers, crushed it with his thumb, and stared at Yukilo, then give it a try. Lin Kaiyun was full of murderous intent at this time, and Yukilo felt it very clearly. In the noisy tea restaurant, the table of Lin Kaiyun and Yukilo seemed to be wrapped in a barrier, unusually quiet. Lin Kaiyun was condescending, and his attitude was very obvious. Yukilo sat down, hooked her fingers, and took back the paper scraps that Lin Kaiyun had crushed, and said to herself, I cut these paper men one by one, they are so cute, how can you be so cruel? It seems that I have to avenge my little paper man. After saying that, Yukilo also stood up and stared at Lin Kaiyun, full of momentum, even the hair on her shoulders fluttered. At this moment, Lin Kaiyun and Yukilo looked at each other, as if it was a stormy calm, without saying a word or moving an inch. The shopkeeper stood by, looking confused, and called out again, Master Xiaolin, your breakfast. Yukilo, I'll be waiting for you at the door, let's give it a try. Lin Kaiyun took the breakfast from the shopkeeper, smiled meaningfully at Yukilo, and walked out. Interesting, Yukilo smiled, turned around and followed Lin Kaiyun, and said to the shopkeeper before leaving, Shopkeeper, I don't need my breakfast anymore. Lin Kaiyun stopped outside the door, and after seeing Yukilo come out, he put the breakfast he bought in the arms of a passerby. Master Xiaolin, you? The man looked down at the roast chicken and pastries thrown by Lin Kaiyun, a little confused, and when he reacted and wanted to ask, he could only see Lin Kaiyun's back. Lin Kaiyun's figure took a step forward, and his hand made a tiger claw, grabbing Yukilo. Yukilo slid back, leaned her body, dodged Lin Kaiyun's claw attack, and asked softly, "Are you really not afraid?" "I hurt these ordinary people," I said. "If you don't tell me your purpose, I won't be polite." After that, Lin Kaiyun attacked again, swung his elbow and swung it at Yu Qiluo. Just when the elbow was about to hit Yu Qiluo's face, Yu Qiluo took out a piece of paper and said calmly, "I came here to cooperate with you." Cooperation. When Lin Kaiyun's elbow was only a few inches away from Yu Qiluo's face, he stopped, looked at Yu Qiluo in confusion, took the paper, and spread it out to read. This is an ordinary piece of paper with only a few lines of small characters on it. It looks very delicate, like a woman's handwriting. When the beginning is done, the end is also the beginning. The end is so close, but it is not so far away. The coiled dragon is afraid of leaking and is forced to swallow itself. The 9 blades of the mountain are short of one basket. Break the armor and enter the game. It's better to return to the world with a smile, lead with blood, move with soul, use the trend of heaven and earth for your own benefit. Lin Kaiyun asked, "What is this?" Yu Qiluo replied, "This should be a tomb. It is engraved on the stone wall. I copied it from the gathering place of those princes." Those princes? Yu Qiluo had worked with the princes of the Qin dynasty who needed to be restored before, so Lin Kaiyun knew that Yu Qiluo was referring to those people. Lin Kaiyun smiled, not believing it. "Tomb? Those people will let you make a copy? Or are you helping those remnant princes to do something again this time?" "Of course they won't be willing, but they have no choice, because..." Yu Qiluo's expression quickly turned gloomy, and continued, "I killed them all." This is in line with Yu Qiluo's character, Lin Kaiyun thought, but he still wouldn't easily believe this witch. "The two of us, even if it's not a fight to the death, it's almost the same." "Are you so sure that I will help you?" Yu Qiluo smiled, "I only know you who can read Feng Shui. As for if you don't help me, I will force you to help me." "Ha ha ha!" Lin Kaiyun was amused by Yu Qiluo's words. He clutched the paper in his hand, turned around and left. "You can try to force me, but you will bear the consequences yourself. In addition, I warn you. Leave Renjia town today." Chapter 340, Surprisingly Good Attitude. Yu Qiluo, this witch, came here for a purpose that was definitely not good, and she definitely had no good intentions. This was Lin Kaiyun's firm thought, and no matter how Yu Qiluo tried to fool him, it was useless. The current situation was that although Lin Kaiyun would not compromise because of Yu Qiluo's threats, it would be best if he could avoid a conflict with Yu Qiluo in Renjia town. After Lin Kaiyun said a harsh word, he turned around and left without looking back. The passerby who was stuffed with breakfast by Lin Kaiyun saw Lin Kaiyun coming over, raised the roast chicken and pastries, and asked in confusion, "Master Xiaolin, your breakfast. Thank you for taking so long to help me get it." Lin Kaiyun raised his hand to take the breakfast, smiled at the passerby, stepped over him, and headed towards the direction of the charity cemetery. Yu Qiluo, looking at Lin Kaiyun's back as he rushed away, smiled at the corner of her mouth, and raised her legs to follow him. After walking through 2 streets and 3 alleys, Lin Kaiyun had already left the town and was not far from the charity cemetery. Yu Qiluo behind her suddenly accelerated and quickly caught up with Lin Kaiyun. She walked side by side with Lin Kaiyun and asked with her face sideways, "Lin Kaiyun, we are already out of the town, why don't you do it?" Lin Kaiyun did not react at all to Yu Qiluo seeing through his thoughts. He said calmly, "As long as you don't cause trouble for me and don't hurt innocent people in Renjia town, I'm not interested in fighting with you." "Haha, fun." Yu Qiluo covered her mouth and smiled. Then, with a small jump, she stood in front of Lin Kaiyun, stretched out a hand and asked for something. "Then can you give me back the paper? Do you want to cheat me?" Lin Kaiyun stopped, calmly and seriously, and replied, "I lost it." Puff. Yu Qiluo shook her head and laughed. She was very happy, and her eyes were curved with laughter. "Oh, Lin Kaiyun, at least respect me. Even if you find a better excuse, maybe I cannot care, but you are too perfunctory." Lin Kaiyun also felt that this was a bit perfunctory. He glanced away and said, "Yu Qiluo, it doesn't make any difference to you if I don't return it to you. Since you have made a copy, there should be more than one." Yu Qiluo put away her smile and said seriously, "Yes, more than one copy. It's okay to give it to you, but I want you to help me." "Why do you think I will help you?" "Because you are nosy." When their eyes met, Lin Kaiyun couldn't hold it anymore. He spread out his hands, looking unconvinced. "I am nosy, sister. We have only met a few times." "How do you know I am nosy?" Yu Qiluo held up 2 fingers. "I have met you twice in total. Those 2 times seem to have nothing to do with you, But you were there. If that's not nosy, what is it? That's not it. Lin Kaiyun was about to explain himself, but suddenly realized that he didn't have so much to say to this witch, so he waved his hand. Forget it, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Lin Kaiyun took a step sideways and walked around Yu Killuo. But Yu Killuo was very persistent. She opened her arms and embraced Lin Kaiyun again, even using a coquettish tone. Then help me. No. Lin Kaiyun emphasized every word and refused decisively. At this time, the night watchman Old Wang in the town passed by humming a little tune while carrying 2 scones. He happened to see Lin Kaiyun and Yu Killuo who were confronting each other, and greeted them enthusiastically. Master Xiaolin, are you going to buy breakfast? Oh, is this your girlfriend? I haven't seen her before. She's from outside the town. Lin Kaiyun and Yu Killuo turned their heads and glared at the night watchman Old Wang at the same time, and said in unison, No, how is it possible? No, how is it possible? Night watchman Old Wang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're still saying no? Even though I've never married in my life, I always listen to storytellers telling love stories. You two are so tacitly in sync, you must be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Kaiyun smiled helplessly. Haha, Old Wang, go and do your thing. See you later. Night watchman Old Wang pretended not to hear Lin Kaiyun's intention to drive him away, and instructed Lin Kaiyun, Master Xiaolin, in the love stories I heard, men should be elegant and treat your girlfriend well. She has come to the town with great difficulty, and you can't let her think that our Renjia town is inhospitable. Before Lin Kaiyun could respond, Yu Killuo gritted her teeth and blurted out a word, Get lost. What? Night watchman Wang was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect this seemingly weak woman to be so rude. I told you to get lost. Yu Killuo's face was as cold as ice. A small paper man stood on her shoulder, threatening the night watchman Wang. Night watchman Wang rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the small paper man was indeed moving. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind Lin Kaiyun and pointed at the small paper man in horror. Master Xiaolin, this, Lin Kaiyun pushed away the hand that night watchman Wang was holding on him, rolled his eyes, glanced at him, and threatened, Old Wang, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, I can't save you in a while. Master Xiaolin, goodbye. Night watchman Wang swallowed his saliva and turned to run. Looking at the back of the night watchman Wang, who was running for his life, Lin Kaiyun shook his head speechlessly. The night watchman Wang probably didn't even know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. However, what Lin Kaiyun was more curious about was that Yu Killuo just yelled, Yu Killuo, you didn't do anything. Strange. Yu Killuo held the little paper man on her shoulder in her hand and looked straight at Lin Kaiyun. If I do something, you probably won't help me. Seeing Yu Killuo so persistent, Lin Kaiyun asked, What tomb is it? Why do you want me to help you so much? Yu Killuo shook her head. I don't know, but it seems to be related to their Empress Dalger Sixi, and I want the body of the zombie inside. Empress Dalger Sixi. Zombies? Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun did become interested. Lin Kaiyun asked like bargaining, What else do you know? If you want me to help you, I need to know everything, that's all. I just want to find a new body for Zhang Xianzong. As for the rest, I don't care. However, for you who likes to meddle in other people's business, this time is definitely very interesting. Lin Kaiyun saw that Yu Killuo's expression did not seem to be lying. Moreover, he, who had watched the TV series, also knew that Yu Killuo was obsessed with Zhang Xianzong. At least her motive made sense. However, last time, Zhang Xianzong's body was completely destroyed, and his soul was almost completely annihilated. Could Yu Killuo still save Zhang Xianzong? Zhang Xianzong, is he not dead yet? Lin Kaiyun asked subconsciously. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Yu Killuo's whole body, and the wind around her rolled up, as if it was a blade scraping Lin Kaiyun's face. Yu Killuo also stared at Lin Kaiyun with a bad look in her eyes. Several small paper figures behind her flew up, flashing red light. Slip of the tongue? Slip of the tongue? Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Killuo helplessly. Without using his own energy, he pressed down with both hands, signaling Yu Killuo to calm down. Stop, wait a minute, the people in Renjia town think you are a monster. Yu Killuo dispersed her aura and asked coldly, help or not? Lin Kaiyun hugged his shoulders and held his chin. He looked at Yu Killuo with interest and asked, help, what's the benefit? Not help, what's the harm? Yu Killuo answered seriously, help, I don't want anything except the most perfect zombie. I can even help you. If you don't help me, I hope you can help me find someone who understands Feng Shui. I will definitely reward you handsomely after the matter is done. Lin Kaiyun was a little surprised by Yu Qiluo's words. He thought Yu Qiluo would say something. If he didn't help her, she would massacre Renjia town and fight to the death. But Yu Qiluo's attitude was surprisingly good. Lin Kaiyun raised his hand and placed the back of his hand on Yu Qiluo's forehead, and asked doubtfully, "Are you the real Yu Qiluo? Do you have a fever?" Yu Qiluo raised her eyes and looked at the back of Lin Kaiyun's hand on her forehead. A confused expression appeared on her face. "What do you mean? It's okay." Lin Kaiyun also felt that it was a bit strange that his hand was actually on Yu Qiluo's forehead, so he quickly withdrew his hand and said slowly, "I can help you, but let me make it clear in advance that I know a little Feng Shui, but I don't know much about tombs." Yu Qiluo didn't care about the slightly intimate action just now, and said lightly, "It's okay, it's enough to know Feng Shui. Don't you have a master? Aren't you a leader of the younger generation of Maoshan? You people in Maoshan must know it." After hearing this, Lin Kaiyun understood. No wonder Yu Qiluo wanted to ask him for help. It turned out that she had set her eyes on the master behind him and Maoshan. It was a good plan. Lin Kaiyun said solemnly, "Yu Qiluo, I can help you, but I won't bother my master. As for Maoshan, it's even more impossible. So, do you still need my help?" Yu Qiluo was silent for a moment, then nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, okay, then let's have a happy cooperation." Lin Kaiyun smiled and stretched out his hand, wanting to high-five Yu Qiluo. Yu Qiluo looked at the palm stretched out in front of her in confusion. After glancing at Lin Kaiyun, she raised her hand uncertainly, with her palm facing outward, and pressed it against Lin Kaiyun's palm, asking in confusion, "Is that so? What does it mean?" Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Qiluo and high-fived him, and smiled. "Yes, that's it, it means a successful start." Yu Qiluo withdrew her hand, looked at her palm in confusion, and muttered, "A successful start. I also studied in Qingyan Temple before, how come I didn't know there was such a method?" "Okay, there's still a lot you don't know." Lin Kaiyun smiled and continued, "Now, can you stop stopping me?" After hearing this, Yu Qiluo took a step sideways and made way. Lin Kaiyun walked leisurely towards the charity cemetery with breakfast in his hand. Yu Qiluo followed silently without saying a word. Charity cemetery. Hey, Chu Sheng, take my blow. Kicks and kicks. Wenkei, look at me. Laojin lifting the tripod. Chu Sheng and Wenkei, in the yard, took their positions, walked in circles, talking about their moves, and sparring in the air. "No, I'm starving." Chu Sheng waved his hand. He felt that he was too boring to play this game of house with Wenkei. He walked aside and sat on the stone bench. He looked at the gate in confusion and muttered, "Big brother, why haven't you come back yet? It's almost an hour." Wenkei also stopped his actions, walked to Chu Sheng's side, and said, "Chu Sheng, do you think big brother will eat by himself?" Chu Sheng nodded and said in agreement, "I guess so. Big brother, you taught me a lesson before just because of a chicken leg. Big brother will not be polite when it comes to eating. You are so bold that you dare to say bad things about me." At this time, a strong voice came from outside the door. For Chu Sheng and Wenkei, this voice was too familiar. It was their senior brother Lin Kaiyun. Quick, senior brother is back." Chu Sheng and Wenkei were startled and quickly ran to the open space and got into horse stance. Crunch! The wooden door was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Kaiyun walked in. Looking at Chu Sheng and Wenkei who were doing horse stance and practicing seriously, Lin Kaiyun walked up to them and asked, "Not only are you too lazy, but you also say bad things about me. Have I been too nice to you recently?" Chu Sheng and Wenkei looked at each other and argued, "Big brother, no, you may have heard it wrong. That's right, big brother, we have been practicing all the time, and we dare not be lazy." Lin Kaiyun threw breakfast on the table in the yard, turned around and sat on the recliner, crossed his legs, and said without looking back, "The sweat on your two bodies has dried. Do I need to say more?" Chu Sheng and Wenkei saw that their lie was exposed, looked at each other awkwardly, put away their horse stance, walked lightly to Lin Kaiyun, lowered their heads, and admitted their mistakes. "Sorry, big brother, we were hungry, so we rested for a while and didn't practice all the time." "Really? We shouldn't be considered lazy, we just rested for a while." "Okay, let's go have breakfast." Lin Kaiyun waved his hand. He knew that he was indeed a little late, and the two of them were excusable. "Thank you, senior brother. It's too hot on the room, So we ate in the yard. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai excitedly ran to the table, picked up the breakfast bought by Lin Kaiyun, fanned the dust with their hands, and ate with great appetite. At this time, Yu Kilo followed up, took a look at the lying Lin Kaiyun, knew that she had not found the wrong person, and pushed the door open and walked in. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were originally wolfing down their food, stopped eating when they saw Yu Kilo, and then rushed to Yu Kilo, squeezing each other and interrupting her, saying, "Miss, who are you? Miss, are you here to see Master? Master is in retreat. If you have anything to say, please tell me first." Yu Kilo glanced at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai and shouted coldly, "Get out of the way." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were both shameless and didn't care at all. They continued to pester Yu Kilo, "Miss, you're welcome. If you have anything to say, just tell us." "Yes, just tell us." Chapter 341. The entire Renjia town is my territory. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai are not overbearing in the town, but they are annoying. To put it mildly, they are naughty and playful. They are the little bullies of Renjia town. They like to play pranks and many people have been fooled by them. People in Renjia town who have a good relationship with Lin Jiu turn a blind eye and give Lin Jiu face. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai are also very tactful and don't mess with people who don't have a good relationship with Lin Jiu. They are very bullying. Of course, it must be said that Chu Sheng and Wen Kai are annoying, but they have no malice. Apart from usually pitting Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun and making things worse, they have not caused any serious consequences to others. Lin Kaiyun did not react to Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's provocation to Yu Kilo. He lay on the chair, fanning himself leisurely. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai did work harder after returning from Mabai Mountain, but people cannot change in one day, so Chu Sheng and Wen Kai still have bad habits, and of course, they will always exist. However, Lin Kaiyun is only Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's senior brother, not their father. He has no obligation or interest to discipline them. Anyway, society will educate them in the end. For example, now, facing Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's shameless approach, Yu Kilo's face was cold. She raised her hand and 8 small paper figures jumped up behind her and instantly stuck to Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's limbs. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all. They raised their arms and legs and watched the paper figures attached to their bodies with great interest. "Hey, are you a wandering craftsman? This paper cut is very vivid. Chu Sheng, look, this little paper figure seems to be able to move." "Humph," Yu Kilo snorted coldly, raised her fingers and turned them slightly. "Move?" The voice was like an aureole. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai's hands and feet began to move uncontrollably. "Hey, what's going on? Chu Sheng, get out of the way, I can't control my fist." Wen Kai swung his arm and punched Chu Sheng in the cheek. "Ouch! Wen Kai, you are crazy. You dare to hit me? You know, I was letting you go when I was practicing just now." Chu Sheng screamed in pain and wanted to cover his face and rub it, but his arm was out of control. Then, Chu Sheng raised his leg and kicked Wen Kai in the lower abdomen. "Chu Sheng, I've already told you, I didn't mean it. Why did you hit me?" Wen Kai's body was bent over in pain, but his feet were out of control and he didn't take a step back. As a result, Chu Sheng punched him hard in the face again. Chu Sheng saw that Wen Kai's eyes turned black in the blink of an eye, and he tried hard not to laugh and argued, "Wen Kai, believe me, I'm just like you, I can't control myself." "Chu Sheng, you're going too far, I'll fight you." Wen Kai's limbs seemed to have recovered control at this time, but he was already so angry that he was out of mind, and he threw Chu Sheng to the ground with his teeth and claws. "Wen Kai, if you do this again, I won't be polite." At the same time, Chu Sheng's limbs also recovered, but he immediately wrestled with Wen Kai on the ground. Lin Kaiyun heard the sound of fighting, turned sideways, glanced at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai rolling on the ground, and was speechless. Can't these two idiots see that they were fooled by Yu Kilo, the witch? After Yu Kilo put away the 8 little paper figures, she glanced at Lin Kaiyun lying on the table, walked to the table, sat down, elegantly opened a cake gift box, took it out, took a bite, and then tasted it with satisfaction. Lin Kaiyun turned over, walked to the opposite side of Yu Kilo, sat down, and asked in confusion, "You don't plan to stay in the charity cemetery during this period, do you?" "Yeah," Yu Kilo hummed, wiped the dough residue from the corner of her mouth, reached out and took another piece of cake, and looked like she had a good appetite. Lin Kaiyun thought about it, and it seemed that there was really no good place to put her. Ren Tingting had not returned since she went to the provincial capital, so it was obviously unrealistic for Yu Kilo to live in Ren's house. Well, that's the only way, but I have one request, that is, you can't leave my sight before finding the tomb. Lin Kaiyun nodded. Since there was no better way to place her, it would be better to let Yu Kilo stay by his side. At least, he could keep a close eye on her. After all, Lin Kaiyun didn't believe that Yu Kilo, this evil woman, would suddenly change her nature and stop doing bad things. Sure, Yu Kilo agreed without hesitation, then looked at Lin Kaiyun, gently raised the pastry in her hand, and asked with a smile, "You grown men actually eat durian pastry for breakfast? How interesting." Lin Kaiyun could feel the mockery in Yu Kilo's tone. He nodded his chin at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were wrestling with each other, and said helplessly, "Really? You wouldn't believe that the two idiots fighting downstairs would eat durian pastry for breakfast." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai also heard that Lin Kaiyun and the mysterious woman seemed to be talking about themselves, so Chu Sheng controlled Wen Kai and said, "Wen Kai, stop holding my arm, get up quickly, let go first." "Okay, I'll let go first. Don't take the opportunity to hit me again, otherwise, breakfast will be eaten by the senior brothers." Chu Sheng let go of Wen Kai, stood up, shook off the dust on his body, ran to Lin Kaiyun's side and sat down, during which he didn't dare to look directly at Yu Kilo, but just chuckled. When Wen Kai saw Chu Sheng sitting down, he jumped up and hurried to the table and sat down. He didn't care whether his hands were dirty or not. He grabbed a chicken leg and bit into it, muttering, "Why don't you eat this roast chicken?" However, Wen Kai found that neither his senior brother Lin Kaiyun nor Chu Sheng seemed to pay attention to his meaning. So, Wen Kai looked up and saw that Lin Kaiyun and Chu Sheng were looking at him expectantly. "What's wrong?" "I took it because I saw you didn't want to eat it." Wen Kai was stunned for a moment, looked at the chicken leg he had bitten in his hand, and reluctantly handed it to Lin Kaiyun. He pursed his lips greedily and said reluctantly, "Senior brother, how about you eat it?" "I don't eat it, it's too greasy, but you can ask if the person next to you wants to eat it." Lin Kaiyun shook his head, smiled and glanced at Yu Kilo beside Wen Kai. "Next to you." Wen Kai followed Lin Kaiyun's gaze and was met with Yu Kilo's sharp eyes. He was immediately startled and stood up quickly, dropping the chicken leg in his hand on the table. "Oh my god, I was wrong. I didn't mean to sit next to you." Wen Kai was busy eating and didn't realize that he was sitting next to Yu Kilo, quite close to her. Although Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were not that smart, they had realized after such a long time that the uncontrollable limbs just now were definitely caused by the little paper man. Lin Kaiyun knocked on the table and said, "Okay, let's eat. Move another stool and sit next to me." Wen Kai swallowed his saliva, leaned close to Lin Kaiyun's ear, and whispered, "Big brother, I'm scared. Look at her eyes, it seems like she's going to fight." Lin Kaiyun looked up and saw that Yu Kilo was murderous. He rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, don't scare my two junior brothers, got it?" Yu Kilo's cloudy weather turned sunny in an instant, smiled at Lin Kaiyun, and continued to eat. Lin Kaiyun didn't know whether Yu Kilo had such a personality. He had never met her before, and now was the longest time he had met her. Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Kilo meaningfully, then waved to Wen Kai and said, "Wen Kai, eat. She is scaring you." "Oh, yes." After hesitating for a moment, Wen Kai took a small stool from not far away, moved it to Lin Kaiyun's side, and sat down. Chu Sheng also started eating quietly. He could tell that this woman was not easy to mess with, so he decided not to say anything. Wen Kai felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He put his hands on his knees and sat quietly on a small chair. After adapting for a while, he became bolder and stood up to pick up the chicken leg that had fallen on the table. He dusted off the dust and said to himself, "It's a good chicken leg. It would be a waste if I don't eat it." Lin Kaiyun said silently, "Don't talk while eating, don't talk." Several people finished their breakfast quietly. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were responsible for clearing the table. Lin Kaiyun stood up and returned to his room. Yu Kilo also stood up. Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Kilo in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to follow me into the room?" "What else?" Yu Kilo nodded and asked, "Didn't you ask me not to leave your sight?" "Okay. You stay in my room for the time being. I'll clean up a guest room for you in a while, and you can stay there tonight." After Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, he walked towards his room. Yu Kilo followed suit. By the way, Lin Kaiyun suddenly stopped, looked back at Yu Kilo, and asked jokingly, "You shouldn't be afraid of ghosts or coffins and corpses, right?" Yu Kilo chuckled and said, "I like it very much, not bad." Lin Kaiyun gave Yu Kilo a thumbs up and walked straight back to his room. Yu Kilo followed closely and closed the door behind her. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were tidying up the table and the yard, saw that Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo had all entered the room. They became bolder, gathered together, looked straight at Lin Kaiyun's room, and started discussing, "Hey, Qiu Sheng, what is the relationship between this woman and the eldest brother? Why did she enter the eldest brother's room? You ask me, how should I know? But, doesn't the eldest brother already have Miss Ren? Why did he bring back another one? That's right. And this woman is quite cute, but has a very fierce temper, and can also use witchcraft. Qiu Sheng, what do you think will happen if the master finds out? Then let's pray that the master doesn't find out." Qiu Sheng immediately stopped the topic, shrugged, and walked aside to sweep the floor. Wen Kai glared at Lin Kaiyun's room, trotted to Qiu Sheng, and asked curiously, "Why, Qiu Sheng? If master knows this time, maybe he will teach senior brother a lesson." "I haven't seen master teach senior brother a lesson for a long time, shh." Qiu Sheng made a silencing gesture to Wen Kai, carefully glanced at Lin Kaiyun's room, and when he saw no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If master knew, senior brother would definitely think it was us who said it, and we will probably be the ones in trouble then." When Wen Kai thought of Lin Kaiyun's thunder and lightning meal, he felt a chill down his spine. He touched his neck and said with some doubt, "But, that woman is in senior brother's room now, who can we hide this from? So, we have to keep our voices down. Master is in retreat now. Maybe this woman will leave tomorrow. Master won't know about it, right?" After Qiu Sheng told Wen Kai, he continued to sweep the floor. In short, he had made up his mind. In the next 2 days, he should be good and not make trouble. After being reminded by Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai also picked up a stool and muttered, "Yes, then I will hurry to work, and then go back to the room to meditate." Yu Kilo, who entered the room, saw Lin Kaiyun's incense hall at first sight. She walked closer to take a look, tilted her head to look at Lin Kaiyun, and asked curiously, "What is this? Is it your tablet?" Lin Kaiyun sat on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and said without raising his head, "Yu Kilo, are you doing this on purpose? Do you want to curse your partner to death?" Yu Kilo shook her head, sat next to Lin Kaiyun, and slowly said, "How can a Taoist priest put this thing? Is this the hall where you work?" Lin Kaiyun put down the cup in his hand, smiled at Yu Kilo, and said coldly, "Yu Kilo, are you concerned too much? We are just temporarily cooperating and we are not familiar with each other." Yu Kilo nodded, "Okay, then take out the paper I copied and decrypt it." "Decrypt? Decrypt what code? Don't you know something about Feng Shui? So, decipher it according to the words on it." Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while, took out the paper from his arms, slapped it on the table, and said, "There are only a few lines of words, nothing else. How can I decipher it? Don't you know Feng Shui? It should be easy." Yu Kilo obviously didn't believe it. "Sister, if there are only these few lines of words, I guess you'll be more efficient than me to find a lantern riddle." Lin Kaiyun teased and drank water leisurely. Yu Kilo pulled the paper in front of her, looked at it for a few times, then looked up and glared at Lin Kaiyun, and asked, "What should I do?" Lin Kaiyun shrugged, cold it. At this time, a noisy sound came from outside the door. "Marshal Luo, this is Uncle Jiu's charity cemetery. Uncle Jiu and Master Xiaolin are both very powerful. Let's keep our voices down and knock on the door before going in. Damn it, the entire Renjia town belongs to me now. There's no place for me to go. Why should I knock on the door? Ai, do you want to die?" "No, Marshal Luo, I'm not kidding. If we break in like this and make Master Xiaolin angry, the consequences will be troublesome." "Damn it, is this true? Look how scared you are. I'll see what you can do to me." Chapter 342 Write a letter to call him over. "Ai, go knock on the door quickly. I want to see who is so arrogant." The voice undoubtedly came from outside the gate rather than the yard. Yu Kilo listened attentively and said with a smile, "That Master Xiaolin is talking about you, right? It seems that someone is looking for trouble with you." Lin Kaiyun did not respond. With his current 5 senses, he could hear the voice outside the gate very clearly. One of them was Ai, and who is that Marshal Luo? Bang bang bang. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Master Xiaolin, Uncle Jiu, are you there? I'm Ai. I have something to ask you." "Oi, do you still want to follow me? You coward, show some captain's appearance and kick the door open directly." "Marshal Luo, what is this? Kick it open for me, a broken charity house. Why are you pretending to be mysterious in front of me? Hurry up, or I'll jump you. How? Lin Kaiyun sneered. Although he didn't know who this martial Luo was, it seemed that he was undoubtedly here to cause trouble. Just sit in the room. I'll go out and take a look. After saying this, Lin Kaiyun walked out of the room. When he arrived in the yard, Lin Kaiyun saw Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, and was about to open the door to ask. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai stared at Lin Kaiyun in confusion. Big brother, Lin Kaiyun said, what are you standing there for? Why don't you open the door quickly? Are you waiting for him to kick it? Oh, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai reacted and ran over to open the door. As a result, just when Chu Sheng's hand was about to touch the bolt, the door was kicked open with a bang. Ai, who was outside the door, hadn't put his foot down yet. When he saw Lin Kaiyun, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai in the yard, he smiled awkwardly. Master Xiaolin, I can't help it. Lin Kaiyun knew about Ai's character. Moreover, he had almost heard the conversation outside the door before, and knew that if Ai didn't kick the door, he would be shot. Lin Kaiyun ignored Ai, glanced around Ai, and saw the figure of martial Luo. He was riding a tall horse, wearing a handsome uniform and leather gloves, and the most noticeable thing about him was the scar on his face. Martial Luo dismounted, clapped his whip in his hand, looked at Lin Kaiyun's men in the courtyard of the charity cemetery, and said with a curse, Oi, you are scared like this by just a few guys who haven't even grown all their hair? You are such a coward. After hearing what martial Luo said, Oi looked at Lin Kaiyun awkwardly, then turned around and ran to martial Luo, and hurriedly reminded him, Martial Luo, believe me, the man in the capable blue clothes inside is Master Xiaolin. He has great skills. Martial Luo didn't understand Ai's cowardly look at all. He pulled out the golden pistol from his waist with a look of contempt, and shouted, bullshit skills, what skills can be as powerful as the gun in my hand? Oi was frightened by martial Luo's action of drawing the gun, and said tremblingly, Martial Luo, Master Xiaolin is not afraid of guns, he can, hurry up and get up, or I will jump first. Martial Luo felt humiliated, and angrily pointed his gun at Ai, saying arrogantly, even if he can cast a spell, I will make him clean my shoes today. Seeing this, Wei dared not say anything and hide aside in fear. Martial Luo walked into the charity cemetery with a square step, put his whip on Chu Sheng's shoulder, and shouted, Boy, I heard that you are very powerful. Is that right? I want to see what kind of ability this person who scared Wei to death has. Chu Sheng was not as timid as Wen Kai. If someone dared to put the whip on his shoulder under normal circumstances, he would definitely throw it away. But now, Chu Sheng was a little afraid. The gun in martial Luo's other hand, and of course, the guards following martial Luo, were all armed with live ammunition. Chu Sheng grinned and said slowly, well, Marshal, I'm not the one you're looking for. Ai is talking about my senior brother. Martial Luo was stunned for a moment, then picked up the whip, pointed at Lin Kaiyun and Wen Kai behind Chu Sheng, and shouted, if I say you are you, then you are you. The three of you, show me what you can do today. If you do as I want, I will ensure that you will have a good life in the future. Wen Kai slowly moved to the side of Lin Kaiyun and asked in panic, Senior brother, what should we do? Do you want to wake up the master? Lin Kaiyun shook his head, put his hands behind his back, walked in front of martial Luo, looked him up and down, and said, Martial Luo, right, oh, kid, you dare to talk to me like this, I wonder if you want to die? Martial Luo smiled, then his face changed, as if he wanted to eat someone, and he pointed the gun at Lin Kaiyun. HMPH, Lin Kaiyun snorted coldly, his eyes focused, he raised his hand and grabbed Luo Deshui's neck, and suddenly exerted force, smashing Luo Deshui hard to the ground. Luo Deshui was also out of breath, and screamed in pain, ouch, my head, Marshal, hurry up, let the marshal go. For a moment, the guards behind Luo Deshui all pulled out their guns and pointed them at Lin Kaiyun. Boy, let the marshal go quickly, hurry up, or we will shoot. Although Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were afraid at this time, they did not retreat. They did not do anything useful. They kept persuading them, calm down, misunderstanding, put down the gun first, and Ai turned his head and turned his back to Lin Kaiyun. He knew that Luo Deshui was a guy who killed people without blinking an eye. After coming to Renjia town, he killed many wealthy businessmen who refused to pay. Of course, Wei was not worried about Lin Kaiyun's safety. To be precise, he didn't know what kind of punishment Luo Deshui would receive. It might be bloody and disgusting, so Wei turned his back and didn't want to watch it at all. Facing more than a dozen guns, Lin Kaiyun showed no fear at all. He still had no intention of letting Luo Deshui go. He tilted his head and hummed softly, "The change of this Haoshan will turn me into a king." Fenghou Qimen. In an instant, with Lin Kaiyun as the center, a Bagua formation spread out. This time, Lin Kaiyun did not hide, but directly showed the Bagua formation for everyone to see. What is this? It seems to be flashing. Is this a trap? Everyone was panicked when they saw the dark blue Bagua formation suddenly appearing under their feet. Like ants on a hot pot, they kept jumping. What kind of magic is this? Luo Deshui also saw the Bagua formation with his peripheral vision. The word Jin, 100 flowers are in chaos. Suddenly, the entire Bagua formation began to rotate counterclockwise like a clock, which made Luo Deshui's guards even more frightened. The timid ones had already fled in panic. Of course, it was only a small part. After all, although the Bagua formation looked magical, they could not understand it. And they did not know what power it had. However, they knew that Luo Deshui killed people without blinking an eye. However, these guards regretted it afterwards. They actually saw countless Lin Kaiyuns popping out of Lin Kaiyun's body, smiling and walking towards them. Emma dazzled, "What is this? I saw it too. It's a trick, it's a trick, don't worry, damn, shoot." In this panic, it is inevitable that some people will shoot recklessly. The word soon, wind rope, more than a dozen white wind ropes emerged from the Bagua formation, throwing all the guns in the hands of these guards away. Devil, he's a devil, he's not a human, run. Even though these people were afraid of Marshal Luo and were very loyal, what happened at this moment overturned the worldview of these guards. They ignored everything and ran back to Renjia town like they were running for their lives. Lin Kaiyun originally planned to teach these people a lesson, otherwise, if he had the intention to kill them, not even a fly could fly away. Now that these bastards are gone, it's your turn. Lin Kaiyun looked down at Marshal Luo, and pinched him so hard with his fingers that he could hardly breathe. Marshal Luo struggled desperately but could not move at all. He desperately pried Lin Kaiyun's fingers and begged for mercy. "Brother, uncle, I can't breathe anymore, let go first." At this time, Wen Kai stood up and said, "Big brother, you must not let go, he still has a gun in his hand." Chu Sheng patted Wen Kai on the head and scolded, "Stupid. How can Big Brother be afraid of guns? Before, those dozen guns were all dealt with by Big Brother. How can he be afraid of this small broken pistol?" Wen Kai smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "That's right." Lin Kaiyun ignored the two funny brothers, and directly let go of the hands that were pinching Marshal Luo. He picked up Marshal Luo like a chicken and said, "I cannot kill you. Thank you, Grandpa. As long as you don't kill me, I will let you do anything." Marshal Luo had no intention of resisting. He was able to survive until today because he was brave in battle and was extremely sensible of the situation. His guards had so many guns but they couldn't do anything to this man. He only had a small pistol, so he had no chance at all. Lin Kaiyun asked, "What's your name? What are you doing in Yizhuang?" Marshal Luo stood straight and answered truthfully, "Grandpa, I'm Luo Laowei. I just conquered this area nearby. I heard that there is someone in Yizhuang who is very good at fortune telling, so I came to see." Luo Laowei? After listening to this, Lin Kaiyun's eyes were focused and stared at Luo Laowei. Grandpa Lin Luo Laowei didn't look like a marshal anymore. He was even more of a lackey. He felt numb when he was stared at by Lin Kaiyun. He swallowed his saliva, unconsciously took a half step back, and hurriedly explained, "Everything I said is true. There is absolutely no lie." Lin Kaiyun didn't say anything, just looked at Luo Laowei. Previously, he felt that this Marshal Luo was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Now, after hearing the name of Luo Laowei, Lin Kaiyun reacted instantly. This Luo Laowei was clearly the Marshal Luo in the Wrath of Xiangxi, a warlord supported by Chen Yulao. Isn't this world only about Lin Jiu? How come there are characters from the Tomb Robin TV series? Just as Lin Kaiyun was thinking deeply, Marshal Luo was so scared that he broke out in a sweat. Wondering if Lin Kaiyun was considering some means to abuse him, Wen Kai on the side asked Chu Sheng next to him, "Chu Sheng, senior brother, what's wrong? Why are you staring at this Marshal Luo?" Chu Sheng spoke slowly, "Senior brother, maybe you want to teach Marshal Luo a lesson. After all, this old guy came to a charity cemetery to show off his power, he should be taught a lesson." Naturally, these words reached Luo Laowei's ears, which made him even more scared, and he shouted helplessly, "Grandpa Lin, just tell me what you want to do with me. Don't look at me like that, It's too painful. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate well, I can choose to spare you. Lin Kaiyun smiled, took a step forward, stretched out his hand to brush off Luo Liaowei's collar, and continued to ask, do you know a man named Chen Yulao? I know him. Luo Liaowei didn't even think about it. Although he didn't know how Lin Kaiyun knew Chen Yulao and whether he had a grudge against Chen Yulao, for the sake of his own life, he didn't dare to hide it at this time, and said everything he could. The Chen Yulao you mentioned is my good brother. He is a big shot. You know Xiangling, right? My good brother is the boss of Xiangling, and he has thousands of brothers under him, as expected. A smile appeared on Lin Kaiyun's lips. It was like someone gave him an umbrella when it rained and a pillow when he was sleepy. Before, he was worried about how to decipher the poem that Yu Qilao had taken and how to find the tomb. Now, Chen Yulao happened to appear. Lin Kaiyun patted Luo Liaowei on the shoulder and asked with a smile, since you are Chen Yulao's good brother, you should be able to call Chen Yulao over by writing a letter, right? Luo Liaowei asked nervously. Uncle Lin, you don't really have a grudge against Chen Yulao, do you? No grudge. Lin Kaiyun shook his head. That's good. Luo Liaowei breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately realized that this might offend Lin Kaiyun, so he quickly explained, what I mean is that although Chen Yulao is my good brother, he has a lot of things to do, and I may not be able to call him over. It doesn't matter, just tell him that there is a big tomb in Renjia town, and there are countless treasures in it. I can split it with him 50-50, Lin Kaiyun smiled. As long as there is a tomb, he doesn't believe that Chen Yulao won't come. Treasures? Countless. Luo Liaowei's eyes lit up immediately. Treasures are money, and money is guns, cannons and ammunition. With guns and cannons, he can also be a big warlord. Uncle Lin, don't worry, I will go back and write a letter to the general boss now. Luo Liaowei didn't look threatened at all, and he cooperated very well and was very active. Okay, open your mouth. Ah. What? Luo Liaowei heard Lin Kaiyun's words and didn't react. Lin Kaiyun grabbed his neck, forced his mouth open, and threw a pill into his throat. What is this? Luo Liaowei covered his throat and tried to spit out the pill, but it was too late. It went into his stomach. It's nothing, just an ordinary pill. After 7 days, it will explode in your stomach, and countless small insects will crawl out of it. They will crawl from your stomach to your internal organs, and will slowly gnaw on you when they are hungry, and slowly suck your blood when they are thirsty. Of course, when they grow up, they will reproduce, and they may crawl out of your nose or mouth, or other places when you are sleeping. Chapter 343 split into two. After hearing Lin Kaiyun's introduction to the pill, Luo Liaowei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and covered his stomach with dry heaves. Lin Kaiyun bent over and said with a smile, don't worry, as long as you come to me every 6 days to get the antidote, I promise that no bugs will escape. Uncle, no, Grandpa, you believe me, although I am not a good person, I always keep my word. From now on, I will be your servant and I will never have any second thoughts. Just help me get this pill out. Luo Liaowei had a sad face, and his voice was a little hoarse because he had been dry heaving for too long. Okay, with your words, it's fine, go. Lin Kaiyun smiled and waved his hand, with no intention of giving Luo Liaowei the antidote. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his room. Looking at Lin Kaiyun's back, Luo Liaowei was so anxious that he shouted, Grandpa Lin, please, Lin Kaiyun turned his head with a bad look. Suddenly, Luo Liaowei was so scared that he shut his mouth and smiled bitterly. I'll do it now. Wait a minute, you clean up all these. Yes, then. Lin Kaiyun ignored Luo Liaowei who was cleaning the yard, and also ignored Chu Xing and Wen Kai, and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Yu Qilao holding tea, standing by the window, looking outside with interest. Lin Kaiyun sat on the chair and asked, are you watching a show? Your mysterious poison is fake. Yu Qilao turned and looked at Lin Kaiyun, saying with certainty. Lin Kaiyun shook his head, took out another pill from his bosom, handed it to Yu Qilao, and said with a smile, fake? How about you try it? Sure. Yu Qilao took the pill without thinking, and swallowed it directly before Lin Kaiyun could react. Lin Kaiyun exclaimed, you really ate it. Yu Qilao said calmly, this is also fake. What am I afraid of? Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say, and looked at Yu Qilao helplessly, and said, you are really a witch. I'll take it as a compliment. Yu Qilao didn't care about Lin Kaiyun's address, and continued to ask, by the way, Can the person you asked him to find just now find a grave? No, Lin Kaiyun refused directly. Lin Kaiyun now felt that Yu Qilou was too smart, so smart that he felt that she had no secrets. This feeling made Lin Kaiyun a little uncomfortable, so he deliberately denied it. Oh, Yu Qilou nodded, drank tea, and continued to look out the window. Over? Lin Kaiyun thought Yu Qilou would argue with him, but she reacted so naturally. She didn't even ask. Boring. Lin Kaiyun said something that didn't make him think straight, and got up and walked to the bed, lying down, putting his hands under his head, closing his eyes, and wandering away. Not long after, Luo Liaoyi took Aoi, cleaned up the yard, and left in a hurry. Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke were left, quite at a loss. Wen Ke asked, Qiu Sheng, what should we do now? Don't do anything, just go back to your room. That woman is still staring at us. Qiu Sheng glanced in the direction of Lin Kaiyun's room and motioned to Wen Ke. Wen Ke looked and saw that the woman who taught them a lesson was standing by the window, looking at them. I'm going to practice. Wen Ke touched his head and trotted back to his room. Seeing this, Qiu Sheng no longer stood alone in the yard, and also returned to his room. Lin Kaiyun closed his eyes and asked, there's no one in the yard. What are you still looking at? Now, Lin Kaiyun's 5 senses are very sharp. Although he didn't see, he could still hear that Luo Liaoyi and Qiu Sheng Wen Ke were no longer in the yard. Yu Qilou slowly said, someone is coming. No, a ghost is coming. What? Lin Kaiyun sat up directly, staring at Yu Qilou with a focused gaze, and shouted, are you hiding something? You must have another purpose for coming this time? It's not good for you to plot against me. I know, I'm not hiding it from you. I can feel the ghost coming. Yu Qilou didn't explain too much about Lin Kaiyun's suspicion. She still stood by the window and looked at the yard, as if waiting for something. Lin Kaiyun stood up, walked to Yu Qilou's side, and asked in confusion, can you sense it? Yu Qilou looked at Lin Kaiyun proudly and said, is it strange? My soul power is 1,000 times and 100 times that of yours, 1,000 times and 100 times, why don't you say 10,000 times? Lin Kaiyun complained in his heart. Yu Qilou seemed to have seen through Lin Kaiyun's thoughts, and said seriously, my current strength is less than half, otherwise, I can kill a group of cultivators like you with just a wave of my hand. Lin Kaiyun looked Yu Qilou up and down, and teased, oh, that means you showed mercy when we were fighting before? Could it be that you have some inexplicable feelings for me? If you keep looking at me, I will dig out your eyes. Obviously feeling a little uncomfortable with Lin Kaiyun's gaze, Yu Qilou turned around and sat on the chair. Lin Kaiyun shrugged, seemingly expressionless, but there were waves in his heart. Lin Kaiyun didn't think much before, thinking that Yu Qilou's strength was just like that, but now it seems that Yu Qilou's strength is far more than that. From what he said, it seems that she is injured or for other reasons, so she can't exert her full strength. In that case, Lin Kaiyun was a little worried about this cooperation. After all, the basis of the cooperation was that Lin Kaiyun was confident that he could suppress Yu Qilou, so he was willing to cooperate with Yu Qilou. However, if Yu Qilou's strength was far higher than his, then cooperating with this demon girl would be like a time bomb? God knows, this demon girl will explode at any time. You are not going to regret it, are you? Yu Qilou saw Lin Kaiyun standing by the window and thought deeply. Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun walked to the table, sat opposite Yu Qilou, and shrugged, why do you regret it? Do you think I'm afraid? Yu Qilou smiled and said, I'm very strong. Are you worried? Lin Kaiyun looked into Yu Qilou's eyes and said confidently, you were only very strong before, but now, maybe you are not as good as me, right? Lin Kaiyun was very confident about this. The 2 previous fights with Yu Qilou were not competitions. In Lin Kaiyun's opinion, Yu Qilou had no need to hide her weakness, which meant that Yu Qilou, the demon girl, had no way to exert her full strength. Since it can't be used, it's the same as if it didn't exist. I'm here, Yu Qilou responded to Lin Kaiyun, turning her head to look into the yard. I'm here, good, I want to see what kind of ghost dares to come to our charity cemetery. Lin Kaiyun stood up, picked up a stool, opened the door of the room, sat at the door, and looked at the yard leisurely. Although the yard was still empty, Lin Kaiyun still believed that Yu Qilou would not talk nonsense. After a few minutes, a black smoke rolled up from the ground in the yard, and a figure appeared. Wearing a black coat and wearing foreign leather boots. It's you, why is it you? Lin Kaiyun and the figure who suddenly appeared said in unison. That's right, the person who appeared was none other than the ferryman Zhao Li. Lin Kaiyun sat on the chair, smiled, and said, I thought it was a ghost. It turned out to be you. Zhao Li looked around vigilantly and asked, why is it you? Why are you here? Lin Kaiyun crossed his legs, spread his hands, and looked at Zhao Li as if he was looking at a fool. Hey, brother, you came to my house, you asked me why I am here, is this your home? Zhao Li looked around, his eyes paused at Lin Jiu's room and Chu Shenwangke's room, then pulled out a long barrel pistol from his waist, pointed it at Lin Kaiyun, and asked, where's Yu Kilo? You came to the door in person to ask questions, but you pointed the gun at the owner? Are you so rude? After saying that, Lin Kaiyun's whole body of momentum burst out, like a physical entity, and rushed towards Zhao Li. In fact, the gun in Zhao Li's hand, although it can cause damage to the soul, is not a big threat to Lin Kaiyun. Instead, it is the martial spirit Zhao Ziling that makes Lin Kaiyun a little afraid. At the same time, Lin Jiu, who was recuperating in the room, felt Lin Kaiyun's momentum and asked loudly, Kaiyun, what happened? Lin Kaiyun quickly put away his momentum and shouted to Lin Jiu's room, it's okay, master, there is an old acquaintance, we are preparing to exchange. There was no response in the room. Perhaps Lin Jiu believed Lin Kaiyun, or perhaps Lin Jiu knew that the guy who came was not hostile. Zhao Li saw that Lin Kaiyun's momentum had dissipated, and he also put away his gun and asked Lin Kaiyun, I'm here to find Yu Kilo, is she there? Lin Kaiyun stood up, raised his legs to move the chair to the back, closed the door casually, and said with a smile, you have to answer a few questions for me first, and then I will tell you. Lin Kaiyun noticed that Yu Kilo had no intention of coming out, and at the same time deliberately concealed his breath. Although he didn't know why, Lin Kaiyun knew that Zhao Li would never find Yu Kilo in the room. Zhao Li asked, after I answer you, can you tell me the exact location of Yu Kilo? It was Hades Acha who gave him something that could track Yu Kilo's general whereabouts. He only knew that she was nearby, possibly in the charity cemetery or in the town, but he didn't know exactly where she was. Okay, Lin Kaiyun agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, ask. Zhao Li walked directly to the table in the yard, sat down, put his elbows on the table, and stared at Lin Kaiyun sideways. Why are you looking for Yu Kilo? What is the underworld? What is your relationship with the underworld? Is Acha the one you mentioned before a woman? What's the matter with your martial spirit Zhao Ziling? You and the underworld should be mortal enemies, right? Aren't you afraid that the people in the underworld will find out when you come here? Lin Kaiyun asked all the questions about Zhao Li and the so-called underworld in his mind like a string of cannonballs. Zhao Li looked at Lin Kaiyun in shock and exclaimed, are you checking the household registration? Are you going to tell me or not? If you do, I will tell you where Yu Kilo is. If you don't, you can find it yourself. Lin Kaiyun did not walk towards Zhao Li, but lay down on the recliner, as if he had Zhao Li in his control. Zhao Li thought for a moment and said, I came to Yu Kilo to help me deal with someone. It's not convenient to talk about the details. I can't discuss the affairs of my Lord Acha, but I can tell you the rest. Lin Kaiyun didn't even turn his head. Okay, then go ahead. The underworld and the netherworld were 1,000 years ago and were under the command of Emperor Xiangqi Dashan Rinsheng of Dongyu. But, Emperor Xiangqi Dashan Rinsheng of Dongyu and Emperor Fenghou disappeared for some reason, so it was divided into two. The undead in the north are ruled by my Lord Acha, and the undead in the south are ruled by the 10 kings of hell. As for the martial spirits, it is a unique atavism skill of us ferrymen in the underworld. Under the connection of my Lord Acha, we can sign contracts with our ancestors and fight together, although we and the netherworld are mortal enemies, as long as there is no large group of people looking for trouble. Under normal circumstances, there will be no conflict. For example, I come here alone now, which means I have no ill intentions. Zhao Li answered all the questions raised by Lin Kaiyun one by one, detailing where it should be detailed and omitting where it should be omitted. Dongyu Xiangqi Dashan Rinsheng Emperor and Fenghou Emperor disappeared? The underworld was divided into two? Lin Kaiyun originally thought that the underworld was just a place where some people with good deeds continued to shine after their death. As a result, there really are these legendary figures? Lin Kaiyun sat up from the recliner and asked with a frown, are there really Dongyu Xiangqi Dashan Rinsheng Emperor and Fenghou Emperor? Zhao Li nodded, of course there are, otherwise how can the underworld exist? Besides, my master Acha will not lie to us. Lin Kaiyun continued to ask, why did they disappear? Were they attacked or calamities? Or did they go to another world? Do you think a small person like me can know these things? Zhao Li shook his head. Lin Kaiyun pondered for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. So, he shouted to his room, "You Kilo, come out. Someone wants to see you." Zhao Li looked at Lin Kaiyun's room in confusion. "She's in the room? Why can't I feel it?" Lin Kaiyun smiled and said casually, "You Kilo claims that her soul is 1,000 times stronger than mine. Isn't it normal that you can't feel it?" After a few minutes, there was still no movement in the room. Zhao Li walked to Lin Kaiyun's side and asked, "You are not lying to me, are you? Am I that kind of person?" Lin Kaiyun rolled his eyes and continued to shout to the room, "You Kilo, come out. Don't be shy, I have something to talk to you about." Still no response. Lin Kaiyun did not give up and continued to shout, "You Kilo, if you don't come out, I will take him in." Yu Kilo's voice was heard in the room, "Let him go. I only have one thing to do now, I am not interested in other things." Chapter 344, Dealing with Evil Spirits. After hearing Yu Kilo's voice in the room, Lin Kaiyun shrugged at Zhao Li and said with a smile, "See, I didn't lie to you." Zhao Li did not respond to Lin Kaiyun and walked into the room. Lin Kaiyun ignored him and continued to lie on the recliner, fanning himself leisurely. Zhao Li stopped at the door and did not choose to enter the room. He said, "Yu Kilo, I need your help with this matter. After it is done, I can return a wisp of Zhang Xianzong's soul to you." As soon as the voice fell, with a bang, the door of Lin Kaiyun's room was blasted open with great force. "Hey, my door!" Lin Kaiyun looked at his door, which had cracked, and was speechless. Yu Kilo ignored him and flew directly in front of Zhao Li, and asked seriously, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Li nodded, "Of course it's true." "Okay, tell me. What do you want me to do?" "Help me catch an evil spirit. You have a way to deal with it. After that, I will return the soul of Zhang Xianzong to you." Zhao Li did not hide or avoid it. He was not afraid of being heard by Lin Kaiyun, and directly stated his purpose. "Evil spirit?" Lin Kaiyun instantly became interested. He slapped the recliner with his palm, turned over and jumped up. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he came to the side of Zhao Li and Yu Kilo and asked, "Can I go too?" Zhao Li looked at Lin Kaiyun and smiled, "Please, it would be better if you can help, but I don't want to reward you." Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, "No reward? But can I kill that evil spirit?" Zhao Li decisively refused when he heard it. "No, I want to catch it back." Lin Kaiyun asked in confusion, "What's his background? You still need to catch it back? Is it a traitor in your underworld?" Zhao Li did not hide it and said directly, "He has no background. This evil spirit has killed many ferrymen. My master Achal personally ordered to take him back and deal with him personally." Lin Kaiyun nodded, and without any nonsense, he asked, "Okay. Do you know where the evil spirit is?" Zhao Li took out a black compass, shook it in his hand, walked around Lin Kaiyun, looked up to the south along the needle, and said, "On the mountain in the south." Lin Kaiyun said, "Okay, let's go now." Zhao Li put away the compass, looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion, and joked, "You want to go without reward?" Lin Kaiyun said seriously, "That's because you don't understand me. I have always been a helpful person." Zhao Li just smiled and said nothing. Obviously, he thought Lin Kaiyun was talking nonsense seriously. He turned his head to look at Yu Kilo and asked Yu Kilo what she meant. Yu Kilo said softly, "Then let's go now. It's best to deal with it as soon as possible." Zhao Li nodded, and turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Lin Kaiyun looked at the place where Zhao Li disappeared and complained, "You left so hastily? How can we get there? Who'll lead the way? Let's go. Since this guy said it's on the South Mountain, let's go to the South Mountain." After that, Yu Kilo walked out calmly. Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Kilo's back and shouted speechlessly, "I said you too, you look so profound, it will make me look very low." "Then what should I do?" "You go first." Yu Kilo turned around and looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion. Lin Kaiyun shouted to the room, "Chu Shen Wenkei, you two look after the house, don't forget to prepare dinner for the master." After that, Lin Kaiyun, like Lin Jiu, put his hands behind his back, controlled his momentum, and walked towards the gate. Yu Kilo blinked and followed with a smile. Although Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo were not as fast as Zhao Li's teleportation, their speed was not slow. It didn't take long for them to reach the mountain south of Renjia town. This was also the place where Old Master Ren's grave was moved. Lin Kaiyun had never been here since that time. Following the mountain path, all the way up, he unexpectedly came to Old Master Ren's dragonfly-dipped water tomb. Lin Kaiyun looked around and didn't see even a ghost. Where is that guy Zhao Li? Didn't he say he was in Nanshan? After Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, a puff of black smoke appeared beside him, and Zhao Li's figure appeared directly. After Zhao Li appeared, he went straight to the point and said, "We have found the trace of the evil ghost. It is in the cave of Bipo. Let's go." Yu Kilo didn't want to waste time and walked towards Bipo. Lin Kaiyun shrugged and followed. Anyway, he came here because he was curious about what kind of evil spirit Zhao Li could come to Yu Kilo to help catch. Zhao Li, who was leading the way, stopped and pointed at the gap between two boulders, saying, "It's inside." "I think he should have discovered us," Lin Kaiyun asked curiously. "From what you said, this evil spirit knows you are here to catch him, but he is not afraid. Is he so confident?" Zhao Li nodded and said seriously, "Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, it's true. The evil spirit has a magic blade in his hand, which has a strong killing power against us ferrymen and our martial spirits. The most important thing is that his body is immune to my attacks." Lin Kaiyun tilted his head, with a puzzled look on his face. "Immune to your attacks? What is his body?" In Lin Kaiyun's eyes, this Zhao Li was naturally not weak. Although Lin Kaiyun was not afraid of his own attacks, the martial spirit Zhao Zilin was very powerful. However, the evil spirit that Zhao Li captured this time was immune to his attacks, which made Lin Kaiyun even more curious about what the evil spirit's body was. Dog. Yes, dog. Lin Kaiyun and Zhao Li looked at each other, one asked seriously, and the other answered more seriously. Yu Kilo was a little impatient and said, "You two, stop discussing. It's a waste of time. Just go in and catch him." After that, Yu Kilo stretched out 3 fingers, bent her middle finger and ring finger, and pressed them against her forehead. Red energy spread from her body and quickly drilled into the gap. Yu Kilo closed her eyes and felt it. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said affirmatively, "The evil spirit is still there. Let's go in." The 3 of them no longer hesitated and walked towards the gap. The gap was not big, and one person could pass through it, but it was enough for 3 people to enter and turn. Not long after walking, the surrounding walls and the ground became damp, and water drops dripped from time to time. Is this actually a cave? After walking about 200 meters, it suddenly became clear. Yu Kilo frowned and looked at the front, which suddenly became empty. Lin Kaiyun shook his head. "It's not a cave. This should be a military base, dug by humans." The walls inside were flat, and there was a green iron box placed around it. The most important thing was that there was a row of abandoned electric lights on it. Lin Kaiyun was not afraid at all and walked in. Crunch! Lin Kaiyun seemed to have crushed something. He looked down and saw that it was a weathered palm bone. Lin Kaiyun kicked the Lois under his feet and indeed a corpse was exposed. Looking around, the ground of this artificially excavated military base was very soft loess, which was very illogical. Through the loess, Lin Kaiyun could see many corpses, some of which were broken. In addition, the narrow passage before kept blowing wind here, forming a surrounding yin qi, and occasionally making devil-like screams. If an ordinary person came to this place, he would probably be scared to death. Even if he didn't touch the dirty things, his body would be seriously ill. This is a 100-man pit. With heavy resentment, Lin Kaiyun looked ugly. There were so many corpses in this artificially repaired fortress, and they were obviously killed. The whistling wind sounded like these poor people shouting their grievances. The resentment is so strong, it's a good place for this evil ghost. Yu Kilo walked around in the empty cave and said to herself, "Don't hide, come out." After a few seconds, there was no response. "Zhao Li, let's stand on the side." Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun walked directly to the gap in the wall. After seeing that the evil ghost had no intention of coming out, Lin Kaiyun knew that Yu Kilo, this witch, would never give up. Sure enough, when Yu Kilo saw that the evil ghost had no intention of coming out, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and several small paper figures appeared behind her, chirping and shouting, and huge energy poured out. Suddenly, the whole cave shook, and cracks appeared on the cement-coated walls, as if they could collapse at any time. "Yu Kilo, control it, don't let the evil spirit come out and smash us to death." Lin Kaiyun jumped continuously, avoiding the falling stones. He. The whistling sound of the wind in the cave became louder, accompanied by eerie laughter. Soon, a dark figure emerged, all pitch black, with countless black lines on his body, as if he was wrapped in a ball of wool. "Do you really want to die so eagerly? Since you know that there is a lot of resentment here, why don't you run away quickly? Are you too confident?" An evil spirit? Can you talk so much nonsense? Yu Kilo sneered, raised her arm, and red energy surged. Dozens of small paper figures behind her rushed up with a howl. This evil spirit, who looked like a ball of black wool, opened his hands. A tang sword appeared, which should be the magic blade that Zhao Li mentioned. Unlike this dark evil spirit, this magic blade was flashing with a faint green light. From the tip of the blade, a sticky liquid kept dripping. This mucus was like a tentacle, sticking to all the small paper figures that attacked. The evil spirit was very proud, with a dark face, glancing at Zhao Li, mocking. Zhao Li, is this the helper you found? Is he different from you? The sooner you are happy, the more miserable your death will be. If you haven't heard this sentence, I will give it to you now. Zhao Li nodded, with no intention of attacking at all. Like Lin Kaiyun, he found a safe position. Yu Kilo's face did not show anger, as if she didn't care about the evil spirit's mockery. She pointed her finger, and the stuck paper figures instantly broke, burned in the air, and then condensed into new small paper figures. However, these small paper figures were slightly different from the previous ones. They were blood red all over. Not like paper, but like blood. The momentum was also more violent, and the speed was extremely fast. They scattered and pounced on the evil spirit. Hey, it's useless, useless. The evil spirit let out a demonic laugh, and a circle of black flames rose under its feet, merging with a magic sword. It was swung out suddenly, and the black flames were like a raging storm, sweeping away and destroying all the blood-red little paper figures. No matter how many little paper figures Yu Kilo created, they would be sucked into the ghost flames and would not be able to form an effective attack. Lin Kaiyun crossed his legs and sat on an abandoned box. He joked to Yu Kilo, don't test me, can you solve it? Before Yu Kilo could respond, the evil spirit was very dissatisfied with Lin Kaiyun's interruption, and two sticky black lines stretched out of his body and hit her. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Lin Kaiyun was fearless. He took out a fire talisman from his arms, threw it out calmly, and made a spell in his hand. One thought of divine power. Thunder rolls in the sky, strong winds rise, fire rain circulates, hurry up and obey the order. In an instant, the fire talisman erupted like a volcano, pouring out a large amount of flames, not only burning all the black lines that hid it, but also pounced on the evil spirit. Yu Kilo glanced at Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun, you really want to do it? Lin Kaiyun stood up from the box, shook off the dust on his body, and said slowly, you saw, I was just fighting back, and it's very stuffy in here, otherwise, the three of us will beat up this evil spirit and end it early. Okay, then let's end it quickly. Yu Kilo took a step forward, as if accumulating strength, and pointed her fingertips at the evil spirit. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, and a red energy wave shot out. Crossing yin and yang, urgently seeking souls, countless small paper figures appeared out of thin air, flying around this red energy wave. At the same time, countless yin energy around them kept pouring into it. Every second that passed, the energy wave that shot out would be a circle larger. Thinking too simply, it's still useless. The evil spirit first dispersed the flames of Lin Kaiyun's attack, and then burst out with extremely strong ghost energy, waving the magic blade, with sticky liquid flowing on it, emitting a foul smell. The black flames under his feet also continued to rise, connecting with the magic blade, and continuously spreading, forming an inverted triangle barrier to block the attack of the energy wave. Spread it, the energy wave was incredibly powerful. Although it was blocked, the huge force was so great that even the evil spirit could not easily remove it. Helplessly, he could only shout and desperately move the inverted triangle barrier to forcibly change the direction of the energy wave. The energy wave was actually bounced off by the evil spirit and flew straight up. With a loud bang, the entire roof of the cave was pierced, and the cave also shook violently. Yu Kilo, I said it's too stuffy here, but I didn't ask you to break through this cave. Lin Kaiyun looked up at a clearly visible crack and countless fallen stones, and turned around and ran without thinking. The cave was about to collapse. If he didn't run, would he be crushed to death? As for Zhao Li and Yu Kilo, Lin Kaiyun was not in the mood to consider them. Strictly speaking, Zhao Li and Yu Kilo could not be considered human beings. He was the only mortal here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Hammering the Dog's Head. Regardless of the battle situation, Lin Kaiyun quickly ran back through the gap he had come from. Boom! As soon as Lin Kaiyun saw the sun, he heard a loud noise behind him. Wow! Lin Kaiyun turned his head and saw flames shooting up into the sky behind him, and a huge explosion broke out. At this moment, a stream of black smoke rolled up beside Lin Kaiyun, and Zhao Li's figure appeared. Lin Kaiyun asked, "Where's Yu Kilo?" Zhao Li shook his head and said, "I don't know." Lin Kaiyun nodded, ended the topic, and stopped talking. Anyway, with the strength of Yu Kilo, a demon girl, she would not be in any danger from such an attack. Sure enough, within a few seconds, countless small paper figures flew out from the dust and gravel, fluttered for a while, and then dispersed to reveal Yu Kilo's figure. Yu Kilo tiptoed and stepped on the small paper figures, staring at the bottom. "You destroyed the good place I found so hard, we will kill you." A roar like a thunder came, and the extremely fast boulders did not fall down, but went up against gravity, and smashed towards Yu Kilo densely. Among them, 2 pieces smashed towards Lin Kaiyun. This evil spirit really holds a grudge. Lin Kaiyun was speechless. He had just attacked the evil spirit once in the cave, but after the cave collapsed, the evil spirit still attacked him. Seeing the stones approaching, Lin Kaiyun urged Zhao Li on the side. "Zhao Li, do it." "Why are you still standing there?" Zhao Li looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion and asked, "Why don't you do it? Isn't it easy for you to do this stone?" "Brother, I'm here to watch the fun. You always ask me to do it. Isn't it inappropriate?" Lin Kaiyun spread his hands and had no intention of doing it at all. The stone came with a strong wind, but Lin Kaiyun and Zhao Li didn't care. They even bargained for who would stop it. Zhao Li didn't want to argue with Lin Kaiyun anymore. He pulled out the gun at his waist and fired 3 shots at the top. The spirit-plated bullets intertwined in the air, like a disc, crushing the boulders that came over. At the same time, Yu Kilo faced more stone attacks and responded calmly. Hundreds of small paper figures flew out from her wrists, stuck to the flying stones, and forcibly changed the flight trajectory of the stones and smashed them down. Boom! In an instant, a big fireball spit out from the dust of the ruins of the military base, burning the stones red and gradually disintegrating. For a while, countless small pieces of rubble with flames fell in a parabola, just like a volcanic eruption. Roar! A long roar was heard, and then a beast shadow pounced out and rushed straight to Yu Kilo. Is this guy's true form? A dog. Lin Kaiyun's eyes focused and he quickly caught the appearance of this beast. It was huge, nearly 3 meters tall, with 4 claws burning with flames, a dog head full of fangs, and 2 long arms floating on both sides of the dog head. Yes, this is a 3-headed dog. Zhao Li saw that the evil spirit had revealed its true form and was embarrassed. This was a dog-headed true form that was immune to the spiritual attacks of the ferryman, and the flames on the claws were extremely harmful to their souls. After listening to Zhao Li's words, Lin Kaiyun pointed at the evil spirit that attacked Yu Kilo and asked in confusion, "You tell me this is a 3-headed dog? Where are the heads?" Zhao Li nodded and answered seriously, "Of course. There were originally 2 heads on its shoulders, but when it was escaping, the evil spirit didn't find a suitable head, so it temporarily found 2 arms to replace it. Is this okay?" Lin Kaiyun opened his mouth in surprise. There was no suitable head, so he used his hands to replace it? This explanation sounded a bit perfunctory. Although the real body of the evil spirit looked a little funny, especially the 2 arms floating on its shoulders, which made people feel stupid. However, the momentum of the evil spirit's attack was extremely huge. The flames on its claws dragged out 4 tails of flames because of its speed. If you ignore its appearance, it is still very handsome. The soul goes to the yin, the spirit goes to the yang. There is no east, no west, no south, no north. Go! Yu Kilo made a claw in the air, and in an instant, waves of ghost howls came from between her palms. Multiple ghosts crawled out of Yu Kilo's palms and entangled with the evil spirit that pounced on her. The real body of the evil spirit completely ignored it. The 2 arms on its shoulders took the fireballs from the mouth of the dog head, held them in their hands, and used them as weapons to attack the ghosts entangled on its body. The speed of the real body of the evil spirit was not affected at all. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit down. Yu Kilo crossed her arms and dodged backwards very smoothly. However, the dog head of the real body of the evil spirit suddenly grew half a meter and directly hit Yu Kilo. Bang! Yu Kilo was caught off guard. Relying on her instinctive reaction, she clamped her hands together to protect her abdomen, but the force of the impact could not be removed and she was knocked away. Zhao Li, the helper you found is just as vulnerable as your ferryman, the evil spirit mocked, then shook its dog head and spurted a fireball from its mouth full of fangs at Yu Kilo. Yu Kilo was on the ground, her feet extended into the ground, leaving a deep mark, and then she gradually stabilized her body. Facing the fireball that was so close, Yu Kilo's face was pale, and she raised her hands and crossed them on her chest. Red energy continued to emerge where her hands crossed. At the same time, many small paper figures flew out from behind her, chirping and shouting, superimposing into a paper wall burning with blood flames, which stood in front of Yu Kilo. Boom! The fireball hit the paper wall directly, followed by continuous burning and explosions, and the surrounding air was ignited. The evil spirit didn't give Yu Kilo a chance to catch her breath, and pounced on her again. No east, no west, no south, no north, paper man armor, assemble. Yu Kilo kept making small paper men, and these small paper men were stacked together in batches, surrounding Yu Kilo. Soon, a paper man armor was formed. Wrapped in the paper man armor, Yu Kilo's whole body was several times bigger. Although not as big as the evil spirit's real body, it was not as small as before. Yu Kilo manipulated the armor, blocked the dog's head with her palm, raised her leg lightly, and kicked it. This kick looked very light, but the evil spirit's body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. It's useless, your attack, it won't hurt me. The evil spirit was repelled, but continued to provoke arrogantly, and then the two arms on its shoulders stretched out directly, grabbed Yu Kilo, opened its big mouth and bit her. Yu Kilo manipulated the armor and stopped dodging. She fought hand to hand with the evil spirit. Yu Kilo was not good at strength, but she did not suffer much in the face of the ferocious evil spirit with her flexibility and skills. For a while, the sound of Yu Kilo and the evil spirit's real body colliding head-on was like a cannon, one after another, and the airflow caused by the spray uprooted the surrounding trees. Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Kilo and the evil spirit fighting each other, and asked Zhao Li on the side with some doubts, Zhao Li, are you sure this stupid dog is just immune to spiritual power? Why did he seem to be fine after being hit by Yu Kilo so many times? Zhao Li hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, well, the evil spirit's physical body is relatively strong, which is understandable. Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while, always feeling that Zhao Li was hiding something. Of course, he would not ask, because Zhao Li would definitely not answer truthfully. So, Lin Kaiyun changed the subject and asked, why did you come to find Yu Kilo? I don't think she has any advantage against this evil spirit. She looks no different from you ferryman, right? Zhao Li said calmly, in fact, unless you are much stronger than the evil spirit, you can't cause any real harm to the evil spirit. However, Yu Kilo has a method that poses a fatal threat to this kind of evil spirit. A method? Lin Kaiyun was stunned for a moment, then realized it, and continued, is the method you are talking about that monster? Yes, Zhao Li nodded. It's not that Lin Kaiyun knows Yu Kilo inside and out, but mainly because the last time she dealt with the zombie king Zhuangke, Yu Kilo used a killing move and seriously injured the zombie king Zhuangke. Otherwise Lin Kaiyun would not have been able to harvest with a collapse of mountains and earth-splitting slash. So, after hearing what Zhao Li said, Lin Kaiyun naturally thought of it. Lin Kaiyun shouted at Yu Kilo, this ordinary attack is useless against this dog-headed evil spirit. Just use the killer move of your monster, okay? Yu Kilo dodged a fireball, a paper whip, and entangled the dog head. Without looking back, she shouted, then you, help me block this evil spirit. I need time and space to use it, no problem. Lin Kaiyun no longer refused and took out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword from his storage belt. Just as he was about to rush forward, Lin Kaiyun put away the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. He thought he could use this opportunity to try out his Pangu zombie body. Bloodthirsty corpse heart, Lin Kaiyun mercilessly punched his chest. In an instant, Lin Kaiyun felt short of breath, as if his heart had stopped beating. Boom 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 boom. Then, the heart, which had paused for a moment, began to beat violently. Lin Kaiyun could clearly feel the blood and ki in his body jumping in and out crazily, running back and forth countless times. Lin Kaiyun also felt that his body was extremely hot, and his hands and feet could not help but move. He felt that his body was like an engine installed and could not stop. Last time, there was no opponent and I couldn't feel it directly. This time, I will use your dog head to try the effect." Lin Kaiyun was extremely excited, and his hands were domineeringly opened. The vigorous blood and ki in his body seemed to be materialized and spread out. The gravel under his feet was affected and rose up and floated in the air. "You Kilo, you get out of the way. I'll help you block it." After Lin Kaiyun shouted, he jumped up in one step, stepped on the air, and shuttled continuously at a very fast speed. His figure was a little blurred. Seeing this, Yu Kilo spread out the paperman armor and wrapped it all around the evil spirit. Explode! Yu Kilo raised her finger and quickly retreated. Boom! The paperman's armor exploded, and the raging flames surrounded the evil spirit, but it did not cause any damage. The evil spirit obviously did not want to let Yu Kilo go, and roared and chased after it. "Still chasing? Are you ignoring me so much?" Lin Kaiyun muttered, and had already rushed to the side of the evil spirit, bent his knees in an instant, and crashed into it with lightning speed. Critical hit triggered, double. With Lin Kaiyun's height, he was only slightly bigger than a dog's head, and he looked very weak in front of the real body of this evil spirit. However, one force can defeat 10 skills, and he also triggered a critical hit. Lin Kaiyun now broke through the surface with a point, like a sharp cone, and knocked the evil spirit away. The evil spirit looked at Lin Kaiyun in surprise, and his body slapped the ground uncontrollably, and suddenly, a deep pit was smashed out. "You angered me, I will kill you first, then kill Zhaoli and that little bitch." In the deep pit, the evil spirit roared, and its 4 claws kept tumbling, rushing towards Lin Kaiyun. "Uncle Shen, lend me your strength." Lin Kaiyun communicated with a contracted immortal, Uncle Shen, in his heart. In an instant, Lin Kaiyun's surging blood changed, becoming unusually cold, his eyes also gloomy, and scales grew on his forehead and neck. Similarly, Lin Kaiyun's body also expanded rapidly. Looking at his fist that was now like a basin, Lin Kaiyun smiled and punched out. Bang! Lin Kaiyun's punch hit the evil spirit's dog head. The evil spirit felt as if it had hit a mountain. Its 2 basketball-sized eyeballs stared straight at Lin Kaiyun. "How did you get bigger? How did you get so much power? Is it so strange? If it doesn't get bigger, how can I hit you comfortably?" Lin Kaiyun smiled, and then, he smashed the evil spirit's dog head with his 2 fists like pounding garlic. Roar! The evil spirit howled in pain, and the 2 arms floating on its shoulders suddenly grabbed Lin Kaiyun. However, Lin Kaiyun completely ignored it, shook off his arms, and continued to hit the dog head. The evil spirit was a little confused by Lin Kaiyun's hammer for a while, and his brain was confused. With 4 claws, he pushed Lin Kaiyun back a few meters. Then, taking advantage of this gap, the evil spirit's dog head opened its mouth, and a hot fireball was brewing. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun kicked his feet and jumped in front of the evil spirit. His 2 hands were like pliers, holding down the evil spirit's dog head tightly. "Hold it back," Lin Kaiyun shouted, and with a strong push, he forced the evil spirit's dog-headed mouth shut. The fireball that had not yet been ejected was swallowed back into the stomach unwillingly. In an instant, a puff of black smoke came out of the evil spirit's dog-headed mouth. Seeing this scene, Lin Kaiyun laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you stupid dog, you are so stupid. You farted in front." Then, Lin Kaiyun put his elbow against the dog's head and twisted it hard, knocking the evil spirit directly to the ground. Lin Kaiyun pressed his knees against the evil spirit's neck like a mountain. "I'm going to eat you," the evil spirit roared angrily, and the whole body burned with black flames. This black flame was very strange. It was not hot, but made people feel cold. Lin Kaiyun, who was touched, felt a piercing pain. Chapter 346, It's just a body, I don't care. "You Kilo, hurry up, or I can't control this evil spirit. If he runs away, I will be helpless." Lin Kaiyun endured the pain and forcibly suppressed the struggling evil spirit. "I know, hold on for another half a minute." Yu Kilo bent her hands and pressed them against her temples. Blood-red lines quickly appeared on her cheeks and continued to spread. "Observe the patterns of birds and beasts, and classify the feelings of all things. Use my spirit to call my soul, and use my blood to open my door." Open, the seal is released. A spiral circle appeared between Yu Kilo's eyebrows, and it continued to expand at a slow speed. Sizzle. The little paper figures surrounding Yu Kilo burned one by one, and the scattered ashes formed a formation, the core of which was Yu Kilo herself. She clenched her teeth, spit out a mouthful of blood, and spit it at her feet. The whole formation flashed a red light and began to flow. The spiral circle on her forehead continued to expand, and soon occupied half of her forehead. The spiral circle exploded, and a white soul body emerged, a four-hoofed monster with white hair on its head, long fangs, and a beast face on its front hooves and knees, roaring constantly. The whole body was wrapped in red blood chains, extending from Yukilo's forehead. The strange thing on Yukilo's forehead wanted to break free from the chains on its body, but a red light appeared on the chains and it quickly calmed down. Under Yukilo's command, this figure stepped in the clouds and went up. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the white fish belly on the horizon. The whole area was dark, and a dark fog appeared. In the dark clouds, lightning kept shuttling through, and the whole sky was thundering. A huge figure appeared in the black fog, blood-stained fangs, white hair on the head, green scales all over the body, two roaring beast faces on the knees, and two blood-red tails at the tail that swung domineeringly. It raised its head and roared loudly. It looked down on everything in the world. Although it was not the first time that Lin Kaiyun saw the appearance of this monster, he still felt very frightened. Moreover, if Lin Kaiyun remembered correctly, King said that this monster would cause changes in the goo worm in her body. Lin Kaiyun, get out of the way, Yukilo roared, pushed with both hands, and ordered the beast shadow in the cloud to dive down. Lin Kaiyun felt the impact from the sky, and the airflow had already covered his head. Lin Kaiyun knew that this beast shadow could seriously injure even the 8th level zombie King Zhuangqi. If he was not careful and was accidentally injured, it would be bad. So Lin Kaiyun, without any hesitation, punched the evil spirit's dog head and ran out with a force. The evil spirit was extremely angry, and when Lin Kaiyun stood up, a fireball sprayed over. Lin Kaiyun twisted his body and easily dodged the fireball. The fireball stuck to Lin Kaiyun's body and hit not far away. The hot flames burned the land. For a moment, the soil that was touched by the fireball was like ice and snow, and was completely melted. In a moment, a gully several meters deep was formed. Poor Lin Kaiyun smacked his lips. The place where the fireball hit was exactly the dragonfly touching water tomb of Master Ren before. At this time, it was completely reduced to ashes. Although there was no thing in it for a long time. And Lin Jiu cast a spell to block the yin qi. There were some other tombs around the dragonfly touching water tomb, which were somewhat innocent. At the same time, after the evil spirit spit out the fireball, it also realized that something was wrong. The beast shadow above had already roared and rushed down. Roar. The evil spirit roared, and the flames on its four claws rose up in the wind. In an instant, it jumped high, trying to resist the attacking beast shadow. However, in the eyes of the beast shadow who despised everything, this small flame did not care at all. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the clouds under its feet, and then swallowed its own body. In an instant, the sky above the evil spirit was full of darkness. The darkness that swallowed everything, like a curse, fell directly on the head of the evil spirit. There was no way to avoid it. What kind of power is this? Impossible. Zhali, who are you looking for? All the resistance of the evil spirit was useless. After leaving a last unwilling complaint, it disappeared in this darkness that swallowed everything, leaving nothing behind. Good, seeing that the evil spirit was destroyed, Lin Kaiyun nodded, then realized something was wrong, looked at Zhali in confusion, and asked, "No, Zhali, didn't you say that it can't be killed?" Zhali nodded, "It's best not to kill it, but this is also okay. After the evil spirit dies, it will not dissipate. Although it will enter the underworld in this area, I will have a way to take it back at that time." Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had known earlier, you would have given me the head. Lin Kaiyun clapped his hands, feeling very sorry. This evil spirit looked strange and powerful, which was definitely a rich merit. Of course, according to the abnormal defense ability of this evil spirit, Lin Kaiyun might not have a better way to kill this evil spirit. Even so, Lin Kaiyun still felt very sorry, as if the duck in his mouth flew away. "It's over, you promised me." Yukilo walked back, bypassed Lin Kaiyun, walked towards Zhali, and stretched out her hand. "Don't worry, I will send someone to deliver what I promised you after I return to the underworld." Zhali then bowed to Yukilo and continued, "Thank you, Miss Yu, for your great help. We will meet again." After that, Zhali turned into a wisp of smoke again and disappeared. "Let's go." Yukilo smiled, as if she was very happy to be able to get back Zhang Xianzhuang's soul. "Wait," Lin Kaiyun called Yukilo and pointed to the gully on the other side that was smashed by the fireball, saying, "There are some tombs over there that have been smashed. I'm going to burn some incense and observe the situation, and then find someone to repair it. Okay, then I won't go over there. I'll wait for you here." Yu Qilou nodded, waved her hand, and several small paper figures flew out from her wrist. She placed them under her body and sat down gracefully. "Okay, take a break. I'll be back soon." Although Yu Qilou didn't show it, there was no doubt that she was still a little tired after using the Beast Shadow's trick. Lin Kaiyun jumped continuously and came to the edge of the deep pit. He took out 3 incense sticks from his arms, flicked his fingers and lit them. "Ghosts, this is purely accidental injury. Don't blame me. I'll burn a few incense sticks and build a new grave for you later." Lin Kaiyun inserted the incense into the ground and muttered to himself. He lowered his head and looked down to see if there were any remaining bones. What is this? Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun was stunned in place. This deep pit was not a ruin. On the contrary, there was a tree. That's right, a tree condensed by mud. The most important thing is that this tree was not damaged at all. This was very wrong. This can't be a tomb, Lin Kaiyun muttered and was about to go down to check. Suddenly, a feeling of powerlessness came over him, as if something had drained all the strength and energy from Lin Kaiyun's body. Lin Kaiyun was extremely weak and collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Fortunately, he used his knees and arms to support the ground in time, otherwise it would have been a huge embarrassment. Seeing this, Yu Qilou didn't even think about it. She slid down like a wheel and came to Lin Kaiyun's side at a very fast speed. She held Lin Kaiyun's arm and asked, "Are you okay? Are you seriously injured just now?" Lin Kaiyun shook his head, sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusted his breath, and recovered a lot. He said to himself, "Oh my god, is the after effect so strong?" "What after effect?" Yu Qilou was puzzled. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand and said, "It's just the sequelae of the practice. It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a while." Yu Qilou nodded, and then stopped paying attention to Lin Kaiyun, but focused her eyes on the deep pit and asked, "What's under here?" "I just heard you say it's a tomb." Lin Kaiyun supported his arms, stood up, looked at the bottomless pit, and said, "It's possible. Normally, the fireball sprayed by the evil dog head can melt the soil, but it will never cause such great damage." "Then I'll go down and take a look." After Yu Qilou finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lin Kaiyun to react, jumped up and jumped directly, and disappeared in the darkness in the blink of an eye. Lin Kaiyun shrugged. This Yu Qilou is really impatient. In fact, he wanted to explain that he just went down to take a look and didn't move around. It's not that Lin Kaiyun was worried that if it was a tomb, there would be a mechanism. After all, the mechanism in the tomb should not hurt Yu Qilou. Lin Kaiyun was mainly worried that Yu Qilou would destroy the tomb in such a hurry. "Yu Qilou, don't move. If it is a tomb, don't destroy it." There was no other way. Lin Kaiyun could only shout a reminder. Although he had recovered a little, he was still very weak. Otherwise, he would have gone down with Yu Qilou. After a while, Yu Qilou jumped up. Lin Kaiyun asked, "How is it? What did you find?" Yu Qilou shook the mud on her shoes and shook her head. "Nothing was found. Below, there's a big tree of mud. There's nothing else. I did as you said and didn't move anything." Lin Kaiyun was silent for a moment and said, "Okay. Anyway, something must be wrong here. When Luo Liaoyi calls Chen Yulao over, we will know." After that, Lin Kaiyun raised one hand. "What's wrong?" Yu Qilou looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion. Lin Kaiyun glared at Yu Qilou and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Help me up." Yu Qilou asked in confusion, "Aren't you able to stand up already?" Lin Kaiyun rolled her eyes and said confidently, "Sister, being able to stand up doesn't mean you can walk or run." Trouble. Although Yu Qilou was a little reluctant, she still reached out and held Lin Kaiyun's arm. "Sister, please slow down a little." Lin Kaiyun staggered, like an old man aging prematurely. He couldn't walk away. So he said, "I got all these injuries because I was stalling for you just now. Don't look so reluctant." "Okay, got it, then I'll slow down a little." Yu Qilou was speechless, but still slowed down her pace. With Yu Qilou's support, Lin Kaiyun stumbled back to the charity cemetery. Big brother, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were studying the ink line in the yard. When they saw Lin Kaiyun and Yu Qilou coming back, they hurriedly greeted them, but they didn't know Yu Qilou's name, so for a moment, they didn't know how to address them. Chu Sheng was quick to react. He quickly moved 2 chairs and handed them to the 2 of them, saying, "You guys are back? Big brother, are you injured? Come and sit down." "Chu Sheng, you are still sensible." Lin Kaiyun sat on the chair and praised Chu Xing. Chu Xing's eyes lit up, and he quickly went around behind Lin Kaiyun, tapped Lin Kaiyun's shoulders, and asked with a smile, "Big brother, can you teach me the thunder method first?" "Okay, you are doing well, I like you." Lin Kaiyun nodded comfortably. Wenkei saw this and came over excitedly, smiling flatteringly. "Big brother, let me massage your legs. Don't forget me when you teach you thunder magic." "Not bad, good." Lin Kaiyun stretched out his legs and let Wenkei massage them, then smiled and looked at Yu Kilo, and said proudly, "How is it? Look at my two junior brothers, are you envious?" "No, I'll leave it to you." Yu Kilo rolled her eyes at Lin Kaiyun and walked away. Lin Kaiyun looked at the direction Yu Kilo was walking and shouted hurriedly, "Hey, that's my room. It's already evening, are you still going?" Yu Kilo didn't even turn her head and said lightly, "I know, I'm sleepy. I'll stay in your room temporarily until the matter is over." Lin Kaiyun smiled. "Then where do I live? Do you want to share a room with me? I'm not used to sharing a room with others. Please find another one." "Thank you." After that, Yu Kilo smiled at Lin Kaiyun and then slammed the door of the room. "Are you kidding me? You came here to beg me for cooperation, and now you want to occupy my room. Isn't that too much?" Lin Kaiyun was so angry that he stood up. As he was still very weak, he staggered towards his room. When he reached the door, Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate and pushed it open. He was stunned at the door. Yu Kilo in the room had taken off her coat and was wearing very cool and spacious clothes. I didn't see anything." Lin Kaiyun paused and turned around. "You can see, it's just a body, I don't care." Yu Kilo didn't feel anything wrong at all. She continued to undress and put on a comfortable nightgown. Chu Xing and Wenkei looked at each other, ran over with a smirk on their faces, and said to Lin Kaiyun, "Big brother, your injury hasn't healed yet. Let us help you into the room." Lin Kaiyun knew Chu Xing and Wenkei's little tricks, and when they approached, he scolded them, "Go away, go wherever it's cool, I haven't seen it yet, and you still want to see it." Chu Xing touched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Big brother, you misunderstood, we just care about you. If you care, go and make a bed for me." Lin Kaiyun scolded Chu Xing, then glanced at the room and said speechlessly, "Yu Kilo, you are awesome, I'll give you the room." At the same time, in the Renjia town security team, Oi was serving tea and water to Luo Liaowei, and kept flattering him. A man dressed in a rough manner reported to Luo Liaowei, "Marshal Luo. The general manager is already on the way and will be here in a few days." Chapter 347. This way is not that way. A few days passed in a flash, and Lin Kaiyun's weakness sequelae had recovered the next day. During these days, Lin Kaiyun practiced or instructed Chu Xing and Wenkei. It must be said that since returning from Mabai Mountain, although Chu Xing and Wenkei still have some minor problems, their flaws are not enough to overshadow their merits, and their efforts to improve have begun to show. Chu Xing, Wenkei, after you two finish your basic training today, set up the altar. In the yard, Lin Kaiyun sat on a chair, fanning himself leisurely. After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, Chu Xing and Wenkei's eyes lit up and they asked excitedly, "Big brother, are you going to teach me how to draw talismans?" "Great, really? I'll go back and change my clothes now, so I look more solemn." Lin Kaiyun said lightly, "What talisman?" "Today I'm going to teach you how to draw talismans and how to be a helper." Chu Xing was immediately frustrated when he heard this, and said dejectedly, "Still a helper, what else? You can't even walk properly now, and you want to run away." Lin Kaiyun glanced at Chu Xing and continued, "Every time I asked you to help, you made mistakes and made things worse. In the final analysis, it was because you were not skilled." Okay, although Chu Xing and Wenkei were reluctant, they did not dare to disobey Lin Kaiyun's wishes. In fact, in their hearts, their fear of Lin Kaiyun was even greater than that of their master Lin Jiu. After all, Lin Jiu was a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although he was very strict with them and would always punish them, at most they would just be a little tired and suffer. However, if Lin Kaiyun taught them a lesson, he would not be polite at all. Whether it was punching and kicking, or using lightning and thunder, or even letting that stinky yellow skin possess him, it would make Chu Xing and Wenkei very painful. The most important thing is that every time Lin Kaiyun taught them a lesson, he was very accurate, and every time he would control it to the edge of injury. At most he would suffer a minor injury, so Lin Jiu did not stop it and turned a blind eye. Soon, Chu Xing and Wenkei laid out the pens, ike stones, bowls, rice wine, rooster blood, and cinnabar ink needed for the altar. Brother, everything is ready. Lin Kaiyun nodded and said, okay, I taught you how to make the ink line yesterday. Now, Wen Kai is responsible for handing over the materials in order. Qiu Sheng, make it. Oh, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai responded and started to move. At this time, with a creak, the door of Lin Jiu's room opened and Lin Jiu walked out. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai shouted excitedly, Master, Master, your retreat is over. Lin Kaiyun put down the fan, walked around Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, walked to Lin Jiu's side, looked at Lin Jiu's rosy face, and smiled. Master, it seems that your strength has improved during this retreat. Lin Jiu did not deny it, and said lightly, if it is this time, it should be a lot easier to deal with Shi Jian again. After that, Lin Jiu looked at the chicken blood and cinnabar in the hands of Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it seems that you have not been lazy during the time when your master was in retreat. Qiu Sheng smiled and said, Master, how dare we be lazy? You don't know how fierce the eldest brother is. Wen Kai also interrupted and agreed, that's right. Master, the eldest brother is much more fierce than you. Huh? Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun glared at Wen Kai in unison. Wen Kai shrank his neck in fear, knowing that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly explained, I was wrong. What I meant was, Master, senior brother, you taught us so patiently, how dare we not work hard? At this moment, Yu Qiluo's voice came from Lin Kaiyun's room. Lin Kaiyun, don't you have some bamboo strips for paper making? Bring some in for me. This female voice, like an aureole, was very discordant in the charity cemetery full of men. Kaiyun, your friend has strange powers, and seems to be full of ghostly energy. Lin Jiu turned to face Lin Kaiyun and said with a serious face. In fact, when Lin Jiu was in seclusion in his room, he could not say that he knew everything that happened outside, but he still knew about Yu Qiluo's arrival. Lin Kaiyun knew that Master Lin Jiu was persuading him, so he nodded and assured Lin Jiu, Master, don't worry, I know what's going on. This time, she came to ask me for help, but don't worry, it's definitely not a bad thing. Well, I still believe in your work. This world is not black and white, but the degree is in your hands, just judge it yourself. Lin Jiu nodded and stopped asking. Don't worry. Master, I know. After saying that, Lin Kaiyun walked back to his room. Yu Qiluo was sitting on a chair, holding a pair of small scissors in her hand, and carefully cutting small paper figures. Lin Kaiyun took out some white paper bamboo strips from his storage belt and threw them to Yu Qiluo, asking curiously, can't you make small paper figures directly? Why do you need to cut them? What I cut are all alive. Look, Yu Qiluo smiled and threw the small paper figures she had just cut on the table, controlling the small paper figures to dance. Lin Kaiyun grinned and nodded perfunctorily. Well, yes, Yu Qiluo didn't care about Lin Kaiyun's perfunctory look, and continued to ask, Lin Kaiyun, when will the tomb robber you mentioned arrive? It's been several days. Soon. Luo Liaowei said that he will arrive today. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Look, the devil is here, isn't he? Lin Kaiyun shrugged with a smile on his face. Lin Kaiyun and Yu Qiluo walked out of the room, and Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai in the yard also opened the wooden door. It was Luo Liaowei outside the door. Seeing that it was Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai who opened the door, he asked very politely, two little masters, is Uncle Lin here? Yes. Senior brother, I'm looking for you. Qiu Sheng stepped back and let Luo Liaowei in. You all wait at the door. Luo Liaowei instructed his men, walked in with a smile, glanced at Lin Jiu in the yard, and wondered why there was an old Taoist priest, but didn't think much about it. He turned his head to look at Lin Kaiyun, rubbed his hands, and said very respectfully, Uncle Lin, General Chen has arrived. Lin Kaiyun nodded, turned his head to look, and did not find any trace of Chen Yulao. He asked in a deep voice, well, where is he? Did he come with you? Luo Liaowei explained, Uncle Lin, it's like this, General Chen came from the south, and it seems that he found something on the mountain in the south, so he didn't enter the town. South Mountain? Could it be that Chen Yulao found something wrong in the deep pit? The more Lin Kaiyun thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Seeing that Lin Kaiyun remained silent, Luo Liaowei thought that Lin Kaiyun was unhappy that Chen Yulao did not come over. So he asked tentatively, Uncle Lin, please be patient. Don't be angry. I will send someone to call Chief Chen over now. No need. Lin Kaiyun shook his head and continued, It's outside the town, on the mountain in the south, right? I'll go over now. Luo Liaowei was stunned for a moment and said, "Ah. You go directly over? This is not good." Lin Kaiyun was a little surprised when he heard it. He stared at Luo Liaowei and smiled. "What's wrong? What's wrong with me going over? Don't you want me to go over?" Luo Liaowei waved his hands and explained, No, I think, Uncle Lin, your status is so noble, we should at least come to pay us a visit. Don't do those useless things." Lin Kaiyun directly stopped Luo Liaowei from saying anything, and then said to Lin Jiu, "Master, I'll go outside the town and take a look." Lin Jiu said slowly, "Be careful." When Luo Liaowei heard Lin Kaiyun call Lin Jiu master, his eyes turned and he trotted to Lin Jiu, saying respectfully, "Ah, this old immortal is Uncle Lin's master? I can see that he is not simple. I, Luo Liaowei, greet you here." Luo Liaowei, if you know my master, I don't mind letting you experience the taste of being eaten by thousands of insects in advance. Lin Kaiyun jumped up and jumped to Luo Liaowei's side, reaching out and grabbing Luo Liaowei's clothes. Don't bother me, I'll leave now." Luo Liaowei swallowed his saliva, and didn't dare to delay for a moment. He turned around and ran as if he was escaping for his life. Lin Jiu looked at Luo Liaowei's back and said slowly, "Kaiyun, this man has a lot of blood on his hands. It's best to have less contact with such people." Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master, there are evil ways to deal with evil people. He is very well behaved now. Okay, go quickly. It will be dark soon." "Okay, I'll be back soon." Lin Kaiyun walked out quickly. "As for you Killua, there is no need to think about it, she will definitely follow." At the same time, in the mass grave forest on the mountain south of Renjia town, a young man wearing chain mail and a short dagger on his waist stood on the top of the mountain with confidence on his face. It was Chen Yulao, the chief of Xiangling. "Chief, this is just a cemetery. There's nothing special about it." The deputy and bodyguard was called Huima, who was standing beside Chen Yulao with a stick. Chen Yulao stood on the top of the mountain and looked down, saying, "Look below, it's full of wounds in a deep pit." Huima nodded, followed Chen Yulao's gaze and looked down, saying, "Yes, the area below seems to have been burned by flames, as if it had encountered a volcanic eruption, but there is no volcano nearby. That means that the area under the volcano is most likely in that deep pit." Chen Yulao made a judgment. It's not that Chen Yulao is short-sighted, but this scene, in his opinion, could not be man-made. In this case, he just made the most appropriate assumption. Chen Yulao said, "Ask someone to grab a handful of soil and send it up." Huima nodded and shouted to the other Xiangling brothers, "Grab a handful of soil below and bring it up to the chief." Soon, a Xiangling brother held a handful of soil and sent it to Chen Yulao. Chen Yulao picked up the soil, put it under his nose, sniffed it carefully, and said, "This oil has the smell of yin and death. Ordinary tombs will never reach this level." Huima said excitedly, "Boss, is there really a big tomb? Let's go to that deep pit and take a look." Chen Yulao also became interested, threw down the soil in his hand, and walked down. When he reached the edge of the deep pit, Chen Yulao squatted down, his eyes focused, his pupils constricted, and looked into the pit. There is actually a dragon vein in this pit. Chen Yulao was born with a pair of night eyes, and his 5 senses are very sharp, beyond ordinary people. He is even better at observing soil, identifying grass seeds, and smelling mountains. Huima asked, "Then boss, shall we go down now?" Chen Yulao thought for a while and said, "Send someone to go down and explore first." Wait a minute. At this time, a voice stopped them. "Who?" For a moment, everyone turned their heads to look over. Huima and his brothers from Xiangling raised their guns and looked at the newcomers vigilantly. The newcomers were none other than Lin Kaiyun and Yu Killua. Facing the many guns pointed at him, Lin Kaiyun smiled and raised his hands. "Oh, calm down, calm down." Yu Killua didn't quite understand the meaning of Lin Kaiyun's action and asked in confusion, "Why are you raising your hand?" Lin Kaiyun joked, "French salute." "What?" Yu Killua was stunned for a moment and didn't understand. Lin Kaiyun laughed at himself and said, "Haha, it's okay, just tell them not to shoot." Huima whispered to Chen Yulao, "Captain, these two people are a little weird." Chen Yulao looked at Lin Kaiyun and Yu Killua who were walking over, and said slowly, "These two people should have no ill intentions, put down their guns." Huima was a little worried, but, "Captain," Chen Yulao looked serious and shouted coldly, "Put down your guns." As soon as he finished speaking, all the people put down their guns. Lin Kaiyun recognized Chen Yulao's courage, then cupped his hands and said, "There is a tall building on Changsheng Mountain. Heroes from all over the world come here. Dragon and Phoenix become old friends, and the waters of the 4 seas and 5 lakes are surging, but it's the leader of Xiangling, Chen Yulao." Chen Yulao also cupped his hands in return, but looked at Lin Kaiyun questioningly and asked, "Yes, I am, but how do you know the secret code of Xiangling? Are you also from the thieves sect?" Lin Kaiyun didn't expect Chen Yulao to call him a thief, so he introduced himself with a smile. "I am indeed a Taoist, but this Taoist is not that kind of thief. I am Lin Kaiyun from Maotian." Chen Yulao hesitated for a moment. "Maotian, who am I?" reminded in a low voice. "The chief seems to be some Taoist priests. It is said that they are quite famous in the martial arts world and are good at performing rituals to exorcise demons and catch ghosts." Chen Yulao nodded, thinking that the name Lin Kaiyun sounded familiar, and then he reacted, stepped forward, and asked, "But what about Brother Lin mentioned in Luo Liaoyi's letter?" Lin Kaiyun nodded. "Yes, I asked Luo Liaoyi to ask you to come over." Chen Yulao asked, "Brother Lin, is there really a tomb in his heart?" Luo Liaoyi said that this Lin Kaiyun was very difficult to mess with, and had some skills that were close to sorcery. If that was all, with Chen Yulao's cautious and steady character, he would never come. But Luo Liaoyi said in his heart that Lin Kaiyun was looking for him to rob a tomb, and it was a big tomb, which made Chen Yulao excited. Chapter 348 I'm free anyway. Of course there is a tomb. This is why I asked you to come here. Lin Kaiyun did not hide anything from Chen Yulao in response to his question, and told him with certainty that there was a tomb. Hua Magwei, who was beside Chen Yulao, felt that Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilao were in danger, so he reminded Chen Yulao, "Boss, be careful of explosions." Chen Yulao waved his hand to indicate that he knew what was going on. He looked at Lin Kaiyun and smiled. "Okay, seeing how great you are today, I believe you will never lie to me. It's best that you have this idea, so I don't have to explain. I can tell you, don't worry at all, because you are not worth my lying." Before Lin Kaiyun could finish his words, Hua Magwei interrupted him, glared at Lin Kaiyun angrily, and roared, "What did you say? Do you know that what you said is an insult to our Xiangling boss?" "Shut up." Chen Yulao immediately tilted his head, glanced at Hua Magwei, scolded him, then cupped his hands to Lin Kaiyun, and said apologetically, "Brother Lin, I'm very sorry. My brother has a bad temper and his words are a bit unpleasant to the ear. Please don't mind." Lin Kaiyun shook his head generously, glanced at him, and Hua Magwei said with a smile, "It's a small problem. I won't take it to heart. If I get angry when everyone speaks a little bit aggressively, then I would have been angry to death long ago." Lin Kaiyun was really not angry, and he was not acting. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became friendly. Chen Yulao also laughed and said to Lin Kaiyun, "Brother Lin, you are worthy of being a young hero praised by even Luo Shui." Lin Kaiyun asked, "Oh? Then I wonder what Luo Liaoyi said about me in the letter." After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, Chen Yulao was obviously stunned. What he said just now was actually a polite remark. He didn't expect Lin Kaiyun to ask it. Lin Kaiyun saw that Chen Yulao's face turned a little blue, and he didn't plan to joke anymore, so he laughed. "Haha, just kidding, I just asked casually, don't take it seriously." Chen Yulao also laughed. "Haha, Brother Lin's personality is really lively." At this moment, Yu Kilao, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help it anymore, and stared at Lin Kaiyun with her head tilted, and said in a cold voice, "Hey, are you here to make friends or to talk about business?" Lin Kaiyun spread out his hands and said slowly, "Of course I'm here to talk about business, but I've heard of the leader of Xiangling for a long time, and Chen Yulao's name. It was like meeting a long-lost friend, and we started chatting without noticing." Lin Kaiyun still had some expectations for Chen Yulao, the character in the film and television drama. After meeting each other at this time, although Chen Yulao looked ordinary, his eyes were very bright. It can be said that if you throw Chen Yulao in the crowd, you will notice his piercing eyes at first sight, which seem to be able to emit light even in broad daylight. And through this short time together, Lin Kaiyun felt that Chen Yulao did have a very strong personal charm. So Lin Kaiyun also chatted with Chen Yulao very rarely and even joked with him. Although it may seem a bit inexplicable and confusing to Chen Yulao and Yu Kilao. Chen Yulao bowed to Yu Kilao and said with a smile, "Don't blame me, Mom. I can understand Brother Lin's feelings, Because I also feel like I have known Brother Lin for a long time, as if I have known him before. But I can't remember where I have seen him before. I don't care whether you two really know each other or not. For me, business is the most important thing now. Yu Qiluo's face was cold, and she still looked like she didn't want to be approached by strangers. She stretched out her hand to Lin Kaiyun and said, "Where's the drawing? Take it out." Here, Lin Kaiyun directly returned the drawing that he had snatched from Yu Qiluo to Yu Qiluo from his arms. He knew that Yu Qiluo's temperament was usually stable, but as long as it involved Zhang Zai and Zhuang's affairs, Yu Qiluo would be very serious, and even get angry if she was a little bit dissatisfied. So Lin Kaiyun, who knew this, didn't need to compete with Yu Qiluo, the crazy woman, at this juncture. Anyway, their current goals were the same. That is to find a location of the tomb that was taken from the remnant of the royal family. Even if there is no valuable treasure in the tomb, he will at least gain a large amount of merit points. This business is a sure win. Yu Qiluo took the blueprint and threw it directly to Chen Yulao, saying, "This is all the information we know. Now tell me where this tomb is." Although Yu Qiluo's words were too direct, who could find the location of the tomb through a piece of paper with only words on it? But Chen Yulao was not in the mood to argue at this time. He took the paper curiously and read it. The beginning and the end are also the beginning, and the end is close but not far away. The Panlong is afraid of leaking and is forced to swallow itself, and the 9 blades of the mountain are short of 1 basket. Break the armor and enter the game. It's better to return than to smile at the world. Lead with blood, move with soul, use the trend of heaven and earth for yourself. Chen Yulao read it over and over again. Lin Kaiyun and Yu Qiluo also knew that now was not the time to urge, so they waited patiently. After a long time, Chen Yulao shook his head and looked at Lin Kaiyun and Yu Qiluo. The two of them slowly said, "This is not the address of the tomb. It should be the key to cracking the tomb," similar to kind of admonition. After not hearing the answer she wanted, Yu Qiluo immediately became angry. She stepped forward, stretched out her hand to grab Chen Yulao, and shouted, "Aren't you a tomb robber? You can't find the location of the tomb? Did you know it was deliberately not telling me?" When Chen Yulao was grabbed by the neck by Yu Qiluo, Hua Magwei and the evil spirit brothers behind Chen Yulao raised their guns. "What are you doing? Let go of the boss." The captured Chen Yulao was fearless at this time, very calm, and said to Yu Qiluo, "If you don't believe me, I can't do anything, but these few lines of words may be the key to cracking the tomb, not the record of the location." And Lin Kaiyun also stepped forward to Yu Qiluo's side, put his hand on Yu Qiluo's arm, shook his head at her and said, "Yu Qiluo, let him go." Yu Qiluo still listened to Lin Kaiyun's words and let go of her hand, but she still glared at Chen Yulao and shouted with some dissatisfaction, "What should we do? Then it's useless to call him over. Just kill such a useless person." Ahem. Chen Yulao stood up with the help of Hua Magwei. He touched his throat and coughed twice. He was born with sharp 5 senses, so when Yu Qiluo grabbed him just now, he really felt a murderous intent from Yu Qiluo. Although Chen Yulao didn't know how this lady who looked a little different in dress, but harmless in appearance, could have such a strong murderous intent. But he knew just now that the more times like this, the more he should not act rashly, especially not to anger Yu Qiluo, otherwise he would definitely be killed. So he forced himself to stay calm, and he was also betting that this person called Lin Kaiyun would definitely not let him die. And now it seems that Chen Yulao has made the right bet, and Lin Kaiyun really came out to stop him. Lin Kaiyun looked at Yu Qiluo and said calmly, "Don't worry, have you forgotten the deep pit we dug?" Yu Qiluo said, "Okay, then let them go down now and check if that pit is a tomb." After hearing the conversation between Lin Kaiyun and Yu Qiluo, Chen Yulao pointed to the deep pit behind him and asked, "By the way, are you talking about the deep pit at the back? There is something wrong with the deep pit. It is full of yin and death energy, unlike an ordinary tomb. Moreover, there is a trace of elusive dragon energy in the soil." Lin Kaiyun nodded and asked, "Yes, then based on your experience, could it be a big tomb?" Chen Yulao said, "It's almost certain, but we need someone to go down and check it carefully to know the details." "Then go down now." Yu Qiluo stared at Chen Yulao tightly, as if she would force Chen Yulao to go in if he disagreed. Facing the aggressive Yu Qiluo, Hua Magwei quietly leaned over to Chen Yulao's ear and whispered, "Boss, it's almost dark now, and we've been traveling all day, and all the brothers are very tired now. If we go down rashly now, it's very easy to get into an accident." Although Hua Magwei was whispering to Chen Yulao, he couldn't hide it from Yu Qiluo and Lin Kaiyun. When Yu Kilo was about to get angry, Lin Kaiyun raised his hand to stop her. Yu Kilo looked at Lin Kaiyun questioningly and asked, "What are you doing?" "They clearly don't want to go down," Lin Kaiyun said calmly. "Why rush? What we need is to enter the tomb smoothly, not suffer heavy losses just to find the address of the tomb." After that, Lin Kaiyun looked at Chen Yulao and asked, "What we are looking for is the tomb described on the paper. As for the deep pit at the back, it is purely accidental. We are not even sure whether it is the tomb or what we are looking for. So what do you choose now? Do you want to continue cooperating with us?" Chen Yulao hesitated for a moment, then nodded, made a 7 gesture to Lin Kaiyun and said, "Okay, but I want 70% of the burial objects in the tomb." During the contact, Chen Yulao also knew that Lin Kaiyun and the woman named Yu Kilo were not ordinary people, and Luo Liaowei had reminded him more than once in the letter before. Therefore, Chen Yulao knew that if he refused now, the two men would not let him leave easily. In this case, he might as well agree to it without hesitation. Anyway, he was full of curiosity about his tomb. Lin Kaiyun nodded and said, "Okay, then you go back and rest today. Tomorrow night we will meet here and go down to the tomb." Chen Yulao bowed to Lin Kaiyun and said, "No problem, then we will leave first. When we passed by here, we have been searching on the mountain. So far, we have not entered Renjia town. We have not gone to see Luo Shui." Lin Kaiyun nodded to indicate that they could leave. Chen Yulao smiled at Lin Kaiyun and walked down the mountain with Hui Magwei and a group of evil spirits. Yu Kilo looked at the backs of Chen Yulao and his group, and asked Lin Kaiyun with some confusion, "Lin Kaiyun, judging from the momentum of these people and the things they carry, they may really be proficient in tomb robbing. Aren't you afraid that they will escape overnight after you let them go?" Lin Kaiyun said very confidently, "Don't worry, no, Chen Yulao is a very arrogant person. If he escapes overnight, then his reputation in the tomb robbing industry will probably plummet." After saying that, Lin Kaiyun walked down the mountain from another direction with his hands behind his back, and Yu Kilo curled her lips and followed him. After returning to the charity cemetery, Lin Kaiyun didn't care about Chen Yulao's movements at all. Anyway, he was very sure that Chen Yulao would never be scared. Second, after dawn, Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo came to Nanshan, Renjia town early. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lin Kaiyun looked at the slowly rising sun, and said to Yu Kilo jokingly, "I actually watched the sunrise with you. How is it? Is it beautiful, boring?" Yu Kilo looked up at the gradually rising sun and said without any interest, "Hey, Yu Kilo, did you and Zhang Xianzong know each other like in the TV series?" Lin Kaiyun glanced at Yu Kilo and asked curiously. Yu Kilo looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion and asked back, "What TV series? What are you talking about?" Lin Kaiyun subconsciously slapped his mouth, and then explained with a smile, "What I mean is, how did you and Zhang Xianzong know each other? Was it when you were pretending to be a little beggar that he saved you? And do you have a mortal enemy called Wuxin? How do you know? Are you investigating me?" Yu Kilo's eyes changed quickly, staring at Lin Kaiyun fiercely, and the momentum on her body burst out. "I followed you. How bored must I be to follow you?" Lin Kaiyun smacked his lips, rolled his eyes at Yu Kilo and continued, "You still remember Lingxi town? I met a man named Wuxin there, and he told me." Yu Kilo's expression was even more serious at this moment, and she exuded not only momentum but also hostility. She asked Lin Kaiyun, and her voice was like a biting cold wind, which made people shudder. "Wuxin? He told you? You know him?" Lin Kaiyun knew that Yu Kilo might have misunderstood, so he spread his hands and explained, "Actually, I don't know him, and I beat him away. But that guy doesn't seem to die, and he's extremely difficult to deal with." Sure enough, after hearing this, Yu Kilo's expression eased a lot, and she was no longer full of hostility, but she said in an unhappy voice, "If he was so easy to deal with, I would have killed him long ago." Anyway, since they had nothing to do during the waiting process, Lin Kaiyun continued to ask curiously, "I remember that you and Wuxin should have some story, right? Did you want to be with Wuxin at the beginning? Why do you like this Zhang Xianzong again? I think he is just an ordinary person, nothing special." Chapter 349, Growing at the Junction of Dragon Veins. "Lin Kaiyun, when did you become so idle? Do these things have anything to do with you?" Yu Kilo hugged her shoulders and glanced at Lin Kaiyun with an unhappy look. Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "It's okay, but waiting is too boring, let's chat." Yu Kilo turned around and didn't respond. At this time, there were many footsteps and horses neighing from the bottom of the mountain. Hurry up if you carry explosives, don't you see that it's blocked? Damn it, did you go to find the little girls again last night? You all look weak, General Luo, the brothers have been carrying all the way, and it's inevitable that they are a little tired, so don't scold them. The boss is right, I'm not scolding them, but urging them. With Lin Kaiyun's current hearing, he recognized that it was the voices of Chen Yulao and Luo Liaowei. Just by Luo Liaowei's hoarse voice, Lin Kaiyun could imagine what he looked like. 10 minutes later, Chen Yulao and Luo Liaowei reached the top of the mountain. Chen Yulao was not surprised that Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo were here. He bowed and said hello. Sorry, Brother Lin, it took us some time to count the manpower and equipment. While Chen Yulao was saying hello, dozens of Xiangling brothers and more than 100 soldiers of Luo Liaowei gradually walked up the hill. These people were carrying explosives and machine guns. Don't say it, just looking at the posture of these people and horses, in this chaotic world, they are already small warlords with good strength. Lin Kaiyun squinted at these people. If he remembered correctly, in fact, Luo Liaowei was the warlord funded by Chen Yulao. Moreover, Chen Yulao should not only funded Luo Liaowei. Of course, Chen Yulao has such ability because of tomb robbing. No matter whether the tomb is big or small, as long as there is gold, it will be fine. Moreover, after supporting these small warlords, Chen Yulao used these small warlords to search for tombs everywhere, which actually formed a virtuous circle. Therefore, Chen Yulao is very bold in tomb robbing now, especially he likes big tombs. For example, this time, after seeing that Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo are not ordinary people, Chen Yulao feels that the tomb they are looking for is definitely not simple. After Chen Yulao greeted, Lin Kaiyun also nodded in response. Boss Chen, General Luo, good morning. In fact, it is not that Chen Yulao and Luo Liaowei came late, but that Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo came too early, so Lin Kaiyun did not mind. Uncle Lin, you are polite. In front of you, how dare I call you General? You can call me Lao Luo, or Xiao Luo. Luo Liaowei, who was standing aside, bent down when he heard Lin Kaiyun's words, like a dog leg, very respectful. Lin Kaiyun was amused by Luo Liaowei's grandson's behavior. He pointed at the weapon in the soldier's hand and said, Haha, General Luo, you are strong and powerful. Look at that machine gun and those explosives. They are scary. Luo Liaowei said respectfully, Uncle Lin, you are joking. How can these mortal things compare with your great magical powers? These are used to blow up the mountain. Luo Liaowei bent over, like a little follower, respectful, but hatred flashed in his eyes. Now Luo Liaowei regretted it very much. He regretted that he was careless when he went to the charity cemetery last time and underestimated these mysterious Taoist priests. If he hadn't been poisoned, now with his explosives and machine guns, any Taoist priest would be a fard in his eyes. Of course, the most important thing now is to find a way to trick the antidote out. Luo Liaowei thought about it, so he asked tentatively, Uncle Lin, I felt very uncomfortable in my stomach last night. I'm worried that my digestion ability is too strong and there are worms coming out. Otherwise, please detoxify me first. Otherwise, if the worms really come out, I'm afraid I will die and can't serve you and worry about you. Don't worry, the worms won't come out. Even if they do, as long as you have a breath, I can keep you alive and healthy. Lin Kaiyun patted Luo Liaowei on the shoulder with a bright smile on his face. Luo Liaowei smiled and said, Uncle Lin, I'm just too scared. Lin Kaiyun glared at Luo Liaowei and shouted in a deep voice, Don't you believe me? Or do you think I will lie to you? Don't dare, don't dare. Luo Liaowei swallowed nervously. Brother Lin, Luo Shui did vomit a worm last night. Seeing this, Chen Yulao stepped out to smooth things over, then looked at Luo Liaowei and said, Luo Shui, since Brother Lin said so, you should rest assured, it will be fine. Luo Liaowei rolled his eyes, patted his stomach, laughed and said, Yes, yes, you don't say it, Uncle Lin. After you said it, my stomach doesn't seem to hurt anymore, and I'm not worried anymore. Ha ha ha, okay, it's good that it doesn't hurt anymore, Lin Kaiyun said meaningfully. In fact, Lin Kaiyun just fed Luo Liaowei a pill casually, so the vomiting of a worm was nonsense, and now it seems that Luo Liaowei and Chen Yulao must have told each other last night, who knows what they are planning. Lin Kaiyun smiled and glanced at Chen Yulao and Luo Liaowei, thinking to himself, I like Chen Yulao, he should know the times. Otherwise, if he really wants to plot against me, I will not be polite. At this time, Yu Kilo, who had been silent, reminded, "Everyone is here, can we go down now?" Chen Yulao nodded and said to Luo Liaowei, "General Luo, let those brothers carrying explosives get ready. Let's blow up some of the obstructing rocks first." Hearing this, Luo Liaowei looked up and shouted to his men, "Did you hear me? Go and blow up all the obstructing rocks." Lin Kaiyun nodded, "Okay, you guys blow it up. We'll wait for you in an open place." As soon as the words fell, Yu Kilo waved her hand, and several small paper people appeared. They flew to Yu Kilo's feet, chirping, and carried Yu Kilo to an open place. Luo Liaowei opened his eyes and mouth wide, looking at Yu Kilo in surprise. "Oh my god, am I seeing right? Can she fly? How is it possible? She is just a magician, how can she fly?" Chen Yulao was also very shocked, and his hand could not help but grab the dagger on his waist, as if he would feel safe this way. In fact, Chen Yulao had learned about Lin Kaiyun from his own experience and Luo Liaowei's words. After understanding, Chen Yulao thought that Lin Kaiyun was just a Taoist priest with real skills. Even if he had some skills, he was not afraid. As long as he was careful and didn't get tricked like Luo Liaowei, he would be fine. At least in Chen Yulao's opinion, he had guns and cannons, and as long as he was careful, he could still take the initiative when necessary. However, after seeing Yu Kilo fly, Chen Yulao's heart was shaken. Not only ordinary people, even Chen Yulao, who was familiar with the classics, could understand that flying was something that only immortals could do. Seeing this, Chen Yulao's expression was very wonderful, 7 parts shock and 3 parts deep. Although Yu Kilo flew a distance, Chen Yulao did not believe that this woman was a fairy. In his opinion, Yu Kilo was just relying on the strange paperman under her feet. Of course, it was not only Luo Liaowei and Chen Yulao who were shocked at this time. The people and soldiers who were unloading the ridge were even more panicked at this time. For a while, the sound of weapons falling came from all around. Chen Yulao frowned and roared in a low voice, "Explode, brothers, blow a road along this gap so that we can go down conveniently." "Yes, boss." "Brothers, set the explosives." Boom. Boom. Chen Yulao looked at the explosion expressionlessly, as if the explosion could bring him some confidence and security. Luo Liaowei came to the side of Chen Yulao and said, "Brother Baotou, I didn't lie to you. These two people are really weird and can cast spells. General Luo, you have seen the Zhuangzi zombies in the tomb, right? You have even seen some ghosts, right? But, whether it is the Zhuangzi zombies or ghosts, they all died at the gunpoint of the brothers, and they all have weaknesses that can be dealt with." Chen Yulao stared at Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo and continued, "The two of them are very magical, but they just have some extraordinary powers." Luo Liaowei nodded and pressed his stomach with a sad face. "Yes, Brother Baotou, you are right, but I was drugged in my stomach, otherwise, I wouldn't be so cowardly now." Chen Yulao said slowly, "Don't worry, he still needs you, and he will definitely not let you die. When you go to the tomb, find a suitable note and let Lin Kaiyun detoxify you." And Yu Kilo in an open place said to Lin Kaiyun, "Those two people seem to be looking at you." Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "Maybe he's looking at you." "Me?" Yu Kilo looked confused. Lin Kaiyun nodded and said, "That's right, you said you were flying, even if you jumped over, it probably wouldn't be like that. Do you know what flying means in the eyes of ordinary people?" Yu Kilo said very straightforwardly, "I didn't fly. I just stepped on the little paperman and jumped a little farther." Lin Kaiyun shrugged, then in their eyes, "You are flying?" At this moment, a brother from Xiangling shouted to Chen Yulao, "Boss, everything that should be blown up has been blown up, and the suspected collapse areas have been cleared. We can go down." Chen Yulao nodded, turned around and raised his hand to Lin Kaiyun, shouting, "Brother Lin, you can go down now." Before Chen Yulao finished speaking, Lin Kaiyun interrupted him and said, "You go down first. The two of us will cover you." Luo Liaowei reminded worriedly, "Boss, it should be okay, right? What's the problem?" Chen Yulao had a blank expression on his face, and then shouted to the people from Xiangling, "Brothers, get the centipede hanging ladder." All of a sudden, all the people from Xiangling put down their backpacks and took out a centipede-like ladder. Chen Yulao shouted with high spirits, "Go down the pit, dump it, dump it, dump it." Those people from Xiangling shouted slogans and quickly threw the ladders into the deep pit, and then climbed down along the ladders. After a long time, everyone from Xiangling and some of Luo Liaowei's soldiers went down to the pit and got the information from them that there was no danger. "Brother Lin, We'll go down first. Chen Yulao bowed to Lin Kaiyun, and then took Luo Liaoyi to climb down the ladder. Let's go. It's time for us to go down too. After Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, he jumped up and jumped directly down. Yu Kilo followed closely behind, stepping on the little paper man without panic. In the deep pit, Chen Yulao and Luo Liaoyi were climbing down the ladder, and below them, there were people from the unloading ridge, holding torches to lead the way for them. Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo, who jumped down, brushed past them, and soon surpassed them. Luo Liaoyi was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Boss, it's so deep, they actually jumped directly? Damn, this is too amazing." Chen Yulao breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, "No hurry, we are just looking for treasure this time, don't worry about other things." Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo went straight to the bottom and landed smoothly. The deep pit was full of loess, like a huge bowl bottom. At this time, there were already many people in it, holding torches and exploring the surroundings. There were ordinary cliffs all around, with only a big tree that looked like a mural and a real entity. Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo saw this from above, but now they can see the whole picture clearly from below. The big tree is lifelike, but there is no trace of green. From leaves to branches, everything is made of loess. But such a big tree made Lin Kaiyun feel that it was alive. At this time, Chen Yulao and Luo Liaoyi also slowly climbed down. Before the two of them could speak, Lin Kaiyun asked first, "Brother Chen, do you know what this is?" "It's just a mural of earth, why do I always feel that it is alive?" Chen Yulao walked under the big tree, stared at it for a long time, and slowly said, "My God, this seems to be a dragon vein tree." Lin Kaiyun asked in confusion, "Dragon vein tree?" Chen Yulao said to himself, "Strange, dragon vein tree, I have seen it in the classics, generally only exists at the junction of mountain dragon veins and water dragon veins, but in the location of Renjia town, it is impossible for dragon veins to appear, so how can there be a dragon vein tree?" Although Chen Yulao was talking to himself, it was also an answer to Lin Kaiyun's question, so Lin Kaiyun did not ask this question again. Just when Lin Kaiyun was about to ask Chen Yulao to find the entrance to the tomb, Yu Kilo suddenly spoke, "Be careful, there is a sound, everyone hide." Almost at the same time, Chen Yulao also shouted to everyone. Although Chen Yulao was just an ordinary person, he was born with night vision. In this dim environment, he could see farther and more clearly. Moreover, his five senses were also very sharp, so it was not surprising that he could hear. However, Chen Yulao overlooked one point. His voice reminded his brothers, but also reminded the thing that suddenly appeared. Only a roar was heard, echoing repeatedly in the steep pit like the bottom of a bowl. Chapter 350, in composition. I saw that the soil of the tree that looked like a mural was loose, and dust and dirt kept falling. AWW. With a roar, a huge creature came out from the soil. It was more than 10 meters long, dark blue, with 3 claws on its sides and abdomen, like a piece of silk. "Run!" Chen Yulao shouted to his brothers. He was born with a pair of eyes that could see in the dark, and with the light of the torch, he could clearly see that it was a python. When Luo Liaoyi heard what Chen Yulao said, he ran behind a rock without thinking, looked at Chen Yulao and shouted, "Boss, what is this thing?" Chen Yulao also hid beside Luo Liaoyi and explained, "Generally, there are companion creatures near strange things. This python may be it." Damn, it turned out to be a snake. I thought it was something else. Unexpectedly, after listening to Chen Yulao's explanation, Liaoyi stood up and took out his pistol and shouted to his soldiers, "Brothers, don't be afraid. It's just a big snake. Shoot it and shoot it into receive." After hearing Luo Liaoyi's order, his soldiers also set up their guns. "Got it, Luo Shui, set up the machine guns. Brothers, shoot." For a moment, flames jumped and bullets poured out densely. Originally, these soldiers brought by Luo Liaoyi were still a little scared, but now when they heard that it was just a bigger snake, they no longer had any fear in their hearts. Although most of these bullets missed, some still hit the body of the python. However, the bullets seemed to hide a steel plate, only a few sparks appeared, and there was no trace left, let alone any damage to the python. "General Luo, the skin of this python is too thick, and the bullets seem to be unable to penetrate it." Luo Liaoyi also fired 2 shots at the python, shouting unconvinced, "Damn it, I don't believe it, bring me a grenade to blow it up." Chen Yulao directly pulled Luo Liaoyi back and cursed, "Are you crazy? We are now at the bottom of the deep pit. If you use a grenade to blow it up, if it causes a collapse, All of us will be buried in the soil." At this time, Hua Magwei, who was next to Chen Yulao, knew that it would be too late if he didn't stop it, so he shouted to everyone. The general manager ordered that everyone put away the grenades and explosives. "Should we blow it up or not?" Just when the people who were unloading the mountain and the soldiers brought by Luo Laowei were stunned, the python suddenly sped up, jumped up, and rushed to the front in an instant. It twisted its body and knocked away the rocks in front of it, opened its bloody mouth, and bit a soldier nearby. Puff! Blood splattered, and the soldier died without even shouting for help. Seeing that the people he brought were killed like this, Luo Laowei was instantly furious. "Damn it, shoot it, this beast will definitely be killed at such a close distance." For a while, the sound of shooting roared again. Not only did it not cause any harm to the python, but some of the ricocheting bullets accidentally injured their own people. Chen Yulao was also very anxious when he saw this. He made a quick decision in a panic and shouted to the brothers in Xiangling, "Bullets are useless. Brothers in Xiangling, take out the nets and hooks to trap this python." Although Chen Yulao's brothers in Xiangling were also panicked at this time, they were much better than Lao Wai's soldiers. After hearing Chen Yulao's words, they took out nets and hooks from their backpacks behind. "Throw it! Throw it!" The people in Xiangling shouted slogans in unison, threw the nets into the sky, and then hooked them with hooks, and threw the sharp other end directly onto the body of the python. For a moment, it was like a dense spider web that surrounded the python, but before everyone was happy, the python swung its tail violently, and these nets and hooks were directly smashed like a piece of paper. The python's tail slapped the nearby soldiers and people from the ridge into the sky, raised its upper body, opened its mouth, and swallowed all of them one by one. "Damn it, everyone retreat and hide in the gaps and narrow places," Chen Yulao roared, and he felt very distressed when he saw the brothers being killed. At this moment, although the python was killing people everywhere, and for a while, the bottom of the deep pit was full of people shouting and running for their lives. But Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo stood quietly in a corner, eating melons and watching the show. Yu Kilo asked, "Lin Kaiyun, this python has become a bit of a demon. They can't deal with it. Why don't we do it?" Lin Kaiyun shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Chen Yulao is still very arrogant. Moreover, adding icing on the cake is far less than sending charcoal in the snow. If we get rid of this python at the beginning, then Chen Yulao and his men probably won't think that we have helped much." In fact, just as Lin Kaiyun said, when this python first appeared, Chen Yulao was not very scared. Although this python was not small, in Chen Yulao's mind, it could still be solved with some methods. But now Chen Yulao really can't stay calm. This python is obviously a spirit. Even guns and bullets can't kill it. If he doesn't think of a way, who knows how many of his brothers from Xiangling and Luo Laowei's people will die that day. Chen Yulao also thought of Lin Kaiyun, who had inhuman abilities, and shouted for help, "Brother Lin, this python has become a spirit, and bullets have no harm to it. Do you have any way to deal with it?" "Yes. Uncle Lin, this awesome guy, is also here." Luo Laowei slapped his head. In the panic just now, he thought it was the same as before, and he went to the tomb under Chen Yulao, and completely forgot about Lin Kaiyun and Yu Kilo. And now Luo Laowei seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and he opened his hands and shouted to Lin Kaiyun, "Uncle Lin, help. If you don't take action, we will all be eaten by that beast." Lin Kaiyun smiled at Yu Kilo and said, "Look, now is the time to take action." After that, Lin Kaiyun walked directly towards the python that was swallowing people. As he walked, Lin Kaiyun took out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword from his storage belt. The mana around his body surged and gathered together. He swung the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and chopped it out. Suddenly, a sword beam shot up into the sky and turned into countless sharp blades in the air, hitting the python directly. In an instant, it seemed as if the air around was cut apart. Even if the python noticed it, it had no way to dodge. Its body was cut into countless pieces, like a sculpture shattered, scattered all over the ground. The blood on the python's body seemed to be slow to react. As its body was cut apart, it also splashed everywhere. At the same time, Yu Kilo was quick-witted and waved a small piece of paper. The person was like a whip, and directly wrapped something from the body of the python. "What is this?" Lin Kaiyun looked at the thing rolled back by the small paper man with curiosity. It was a round soil ball with some lines on it, which looked like a fruit. Yu Kilo shook her head, tossed a round earth ball in her hand, and said, "I don't know, But don't you think it matches this tree that looks like a mural? Lin Kaiyun grabbed the earth ball, turned it around twice, studied it, nodded, and said, well, it matches well. Could it be the fruit of this dragon vein tree, and then it was eaten by this python? Brother Lin, the place we are in now may really be the tomb you are looking for. Suddenly, Chen Yuliao's voice came over, and he walked towards this side with a haggard face. Lin Kaiyun asked puzzledly, oh, why do you say that? Is there any mystery in this round earth ball? Brother Lin, can you show me the paper with your advice again? After Chen Yuliao finished speaking, he stretched out his hand directly, as if he was sure that Lin Kaiyun would not refuse him. Here, Lin Kaiyun took out the piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Chen Yuliao. At the same time, he threw the earth ball to Chen Yuliao and said, this is for you too. Chen Yuliao took the two things, spread out the paper, pointed to the first line and said, Panlong stranded and swallowed by nose. Chen Yuliao looked at Lin Kaiyun and continued, if I'm not mistaken, the python may be the Panlong written in the admonition, and the earth tree bears earth fruit, and it should be swallowing this. So this may really be the tomb you are looking for. At the same time, this earth ball may be the key to finding the entrance to the tomb. Lin Kaiyun nodded and said, if it's true, that would be great. Brother Chen Yuliao, I'll have to trouble you to crack it. Chen Yuliao held the earth ball in his hand, turned around and walked towards the dragon vein tree. Yu Killuo looked at Chen Yuliao's back, turned her head and asked Lin Kaiyun, you gave him both of these things. Aren't you afraid that he will have some ideas? Lin Kaiyun said lightly, what's there to be afraid of? This is called trusting people. Besides, such professional things should be done by professionals like them. Besides, if they really dare to do something tricky, I will definitely make them worse than this python. In fact, it was just as Lin Kaiyun said. Now Chen Yuliao and Luo Leowei really didn't dare to do anything tricky. Because the way Lin Kaiyun just cut off the python with his hand shocked them completely. Nothing is more intuitive than this. The python that they tried their best to shoot but couldn't hurt was vulnerable in Lin Kaiyun's hands. It also means that if Lin Kaiyun wants to kill them, it may be easier than dealing with this python. Chen Yuliao didn't have any small thoughts. He took the paper and the oil ball to the bottom of the dragon vein tree and cracked it meticulously. There are many dragon vein trees, but they are similar to murals, completely embedded in the soil, and the surface is very neat, without any gaps, and there is no place to accommodate this oil ball. When there was no clue or idea, Chen Yuliao said to Hua Magwei beside him, Hua Magwei, go get me a tiger claw. I'll go up and take a look, Hua Magwei said worriedly. It's too dangerous to go up, I'd better go up. Chen Yuliao shook his head and said confidently, no, I want to go up to see the overall situation, only I can go up, otherwise others can't see it. Okay. Hua Magwei turned around without saying anything more, took out the tiger claw from the backpack of the other Xiangling brothers, and handed it to Chen Yuliao. Chen Yuliao looked up, found the protruding position, and threw the tiger claw up. When the tiger claw hooked into the stone wall, Chen Yuliao pulled the rope, and after feeling that it was stable, he directly stepped on the wall and climbed up. Lin Kaiyun looked at Chen Yuliao climbing up and said lightly, interesting. Soon, Chen Yuliao moved swiftly and climbed onto a protruding stone. Chen Yuliao stood on it and looked down. Normally, the overall situation needs to be observed on the land or on the mountain above. But yesterday, Chen Yuliao had taken people to observe the surrounding situation and found no feng shui situation. Therefore, Chen Yuliao judged that the feng shui situation was most likely at the bottom of the deep pit. Although Chen Yuliao was born with night vision, he could not directly see everything in the darkness. So Chen Yuliao shouted to Hua Magwei, you ask some brothers to hold torches to the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. It would be best to illuminate the entire space a little bit. Hua Magwei nodded and immediately arranged people to do as Chen Yuliao ordered. 10 minutes later, according to Chen Yuliao's request, people held torches to illuminate the 4 directions of the deep pit. At this time, with the help of night vision, Chen Yuliao was able to see the overall situation from a high position. What is this? Chen Yuliao muttered, then squatted down and looked down carefully, as if confirming something. Lin Kaiyun also noticed Chen Yuliao's abnormality and asked, what's going on? Brother Chen Yuliao, did you find anything? Chen Yuliao explained loudly, Brother Lin, the bottom of this deep pit is a feng shui bureau. Look at the placement of the stones, a total of 8 gaps are formed, just like the 8 legs of a crab, and this dragon vein tree is the crab's claws. Crabs are yin, And if used in tombs, it means shedding and rebirth, so the entrance of a tomb is usually placed in the kun position. Although Lin Kaiyun didn't know how to rob tombs, he was very familiar with this bagua position. If it was according to what Chen Yulao said, then the current position of Kunwu is exactly the bottom of the dragon vein tree. Do I have to dig it? Lin Kaiyun jumped under the dragon vein tree and kicked it with his foot. Brother Lin, use this, Chen Yulao, who is above, threw this oil ball down directly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.